This is the D6 generation with your hosts, Craig Gallant.
You're wrong! If you're getting any compensation, it's not charity!
Russ Wakelin. You put me on a boat with frickin' dragons attacking me and whatnot? Now we're talking. And Rafe, Hollywood Granger.
Now that's Jimmy Django right there.
With contributions from Total Fangirl.
Vampires do not sparkle.
And our loyal listener.
The D6 generation, like getting night vision glasses on safari, so you're not in the dark when big game hunting.
Welcome to another edition of Rapid Fire, the roundtable discussion of all things gaming, coming at you with the speed of a boosted double and thrice hex to the forehead from a called shot. Today's edition is brought to you by Vince Villorn. To those attending the Noobs tournament at D's Hobbies, the negotiations are over, the lines have been drawn, and the ethereals have spoken. For the greater good! I'm Geekly McNerdigan, your host. Today, as always, our panelists are Russ Granny Weatherwax Wakelin and Rafe Galadriel Granger. As a special panelist today, we have the CEO, COO, CFO, Executive Vice President of Design, Marketing, and all-around dog's body of Smirk and Dagger Games, Curt Covert.
Woo.
Let's begin.
Booyah. Issue
number 1. The word hex is defined as an evil spell or curse, usually taking the form of bad luck or mischance to the target. The word first saw its known usage in 1830 and comes through the Dutch and German words for witch or hag. In more modern fictional usage, a hex is often considered to be a minor aggravation or annoyance, rather than an all-out magical attack meant to kill or maim. Question. Right now, if you were to cast a hex at someone on the panel, what form would it take? Ravenclaw Rafe.
Mech Warrior Board.
Rosenberg Russ.
Green nose to Granger.
Cantrip Curt.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Too late! Oh, well, now see, I'm both a traditionalist and a classicist. I'd have gone with the oldie but goodie double toil and trouble, fire, burn, and cauldron bubble, and caused the three of you to suffer from unstoppable nose hair growth for a week, but to each his own, I guess.
I have that.
Issue number 2. The term customization refers to the use of technology to tailor a specific service or good to the needs, wants, or desires of a particular person or type of person. You know you've made it when most of what you own is custom to you, and you know your game is all grown up when all its players, when it allows its players to customize their own experiences within the rules you've created. Question. What single game would best be served by allowing more customizing the player experience? Lamborghini Reventon Russ.
Descent where I could create my own characters.
Porsche Carrera GT Rafe.
Agricola so I can bake pies.
Koenigsegg Curt.
Cutthroat Cavern so you can customize your own character.
It's a flash forward. But for the purposes of this particular segment, wrong! Chess! Can you imagine if you could get guns on your pawns or teleport your queen into the opponent's backfield? It would be the best game ever. Maybe. Anyway, issue number 3. The concept of fighting against overwhelming odds is all well and good when reading a rousing good story or watching a dramatic movie, but when you're fighting those odds in a game and the baddies just keep piling up and no amount of killing will slow them down and you know you're gonna lose, well, that's when the fun really begins. Question. Who is your foe of choice when fighting against wave after wave of sinister malcontents? Whisper Wakelin.
Orcs.
Gobinda Granger.
Chaos Cultists.
Kronstein Covert.
Snotlings.
Now it's like you're not even trying. What could be more fun than being smothered by the terrifying and effective fembots? Seriously, those guns are really guns, baby. Issue number 4. The term cutthroat has many definitions, from a murderer who cuts throats to a type of trout, of all things, to an unprincipled, ruthless person. It can also be used as an adjective, that would be a word that describes a noun for you and Rio Linda, describing people who are cruel, murderous, relentless, or merciless in competition. All in all, not ideal descriptors of a person standing behind you armed with something sharp and or pointy. Question. Under what circumstances would you want someone who is cutthroat standing behind you? Rapprochement Rafe.
When I was stealing an idol out of a cave.
Reassessed Russ.
When surrounded by gene stealers.
Coerced Curt.
When I've got the I don't know. I'm terrible at this. Oh my god.
I'd have to say that's weak sauce all around, folks. I was expecting something lofty and dramatic, but You know what? That's about all the time we have, so we'll just have to live with it. And, you being all wrong on general principle, of course. That's it for now. Thanks for listening, and good night.
You're listening to the D6 generation. More to game.
Hello.
What's up?
And welcome to episode 63.
You sure it's 63?
It is 63 of
You're
the
absolutely
D6
positive?
generation. I'm Russ Wakeland.
I'm Craig Alon.
I'm Rafe Hollywood Granger.
And on today's show, what are we going to talk about on today's show, Rafe?
We have one of our most famous and fabulous guests, Curt Covert of Smirk and Dagger Games.
Excellent. Can't wait to talk to Curt. Always a good
Indeed.
time.
It's always fun. Always fun to chat.
And we'll be talking about a couple games today, I think,
Yeah.
Craig. Who are we talking about today?
You know what? We should do 2 games.
2, because they're small.
We're gonna need to start knocking these out.
And we do it,
'cause
and we didn't do any games last episode, so it's
That's
like
true.
I feel like we're in a review rut.
Yeah. You know, why don't we? Well, we're talking to Curt.
Yeah,
Why don't we do Curt's big new release, Hex Hex XL?
XL, extra large, extra hexy,
large,
extra goodness.
Complete with hex sticks.
You know, and we haven't gone into the 40K universe in a long time. I think we
that's
should also
true,
do.
But hey, let's do it
It's been
again.
at least a month. Or it's not even. Maybe. Let's talk about the new Space Hulk hotness, Death Angel.
Excellent.
That's that card game, right?
Yeah.
They're
So
both card games.
all card games today.
And now we thought temporarily, very briefly, of doing a cage match, but both of these games are so different that they really just
they're
don't
not
fit
even.
that.
Yeah, it's not a cage match.
They don't fit that paradigm.
But before we get to all that, we need to thank our sponsors. Who should we thank first, Craig?
Let's thank Myriad Games, supporting the D6 generation on behalf of friendly professional game stores everywhere. Myriad Games, so many games, so little time.
I wanted to zing Russ with that one again, but I was too slow.
And be sure to check out GameSalute.com.
Absolutely.
Dan's latest adventure in keeping you up to date on all the gaming goodness going on around the world.
I'm telling you, it is the gaming news clearinghouse.
And they don't just like grab and it's not like a link farm where they just grab and send you different places. They have actually staff writers there writing up articles, reviewing new games, telling you when things are coming out. It's a
Think
great way
of it
to
as
get fun.
the UPI or AP of the gaming world.
Right. Even things like the hottest selling games last month. All that kind of stuff's there. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Good stuff. And
I
we should
haven't checked it out yet. I should go check it
you
out.
should
You
definitely
should go check it out.
Check out their logo. If you look at it quickly, you think it's the Air Force logo, but it's actually got a meeple in the center.
Yeah, that one confused me. It was testing my LASIK surgery eyesight. And who else should we thank, Russ?
We should also thank BattleFoam.com,
Hooah!
protecting your army so you don't have to. Our friends at BattleFoam, led up by Romeo over there, make the best cases. Let up. Led up. Led by.
Let up.
And lit up.
Let up.
He'll light them up too. He makes great army transport cases, such as the one I used to successfully check my army in an aircraft and get successfully to Gen Con and back.
Completely
But
unused.
Romeo does not have a soft satchel bag
You
yet.
just
No,
have
you know
just
why?
get a bug in your bonnet,
You know why?
man. And
Because everybody makes soft satchels,
Yeah.
and to be frank, they suck.
Not-
You know
not
what sucks
only
about a
that-
soft satchel? You
No,
can't
'cause
stack
when
anything on
Romeo
it.
makes the
soft.
soft satchel bag, it's going to be freaking awesome.
No, because
the
it's going
whole
to
point of battle foam bags is that they're firm-sided.
indestructible,
I
right?
hear
the
you,
only
man, but
fu-
he's going to make one for like
If you
books and like counters.
no, if you want
and stuff.
soft-sided, go grab the ones that don't work.
That's right.
You want the good
can
stuff that you
munch
can
it.
put your models in, and they can
Get a cool leather messenger bag if you want a satchel. They're out there. You just got to.
I'm happy. I got my
Remember
magic
those-
one. I'm all
remember
good,
those-
man.
Well, there you go.
Remember those American Tourister commercials with the gorilla?
Yes,
That's what I think. I
was
think like a
thinking.
gorilla could attack my battle foam, and my models would be
That's-
fine.
And I think that's what happened because look what happened to Nicole's bag.
Right? She had big dents in the side.
Yeah.
All the models were fine.
There you go.
Now, also, we need to thank who else? Rafe.
Well, you can think of them as Lone Wolf Development. I don't. You just think of them as Army Builder. And they make all the fine products. You want to build the 40K list, use Army Builder. If you want to build your Privateer Press lists, Hordes, War Machine, use Army Builder, Flames of War, Army Builder. You just use it all. And they also, you want to make your character, use Hero Lab. They got D&D 4.0. They got, I think they have Savage Worlds.
I think you're making
And
this up.
the newest thing, they still have Card Vault. Haven't used it yet, but probably some of my Magic Geek friends, they probably know how to crank through stuff like that. Coming out on the horizon, we have the campaign tracker that's not out yet. It's still in beta. And the Tournament Ace is still in beta too, but look for that from Lone Wolf Development.
Right, and if you think of them as Lone Wolf Development, it'll be easier to remember their website, which is wolflair.com.
That's true.
Right.
All right.
And who else should we thank? Craig.
The War Store, bringing the war to your door for a decade and more, or since 1999.
Right.
And again, a big thanks for their help and their generosity at Gen Con.
Right. We scored some great deals on some awesome Spartan Games loot.
Indeed.
I still think they're one of the best places on the internet to get Spartan Games products.
I think they're
They
one
have
of the best places on the internet to get almost anything.
They really
And
are.
Quick shipping.
If your friendly professional gaming store is not so friendly nor professional, head on over to the War Store. They will hook you up. And don't miss out on the War Store weekend coming to the Jersey/New York City area in October. So head on over to thewarstoreweekend.com and check that out.
Absolutely. Get in on the ground floor. Be a plank owner of one of the coolest cons in the Northeast.
Right.
And I heard that John Bon Jovi and Bruce Springsteen are both going to be there.
He's making
Don't
stuff
take
up.
it from me.
Making
That's
stuff
just what
up
I heard.
again. He's
it's
eating
again
and making stuff
making
up.
things up. When he eats, he just
Eating Skittles.
His brain just
Oh,
he gets a
great.
sugar high and just makes up stuff.
You know what? I hate Skittles.
I do too. They're
Like, I
nasty.
don't get it.
Skittles.
Like on a personal level. Like, I
No.
hate you, Skittle.
You know the thing about Skittles is there is no place in Skittles in a world where M&Ms exist.
Well, I'm telling you, like, what is it? Is it like
Why would you?
jelly?
It's like
They're
Is
like
it
sweet
like
and tangy,
it's
man.
like-
I
it's
like
like-
the sour ones even better.
it's like a jelly bean wannabe.
It is.
It's like, what is that
It
about?
is. You've like squeezed it, you've
is.
encapsulated a poor little defenseless
Right.
jelly bean into an
Right.
M&M.
See, that's the kind of
Skittles are
product.
10 times better
That's the
than
kind of
any
product
jelly.
that the War Store would never sell.
That's true.
Because
It
it's
would-
just not quality.
It's not quality.
That's right.
You wouldn't see it anywhere.
Never.
You know, you wouldn't find a battle foam bag to carry it.
Nope.
You wouldn't find it on the Game Salute website. You wouldn't find anybody painting it at Painted Figs.
It's not a rainbow flavor. Color doesn't taste
but
like
you know-
anything. It's a lie.
That's right.
You know who can paint in a rainbow of colors, of course.
Ooh,
Ooh,
nice
Candyman
segue.
can.
Paintedfigs.com.
Oh.
Well
Oh, I missed
done.
it.
Wow. Rafe, coming up with a segue.
Paintedfigs.com.
Our friends at Painted Figs do a great job
Official painting service of the D6 generation.
painting your models so you don't have to.
Absolutely.
Or painting some models you don't feel like painting so you can paint the fun things. Like I got this great flagship to paint. Let's say I didn't feel like painting a bunch
rest
of
of the
frigates.
entire fleet.
Send them on to Painted Figs. So be sure to check them out.
Absolutely.
Their cool website looks hot as ever. The redesign is really nice.
Very nice.
And if you're not one of our company sponsors, but you still want to help the show get along and like to be part of the show a little bit, how does that work, Craig?
Well, you can go to eBay and search for the D6 Generation, or go to ebay.the d6generation.com, and you can put in a bid for a shout out in any of our regular recurring segments.
Right.
And if you win that shout out, which we love because the price is chosen by you guys, we don't have to be like, we're so big and powerful and important and now we're going to raise the rates. No, it's all up to you guys.
Right.
And any given Tuesday or whatever the heck today is, it could be whatever you whatever you guys decide.
Some
that
days
it's
it's
gonna
$1, some days it's
There was a
$5.
time when I was ahead of the pack, but that was a long time ago. I think Craig's ahead of the pack
be.
now.
I don't know.
It fluctuates.
That does
It
fluctuate.
does fluctuate.
Craig's been a leader for a long time.
So-
Yeah, but I don't like to do that. You know what? We're a team.
That's right. There's no I in team, but there is me if you look hard enough. All right. Moving on.
So anyway, so you go there, and as you've already heard one shout out, and you are about to hear another. That's what will happen. That's what you get. That's
Right.
what's up for grabs on those auctions.
Now, you can also donate to the show by clicking on the conspicuous donate button in the right-hand side of the website.
Sneakily,
So if you don't
craftily
wanna-
named.
If you don't want to deal with shout-outs or anything else, but just like, consider it like a tip jar. You want to throw us $1 or two. Hey, good show last time. That's a great way to help us out, too. So we really appreciate that. Thanks to all those sponsors and our shout-out auction folks and everybody else. Keeps the lights on, keeps the show going, and keeps us doing what we do. So we really appreciate
That's
that.
right.
Yep.
Now-
keeps Craig in Guinness.
To thank you
I
for
don't-
thanking us, for
That's
thanking
not
you,
true. That's not
That's
true.
right.
we do like to have contests. Now, we
do.
later in the show, Curt may be giving something away while he's on the show, which is awesome. We love when the guests come on and give something away just for being here. That's great.
Yep.
In real time on the Twitter. But we also like to
On
run
the Twitter.
contests that are a little more involved, a little more
Yeah.
thought-provoking, a little more creativity.
Yep.
What was the
This
last
was
contest
awesome.
we just ran there, Craig?
Well, the last contest we just ran for Battles of Westeros was create for us a coat of arms for the D6 generation. And up for grabs was the Battles of Westeros, which I think I
Battles of Westeros, full copy of the brandy new game from Fantasy Flight Games. One of the new hotnesses at Gen Con, not only was the game itself, but the expansion was out there.
And fully painted by Craig.
Wrong.
No. Craig has fully painted his army, as has David Farr.
Yes, he has.
What's up with that? He got into it too.
Well, he did it for monetary
Did he?
consideration.
Oh, he brought it in and was letting me play with it. So I don't know. Maybe he's just...
It's for a certain library.
Oh, I see how that works. That's awesome.
It is awesome.
We had this contest, and the deal was send us in some artwork or some photos or even an actual thing we could.
Well, we actually said describe it. In
Right.
words.
We said describe.
But then I said it would be awesome if we got one we could actually hang on the wall here in the D6G studio, because you got that really cool, thing of your thing. So we were going to see if you could hang it up. And then
everybody's got a cool thing but me, really, at this point.
Well, that'll be the next contest.
Okay, cool.
This can move around.
I want a sign that says McNerdigan's Pub. Okay.
So I want you to know that I gave away one of my signed copies of something that Ross Watson signed.
Oh, that's nice.
My cool thing.
No, we're talking about your dioramas.
I know that was a Hollywood contest.
So, Craig, what kind of entries do we get, and who should we thank for the
we got a whole bunch, just to go. We got over 50, which is a lot for a creative thing like this.
So great job.
Way more than half of them had the visual component.
Yep.
Just to name just a few, and these in no particular order, Dr. Craig Johnson,
which
almost motivated me to go for my
get
PhD,
a PhD.
Not quite.
Just thinking that sounds really cool.
It looked awesome. Anders Melander had a good one. Matthew Hart photoshopped a lovely version for us. Mark Hawks did another Photoshop. Paolo Cortez, we got all over the world. Jonathan Ackerman with the unwrapped D6 on a field of blood, which was a particular favorite of mine. Andrew Batter, full marks for confidence, Andrew, and the use of Chuck Norris.
Nice.
Antti Karjalainen, I know I just did that full, and I'm sorry, but it was a beautiful drawing. Londoner did a beautiful hand of God reaching down and plucking a little game piece
Nice.
person off a chessboard to strike fear in the enemies of the D6 generation.
I like it.
Recurring themes in all of these were magpies,
Nice.
paintbrushes and
Nice.
gears, etc., things like that. And we do want to make a huge thanks to all the folks that did try and then sent in their stuff. Thank you for taking all the time. I know a lot of you learned a lot of interesting things about Photoshop and,
It's awesome.
and painting and
I'm gonna take those entries, those images, and I'll put them up in either some kind of photo gallery so people can see them, because they are really awesome, and we really appreciate.
There are some really
the
beautiful
hard work that went in there.
ones,
Really nice stuff. But we actually also got a physical entry.
Yes, we did.
And the physical
exactly
entry,
the kind of thing Russ wanted to hang
the physical
in
entry
the studio.
is most impressive, I think.
It is,
I think.
indeed.
And so that also came with a letter.
Yes.
So we will tweet a picture of the physical entry, and Craig will read the letter, which describes in detail the components of this crest that was designed by.
Indeed. Okay, so this is an actual physical with 4 physical shields. One shield for each of us, and then a larger shield with all of our heraldry combined into one.
So there's 3 smaller shields, which represents each of the hosts.
Yep.
And there's and Craig will read them in a minute here. So who's our contestant? Who's our winner here?
Well, congratulations, Vincent.
Woo,
Good
Vincent,
job,
well done.
Vincent. The audience has been very unresponsive.
I know. The audience has left the building. I got to get the new computer configured properly.
All right. Okay. Oh, glimpse behind the curtain. Okay. So his take on the heraldry was that the D6 generation should be a merging of 3 distinct houses. Each house would symbolize what each of us brings to the podcast. House Gallant. House Gallant's heraldry is the owl on the gold field. The owl is a symbol of wisdom. As a teacher and a podcaster, Craig shares his wisdom with anyone in reach of his voice. I don't know. That makes me sound like I talk too much.
No, it's awesome. It's so true.
House Wakeland. House Wakeland's heraldry is the pile over the checkered field. The pile is this. That would be an upside down triangle.
Inverted triangle.
Those of us that don't know too much about
the word is inverted.
Inverted. Sorry.
Inverted.
Well, how much does this fit then? It's an inverted triangle. The symbol of the engineer. As the tech guy and engineer of the show, Russ keeps the many aspects of the podcast flowing. The pile is in Signar blue, and the checkered background should be appreciated by anyone who ever owned a store named DACA.
Of course.
Of course.
The checkered ones go fast, as everyone knows.
Well, that would be the red ones go fast.
But add checkers, it's even better.
Okay. House Granger. House Granger's heraldry is the long sword on a green field. The long sword is a symbol of justice. Lawyer, justice. I kind of thought it made sense. Google helped a little bit. I'm gonna throw in there green field because he likes farming.
Right.
No, it's because Ireland's my second home.
Vincent didn't do that, so but I'm going to throw that in there that it fits. Okay. Unfortunately, when the fine artisans of each house came to contribute to the D6 shield, something went awry. The artisans of House Granger decided to ignore the traditional look of that fine house and instead used the zombie squirrel rampant on a purple field.
Yeah.
Right.
So when you look at the large shield that has all of our symbols put on it with a large D6 in the middle, instead of the green field with a beautiful sword, you have a zombie squirrel.
A zombie squirrel on a purple field.
On a purple
Love
field.
it.
And there's a giant D6 in the center,
Which
bringing
is
us all
awesome.
together, which
Exactly.
is pretty cool. Joining us in gaming.
When asked why they would do such a thing, they mumbled about some sort of HD and wandered off after a nice piece of tinsel blowing in the wind outside. That was awesome, Vincent. Thank you for taking all the time and effort to, and it's it's shellacked, it's shiny.
It's polyurethane. It's awesome.
It's
quite a piece of work.
This isn't a sketch with pencil on plywood.
It's actually 3 pieces of wood carved into shields, attached then to a larger plaque.
It's 4 actually.
4, right?
Pieces
4.
of wood
And
carved
then,
into shields.
Yeah, it's quite impressive. Quite impressive.
It is
very nice,
a beautiful,
workmanship.
beautiful piece.
It's even got mounting stuff and little fuzzies, so it doesn't scratch the wall. It's very, very
it's
nice.
all about the little fuzzies
It
for
is
Russ.
high quality.
Absolutely. So thank you, Vincent. That was a good job, and thank all of you.
Well done
for taking all that time and effort. It won't be long before we're giving more cool stuff away. So watch here for the next contest. And that's all we've got on contests.
Right.
So what time is it now, Rafe?
What, you blanked out on me. What now?
He is not useful.
We're in a cave.
No, seriously, I had to. You
are the
you
adjective
can't
that
throw him.
means not useful.
You can't throw it to him. Well, plus I don't know that it works. So let's try it again. I don't think it's going to work with Granger though.
Oh, okay.
So you want to throw it to Grafe anyway, or you want to take it?
No, I'll take it.
All right. It's time now for
Achievements in Gaming.
Squirrel. Where? All right, and I missed the achievement button. I was so confused by Rafe missing the throw there.
No, you weren't. You were confused by you trying to make fun of Rafe saying squirrel.
That's
there.
what I was.
That's
Yes,
not
that's
true.
true.
See, I
That's
think
true.
that threw me off or something. I actually didn't
No,
know if we were still
Ray,
recording.
Craig actually threw to you the achievements in gaming line, and you let it go.
did.
It's okay.
Thank you, Craig.
It's okay. Hey, I'm
Sorry, I
trying.
bungled it.
Equal opportunity thrower.
And Achievements in Gaming is brought to us this week by Why Just Play in Someone Else's Published Setting when you can help build one as you play? Come join the swarm in building the Dark Golden Age campaign setting for Pathfinder RPG. Visit byswarm.com, that's byswarm.com, to get in on the post-Gen Con buzz. So, what games have we been playing lately, Craig?
Well, let's see. Karen has been awesome in letting me play Descent still.
Woohoo!
Actually, that went our Descent campaign went uninterrupted by the birth of my son.
Nice. Wow, that's very impressive.
Which was very nice of her. And then
achievement for
everybody
that.
went on vacation, so we did miss a week. But the problem was I made a huge mistake on the tracker, on the campaign tracker, and I messed up the conquest counts.
Oh.
The electronic one, Craig?
Yeah, the one
You can
on the
fix it though with one inch, you just do a custom
no,
action.
you can't.
Why not?
With a custom action you can?
Do a custom action, you can just plus or minus.
Oh, that's a good point.
Just make one custom entry and you'll
I was
going
to crowdsource that, but I didn't have to because my friend, the upside down triangle, is here to help.
So we're here for achievement for being an inverted triangle. Inverted. The word is inverted.
Thank you. So there was that. City of Thieves was last week, and I haven't been able to play a lot of games, but last night we were able to play some games that fit in very nicely into a very tight schedule.
Nice.
Played Death Angel with a nice group of guys.
More on
and
that later?
then Hex Hex XL.
More on that later.
And I've played Hex Hex XL until the Hex X came out of my XL eyes.
We get that super early too, because that's not even out yet.
Yeah, no, that's and I
So that's
I was
awesome.
in the play testing.
I know you're
If
in
you
the.
follow the Twitter,
You know that.
then you guys know that because Curt was awesome and actually put my name in the rule book in the
That's right.
thanks section.
And we tweeted a picture.
Craig,
Yeah. Yes.
Craig,
Yes, Rafe.
do you like City of Thieves? I haven't played it yet. Do you like it?
Do I like it? Well, let's let Russ. You played it. Then.
I did just
Yeah.
play it last night.
So I will wait, and Russ and I will talk together about that. How's that?
That sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Okay. Because I'm done. That's pretty much all I was able. to
Ooh, I want to go next.
You go next.
All right.
Okay, last week, I don't even know if I played anything. I can't remember.
Well, you didn't show up.
You didn't go.
You didn't go.
Okay, I didn't think where was I? I don't know. And this week, I played in a booster draft for Magic that you'll hear Craig and Russ snipe at all of us out. It was Dave Farr, Shifty, Matt, John, Ian.
There's no accounting for taste.
I don't have my negative
Brian
achievement noise
Hearn.
machine either. I got to fix
And
that.
I have to say, man, I was going into I didn't think I was going to win, and it was fun, man. It was fun. You buy a big box and you open up all the little boosters. It was like Christmas, and then you pick a card and you pass the booster.
You know,
to the left.
I gotta say, it doesn't look fun.
No, it really doesn't look fun.
You guys are Magic haters.
No, well, yes, but no, I'm
I
a
don't hate
Magic
Magic.
disappointer.
Yeah, Magic disappointed.
No, you guys hate Magic.
No, we don't hate
No,
it.
I don't hate any game.
Just disappointed in it.
It when it pushes like my friends away from what I would have fun interacting with them, I get annoyed, but I don't hate it. I know I come across as hating it, but the real truth is that I don't like playing at all. Nothing appeals to me about it, and it bothers me. You know, on an understandable. I mean, I'm not like, I hate you guys. You're not my friends anymore. But
I don't know. I saw you like leaving the game store with like a noose around your neck.
Oh,
I was.
You're lucky that beam broke, or it would have been all over.
Exactly.
No,
I didn't get
the
stool.
fact of the matter is
he was
that
going
when
to get
you
up in a bell tower and start sniping people. I mean, he was
no,
just
not even close.
He was just flipping people.
Not over Magic, that's for sure.
Oh, he was. You weren't there.
Oh, it was hilarious. They were getting upset with me.
Anyway.
You just insulted all of us. Yes,
Oh,
I
did
believe
they
I
really?
did.
They were getting upset?
Yeah, one of them said that.
Was it? Because there were people there that weren't part of our group.
No,
too.
but I think it was John,
No, it
but I
was
think
John.
he was joking.
It was
He was
John.
joking.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
He was calling Russ out.
I was
calling
there
for
when
what
he
it
said
was.
you insulted all of us. Yeah, get over it, John. Okay.
I was like, so what's
Not
the point?
your brother, John, by the way, who
No.
doesn't play Magic either. Although he does
No.
play WoW, which is almost as bad. Okay. Anyway, so I gotta say,
We're digressing.
Yeah, when you look at a bunch of Magic players, you guys look
hate.
like a bunch of old men playing
hate.
chess. No,
Right.
I'm saying
No,
you
yeah.
don't look like you're having fun. And then
Oh,
later
having
you're
fun.
smiling and you're changing cards and stuff, except for like wherever Shifty is, which like erupts in this like really crazy ruckus, screaming, howling.
Will was
fest.
clearly having fun.
Yes,
There was
Will,
no doubt
Will
about
is
that.
having fun wherever he is.
Right.
But the rest of you are like, oh no.
They're very intense. It's a very quiet, intense
but
game.
you're-
Yeah.
You're describing fun as only if you're whooping it up and making, hoot
No,
calls.
I get you. Like
Okay,
intense.
let me be more specific for those of you like Rafe, okay, who's, I think, willfully misunderstanding my words. To me, it did not look like they were having fun until afterwards when they talked about the games that they played. Not unlike a marathon. When you watch a marathon, no one in that race looks like they're having any fun. Okay? Give them a day, and then they're all, yeah, finished a marathon, yeah, woohoo! And they talk about which one was hard, which part was hard, which part was easy, oh, this part was drafting, oh, when the guy fell, it was funny. But during the actual running, they're not really enjoying it.
Not a lot of smiling going on.
No.
during a
To
marathon.
you. Got it.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, to the casual
to
observer,
me,
right?
to
Right.
me, the casual observer.
The
in my head.
non-initiated.
There you go.
Right. Just like a chess tournament does not look fun to the non-initiated.
true.
It looks very intense.
There you
Right.
go.
Right.
All right. So anyway,
So yeah, so it was fun.
So
It
achievement
was
for
fun
participating in
to-
an intense Magic event.
yes.
It was fun to boost. It was fun to play competitively. What else was fun? Ooh, I like the backdraft idea where you have all the cards. So you pick when you're picking your cards, you don't really get to keep the super uber rares. They go back in a pile, and that was cool because like I was 8th, so I still got I came in last place. So I am defined as a loser. I was in last place because I stink. And but I still got to pick some good cards. So I really like that aspect of it, and I had more fun playing than I thought I would. I thought I'd be bored halfway through, but I wasn't.
But you were hovering over the Hex Hex game a couple times, I noticed.
Oh yeah, you guys look like you're having a blast.
Yeah, we looked like it. We really weren't, though. It's kind of the opposite of Magic.
Yeah. Well, I
We
mean,
looked like we were having fun, but we
Everybody was having fun except Tim, who was still bleeding, and he was a little bent out of shape about it.
Right,
You know,
I
poor
may
Tim's
have
been
broken
stricken
Tim's finger.
down
Yeah,
by
yeah.
an illness, but that doesn't stop Russ. Russ is just going to, whack him in the head with a hex stick. And
Oh yeah, I don't mess around,
It was
man.
brutal.
If you're coming to the table,
that's
we're
it.
gonna play.
That's all I got for
That's
games
right.
played.
All right, cool. Well, I guess I'll go then.
Yes.
So I've been playing. Let's see. Well, 2 weeks ago, I played Sea of Blood, another episode of my Descent campaign. And for those following along on Twitter or watching my thing, you will see that the Overlord got schooled. It was not a good week for the Overlord. I got destroyed. So, but it's kind of nice to see my heroes coming of age and kicking my butt. So I gotta kind of double down on them next time. That was good fun. Then got to play, broke out some Uncharted Seas with Tim Colonna.
Yes.
that was really fun. I'd forgotten how much I enjoyed that game. I mentioned, I think last episode, I picked up my flagship for my Imperial guys over there.
I'm holding it right
and
now.
it's still not primed or painted, but it's out of the box.
It's got a sword on it.
Oh yeah, it's got a decorative sword on the stern. It's got a nice big crested eagle thing on the front, and then it's got steam-powered paddle wheels and stacks, and it can either run under
awesome.
sail.
It has a double-headed griffin or eagle on the front.
It's the same thing. It's on the the sails. So it's really cool. I can't wait to get it painted up, and there's all kinds of cool flagship rules, and so yeah, Uncharted 2 is awesome.
Steam pipes too.
Yeah, you can choose to either go under steam and not be affected by wind, but you're slower, but you turn sharper, or to go by sail and be faster, but you got to worry about wind. It's pretty cool. So that's that. So it's Uncharted Seas. Then played some Hex Hex and some Death Angel. We'll talk about more later in the show. And then also finally played City of Thieves. Cadwallon, I think it is.
Cadwallon, City of Thieves.
And I don't know. So Craig, you played it
I did.
2 weeks ago. I played it last night.
Yep. What did you think?
It's okay. I like it. Well, the components are phenomenal.
They are
the components are crazy cool.
That's what grabs me, man. You look at that.
The artwork on the board is phenomenal. The artwork on the mission cards that come out is phenomenal. The models are crazy. You can tell they're Rackham sculpts. They're beautiful. The artwork on the cards is beautiful. Gameplay mechanics, there's some stuff I like.
Yeah.
I like how people get robbed by the guards, their money goes to the center of the table. And there's a sort of like Quidditch element where if you can grab the center, you can probably do really, really well.
Right.
But
that's not a Quidditch. It won't end the game though.
No, it doesn't end the game.
So
but
it's
it gives
not
that
really a
chance
Quidditch element.
Yeah, I guess it's nothing with Quidditch. But
it's a big payday, is what it is.
So, but then it's
or it can kill you for the whole game.
There were two things we found that may get better with more plays. The first one was it felt to me like there's a good amount of downtime.
Yes.
Each player controls 4 thieves, right? Or 3.
That's a lot to control.
And they're not complicated actions, but it's just when there's 4 players taking 4 full actions, you move your thieves, you fight with your thieves, you can pick
well, you
lots of your
don't
thieves.
though, because you've got action points.
Yeah, but all of them can basically do move in something except for one guy.
Right, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's always you're gonna have to make tactical choices in your guys.
Right, but I mean, basically
actually slows it down more.
Yeah, so I think the action points are interesting, but I'm not sure how necessary they are. They kind of feel fiddly, and the downtime.
Well, they come into their glory with special abilities.
Maybe, yeah.
That's
maybe
where
do.
I had a
teleporting girl. I had her. She's pretty
and
cool.
I had a guy that could go through walls, but it cost me an extra point. And stuff
I kind of liked it, but it did feel like I felt like I was just sitting around a lot of times waiting for my turn. But I liked how you could grab the guards and use them to block people. There's a lot to like there, and I think it may be a victim of there's so many. I have access to so many games that if it's not like totally perfectly glazed, I will move on. You know what I mean? But like this. If someone was like, if anyone wants to play this game, I'll be happy to sit down and play it. It's a really fun game. It looks phenomenal.
Did you feel that it was light compared to the look of it and the pieces? Like it looks like a Descent level. I mean, you've got all this beautiful artwork and the beautiful pieces and the beautiful plastic coin tokens.
I mean, when I walk by it, you just want to play it.
Right.
But everyone I've talked to, and Gen Con included, they're like, it's okay.
It seems a very light game compared to what it looks like when you see
we have a pretty loyal group of guys that like it. I think what's interesting about it is I haven't played all the missions, so the missions might get more complex. So that might add a lot of depth to it. Like there's one where you got to escort hostages out, and there's another one where you have to
I think that's where it might come into its own.
Might make it really interesting. So there's that, which is cool. But like another thing, like all the heroes, every hero's card has these stats printed on them.
Yes.
But they're all identical except for their special power.
Right.
So it's kind of like they had the option to make everybody different, but then they decided for whatever reason. Now, it's kind of nice you don't have to think about who's faster and who's slower because all you guys are the same, but it's kind of like, I don't know, it doesn't feel as different as it could.
It seems like it's the beginning module of a bigger game.
Right, and maybe they're leaving it to expand more. Yeah.
And, I mean, there's a lot of games that you and I, like, we could play the first mission of Battles of Westeros and know we had an awesome game on our hands.
Right.
When we played, or I think what I'm hearing from you, because we didn't play together, but when I played City of Thieves, it didn't leave me with, yep, that's an awesome game. It left me with, wow, there's a lot of potential maybe if you get deeper into the game. But the introductory level just seemed did it remind you a little bit of Tomb like it did?
Yes, I felt it was a combination, as we said last time. I think it's a combination between Tomb and Adventurers.
Yeah.
In that, and I like Tomb.
Yeah.
And I like the Adventurers. But the Adventurer's replay value I think is a little weak.
Right.
But the components are phenomenal.
Yeah.
This has got the components.
Would you rather play Dungeon Lords or City of Thieves? If someone's like, "Hey, Russ, let's play this game."
Oh, I would play Dungeon Lords in a heartbeat more.
Yeah,
over
I
this.
think that's a bad comparison.
But there are people that don't like Dungeon Lords and probably would like the lightness of City of Thieves, because
true.
Dungeon Lords is very heavy compared to this game.
Yeah.
So it's really it's a
Just
lighter
wondered.
game.
Yeah,
but
it is a very light
seems to
game.
match
It's
with
light
our
but not
system.
fast. That's what I don't like about it. I think
That's
it's
true.
It's too light for the time commitment. That's the problem.
That's true.
But maybe
and
the other
again,
missions
that
get
could
better.
be the first mission.
Maybe the missions get
Yeah,
better. So
I
we should
think-
try the more missions.
Yeah, but like you say, with Battle of Westeros, I mean,
Yeah.
I know, not even liking the Battle Lore system. I played the first game of Battle of Westeros. You're like, yeah, they got a game on their hands here.
Yeah. So that was
Okay,
my
just wondered.
gaming. How about some modeling, guys? How's the modeling been going?
Well, you failed the model, right?
I did. And if my negative achievement, I'm getting ready for next show. I feel bad about this. Yes, if my negative achievement sound was working, I would take one because I have failed to
Because
model.
online, you really sounded like you were coming in with a fully painted.
I wanted to,
flagship.
and then but then I tweeted and showed the fail because I was like, "Here it is out of the box."
okay.
And what happened was, something happened this weekend. Every night I went to do something. Oh, John and I are thinking of doing a D&D
Yes,
thing, D&D
yes,
4 thing, and that got me distracted one of the nights.
Yeah.
So that would kill my modeling evening.
Yeah, I can see that.
And we'll keep listeners up to date on that because that might be. We're going to try a virtual tabletop thing, and I'm looking into which ones. And it's the
Let me know how
ones.
that goes. I was thinking about trying that with Dave and the crew.
And here's a tip: it's the guys I interviewed in the special bonus interview episode. That's the system we're going to be using.
okay.
So it's a little complicated, but once you get it going, it's going to be crazy. So we'll see how that works out. But yeah, I did have a modeling fail. My ship is open but not painted.
I have a modeling fail. I didn't model my Hueys. I still have 2 Hueys to build, and they're still on my table.
dear.
So negative achievement.
Okay.
So
I did not. I endangered my marriage.
marriage.
And I finished the
Dude.
and I finished the core set of Battles of Westeros.
Nice.
Listen, you tell her who's boss.
No, I will not do that.
Here we go.
Oh,
But no, I think we've come to an understanding, and as is often the case when I see my friends complaining about their wives and how structured and rigid their wives are, and I think to myself, how much of that is your wife and how much of that is you assuming your wife's going to say that?
Right.
And I think I fell into that trap, which has never really happened to me before. And because we had a very good talk, and it didn't end in a great place, but it started in a great place, and it went through several really good places. And so I think I was probably misunderstanding the restrictions under which I was operating. There
definitely is a rebalancing that occurs
there's also
in your
that,
marriage
too.
after the child's born,
Yeah.
because you now have a third person you're infinitely committed to, and
Yes,
suddenly it's like,
indeed.
how do you express that I still love you infinitely, but I also love this child infinitely, and and you balance it all
And
out
I still
together.
need to paint.
And I still got a game infinitely.
And that feels petty when you get that last little bit in there.
And by the way, I need
Because
my.
you're talking about like infinite emotions, and then,
Well,
but I will go crazy if
That's
you don't
when
let
you
me
just
paint.
slowly slide the Men from Mars and Women from Venus book across the table with all the cave time highlighted.
Right.
I can remember
you go.
one time. I'm sure we all have these stories, but I can remember one time when it was like we got in from the grocery store and we put all the food on the table, and I was like ravenously hungry. And I grabbed to like eat some food, and Maurice is like, "Really? You're gonna eat before we feed the baby or do anything?" And I'm like, "If I don't eat now, I'm going to eat the baby."
Wow.
There you go.
Okay.
Baby.
But anyway, so yeah, I finished. It took a lot longer than I thought it was going to take. I wasn't as close as I thought I was. Painting that many bases takes a lot of time. And now, sadly, I have the Guardians of the West expansion models to paint, and I think I'm just going to gently nudge those to the side and stop my whole my compulsive need to paint everything. Like, I can't go to another game until I finish my Battles of Westeros, because I know that I'll be painting those until the next ones in the the Wardens of the North come out or whatever. And so I think I'm just gonna. Those are already primed. I think I'm just gonna put those in the case.
Nice.
And move on. Because what I would really like to do is paint some Uncharted Seas submarines that I bought the other day.
Oh, you got the subs. Tim
got the
Clone is looking for the
subs.
subs now too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, good luck, because I bought the only ones they had at Myriad.
No, he was just looking for them. He was grabbed them
Yeah.
before you got them.
Yeah, I think same day actually that I bought them. Yep.
Sorry, Tim.
That's
Too
okay.
slow.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And I think I'm gonna, for some reason, I have the Thaneris elves, I have the Iron Dwarves, I have the Dragon Lords, and now, thanks to Russ, I have the Ralgard.
Right.
Ooh, somebody else's epic fail. I've been addicted to eBay, unfortunately. since the baby.
You're going to tell the story, aren't you?
And I am going to tell the story. It's a funny story. You don't think it's a funny story?
I think it's pretty funny. I think it's a reason to search eBay.
Yeah.
eBay has still got that flea market feel. Once in a while, you find a great deal.
Every now and then. And unfortunately, I can't remember what the name of the store, because I would say it because they're a great group of people. Erin is the woman's first name. Not stealing. They put up a whole bunch of Ralgard stuff that they probably had some supplier pick up for them as soon as it came out. And of course, they've got a little discount thing going, and a little discount thing is not enough to woo me away from my loyal roots.
Like Myriad or the War Store.
Right, yeah, right. But they had mislabeled
oh dear.
The packets of frigates, the smallest ships of the Ralgard, my newest fleet that I'm collecting, which generally I think cost between $12 and $15.
Yeah, what did they mislabel them at?
They mislabeled them as 99 cents.
Oh, deal of the week! Wow. Blue Light Special. Buy it now, too, didn't they?
Yes, it was buy it now for 99
cents. Oops.
And I felt guilty. I was like, but I'm like, but I looked through there and you could tell they were running like, maybe a 25% discount maybe on the rest of their stuff, but this was 99 cents.
Oh, man.
And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do it. And if they call me on it, I'll be like, okay.
Oops, so I bet. You could be like that guy. Excuse me, sir, but you mislabeled this box and it's clearly stamped with 99 cents. And according to New Hampshire state law, you must sell it at that price.
Your flat screen television says it's 99 cents. Yeah.
And it had a buy it now option?
Yeah, it was. No, it wasn't. It's a store. It's an eBay store. It was all buy it now.
Right.
So I bought it. And so for $5, I got roughly, I think, $28 to $30.
And they charge you $30 for shipping. Like, I'll get that bastard.
No, they didn't. Not only that, I was thinking maybe they were going to send me a little note like, oh, you got us. But no, it was just like, thank you very much for your fast payment. And it literally came in. It came in today, 2 days after I did. They
must not have caught it. They must just check the SKUs and ship them.
They
and
probably
looked at the
did.
numbers.
Well, this is very sexist of me. But when I'm buying game stuff online, or particularly from eBay, you're getting used stuff.
Right.
And eventually when you get through the transaction and you see the person's name and it's a woman, I always make the assumption that it's somebody selling it for someone else, so they don't really know what they've got.
Or it's a store.
Or it's a store and they're just selling. I think that's what happened. But yeah, so that was... So I've got all four of those fleets to choose from, and right now for some reason the dwarves are just
stealing from the man and his wife and his baby child who now goes unfed.
I did not. Stop it. So that was my modeling.
Nice. Well, that was a pretty good achievement. So for value, achievement and value. So in other, what else we've been doing? My only other really is two things. First, the D&D thing with John I already mentioned, so I'll keep you up to speed on how that works out. And then also, I'm just still playing along in StarCraft very slowly. Like I don't have a lot of time, so I'll just play like one mission here, one mission there. Most of my friends have already burned through it and solved it. I think I'm like a third of the way through, but mission design in that game is phenomenal. Yeah. The mining laser mission was crazy cool. You got this mining laser that's the size of a small city that's nuking this door, and then during the campaign, enemies attack you, and you can actually redirect it to shoot individual models of this giant mining. Right. Like there's an Archon coming. It's awesome. Anyway, good time. So StarCraft's still enjoying it. I'll take achievement for that.
I'm doing the same thing. StarCraft 2. I never thought I would enjoy a single-player RTS. I'm having the most fun you can have sitting down at a PC, and I mean that. And the missions are just, I don't know, man. For an RTS, it's really interactive. I can't get over it.
That's awesome.
In Dragon Age, I am not the guy. I can't finish Dragon Age because I don't want to click on the other party members and hear what they say. And there's a little, those of you that aren't playing, there's a little scientific guy. He's like a teenager. And every time I come back, I click on him. I'm like, oh, I want him to say something else. And I'm hoping I'll get an achievement out of it if I click on him too many times or something. I'm addicted to hear what these guys have to say now.
I forgot one other video game, too. Our friends over Positron and our friends over that make City of Heroes sent us 3 copies, pre-release copies, we got them a day early, of City of Heroes Going Rogue.
Oh, wow.
And Nicole and I popped in 2 of them because Positron's been chatting with Nicole on Twitter, and she said, you got to try this, our online game. And so we tried City of Heroes Together co-op the other night.
Yeah.
And it was good fun. It was actually really fun.
City of Heroes, an MMO, I get that so confused in my head with Champions Online.
It is an MMO, and it is a superhero MMO online. And it is awesome because the newest version has better graphics, and the other thing that's cool about it is, with Going Rogue now, there was City of Heroes and City of Villains, so you could basically either make a superhero or a supervillain, and the PvP is they fight, right? Now with Going Rogue is you can make a third kind of hero who can basically go from the good side to the dark side and back. And when you're in the middle, you're kind of that rogue. You're kind of in the middle.
Like
and there's
anti-hero.
And there's a really cool story going on. I guess there's always been some pretty cool story arcs, but there's a really, really cool story arc now where this one city is under the iron fist of a really supposedly good hero, but it's really like total control, total dominance, total oppression, and basically you can be either fight against him or choose to work with him and be sort of a good bad guy, if that makes sense. So it's really interesting, and it's definitely worth checking out. So Ray, if we can either give our third copy away or you can try it out.
I'd love to try it out.
It's pretty cool stuff.
I'm in an MMO crisis. I really miss my MMO time. It's a real lull. I mean, talk to John. I mean, Cataclysm's coming out. I'm debating. Wow, I don't think I'm going to do it. And then Latra with Stony, we get new quest zones, but we don't get new levels. So I'm in the mood to try something. So that'd be awesome.
Well, I think that's why John's doing the D&D thing. I think WoW's getting kind of boring. Believe it or not.
Until 3 weeks from now, whenever the thing pops.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's that. What else you guys been doing?
Well, because of my love of the dwarves, I've been trying to make cards because those cards on the website are gigantic when you print them out.
Oh,
because you need new cards because the cards.
Well, the new fleets come with them,
right?
So I've done actually, and you can probably do this too. Is I put the PDF file on my phone, and you can just look at the pictures that way. But you can print them out. You can resize them in Word.
Well, what I'm actually doing, because and you said there's still stuff you need to know that's not on the cards.
Right.
I'm custom making the cards. I'm kind of using a little Photoshop action, and I'm making a front and a back.
Yeah.
But my problem is, it's still so hard to find some stuff for this game.
But I think I found that all the downloads on the download page, everything there has all the rules, I think. That's how I'm playing it. If it's not on the download page, I don't follow those rules.
But it's not, though.
Like, what's missing?
For the Bellows airship, says it has a bomb strength 10.
But are those rules firm yet, or is that still... there's air combat rules, though. If you go to the...
Yeah, no, but there's no bomb. Again, you are correct. So I went to the air combat. No bomb. So then you got to go to the workbench where it's firm rules versus soft rules. And so eventually I find that a bomb is cool. It's a once per game. The ship drops a bomb and it does 10 dice of attacks on every model within 4 inches of its stem.
That's cool.
So that's awesome. But I had to literally go through 4 levels.
That model's not out yet, right?
Yes, it is.
It is?
It
you have it?
totally is. No. Maybe.
I didn't know the model was out yet. So I didn't know that was
the cool thing about airships and submarines is they ignore the unit coherency rules.
Ooh.
So they're a squadron that all activate together, but they're all over the board.
Do I have depth charges yet?
No, you do not. Damn it. But you do have, your guys can shoot rifles.
I do. I think I have them all.
You have your transport.
I have my transport. I got to start painting. Apparently, I got to paint like crazy to take your dwarves on.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, cool.
So I'm still. It's really bad because
It is frustrating. Here's the thing.
Frustrated.
Like the new box sets.
Yeah.
Like the
Ralguard.
The Ralguard, right? So Jeremy got the Ralguard set. It's awesome. The starter sets now come with the turning templates you need.
Absolutely.
Comes with
nice
the tokens you need.
Yep.
Comes with all the ship cards in the starter set.
Yep.
That's awesome. But then I just bought the brand new flagship for the humans.
It doesn't have the cards.
No cards in there.
Right. The same thing with the subs.
So now you got to make your own card for that. So guys, you got to make your mind up. Are you privateer press and does everything come with a card in it, or are you our rules are external? You got to print them all out yourself. So that's a little frustrating. They got to make the card.
It's actually a testament to this game and the value and the strength of this game that we're still so involved with it, because for 2 years now we've been going, wow, guys, if you only did this, and they don't do this.
Well, here's the thing. They have the GW magic. What I mean by that is there are things about GW that frustrate certain people, right?
Right.
But the other thing is, though, the models are phenomenal, and there's nowhere else to go for this good ship models. And the rules are good.
They're good, solid
They're
rules.
solid rules. They're in flux, though, which is a little annoying, but they're good. The core is good. And if you play with just the stuff on their website, plus the new reprinted book, you got it 99% there, and then you can kind of introduce the new stuff. But they need to solidify that and figure out a way to make it easy for folks to follow.
But you shouldn't be able to buy models that don't have rules for. Like, for instance,
here's what they should do: they should copy Excelis and make a wiki. Excelis is that wiki with everything on one spot on their website. When they make new stuff, they just add it instantly. That's what they need to do.
I think the problem now is actually a web design issue.
Yes,
I do, because I can get destroyers or my flagship that has a rocket battery on it. And it says lethal strike.
Right.
Rocket battery, special rule.
What is lethal strike?
I had to go through 4 layers of their forums looking for that, and I still don't know. I know that when it does a point of damage to a ship, it also does a point of something else. It either causes fire or it kills a crew, but I don't know. And I had to go through all those layers of their forums.
Well, here's another thing. Why not put the special rules on the card? just like War Machine does. Just put them on the card.
I know. I'm again. It's all full of hope. We're full of hope here.
We're full of hope.
I
like the game though. I'm sucked into it. I can't escape it now. It's a matter of
I'm looking at all the terrain.
Firestorm's the same way. The Firestorm fighters. Oh man, are they cool looking? Wow, the new capital ships. Oh
yeah,
man.
absolutely. And there's finally the second edition Uncharted Seas rulebook is coming out soon.
Yeah. Oh, they already have it. I already have one.
No, they have the
a second.
They have the second printing that did some issues but really didn't do anything. You still have to go online.
I gotta buy a third one. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, if you did it, I didn't buy the second one.
That was smart.
I mean, hoping that the second, and it actually says second edition. This is from our friends at the War Store. It actually says the second edition on it, which the first one didn't say that.
No.
So what I'm hoping is that's where you're going to find the fleet creation rules,
maybe,
and the flying rules and the flagship. Because if you go online, you download those PDFs, they're already all set up for page layout,
right,
with the artwork and everything on them.
Yep. So, and the new cards for the Railguard have new icons on them that tell you this affects flyers, this doesn't, which is nice. The old cards don't have that, so they can tell they're getting to a new place, but they haven't gotten there yet. It's kind of they're in flux,
which is awesome for them that they were able to survive 2 years in flux. But it's still
the early adopters need new cards. They need new decks. They need everything.
Yep. That's what I am. I'm an early adopter.
Me too.
Yeah, you could just play a game created by Wizard of the Coast, which is all right there in a nice little packet. But whatever.
Yeah, do they do a
when you want that the ship?
I didn't say card game.
Yeah, but if they made a miniature game, it would be you get a random ship in each box.
Just said a game,
right?
We've played that briefly. It's called Axis and Allies Naval Combat.
Right, and I could never get an aircraft carrier, so I quit.
There you go.
There you go.
On the reading front. I apologize because I lost the emails that said what people were recommending. But on the recommendation of a listener, I went and I bought Charles Strauss's book. What's the first book called? The Atrocity Archives.
Oh.
The Atrocity Archives, and it's basically there's 3 books in the series so far. They're called the Laundry Files.
Ooh.
And I'm telling you, Russ, these books are Harry Dresden meets Call of Cthulhu in an IT guy's dream of a certain dampness.
Nice.
Okay.
Wow.
To the point where 30 pages in, I almost closed it. Because I was like, I don't get the inside jokes. The main character is an IT guy, and in this universe, magic is all done through computers because real magic happens so fast that humans can't really figure it out in their brains. So only computer programmers can do it.
Oh, cool. We're heroes. I love it.
You are heroes. There you go. And it's 30 pages in though, all of a sudden it clicked right to the last page. I know I'm missing inside jokes. I know I'm seeing I'm seeing groups of letters. I don't know what the heck they mean, but it's great. And I ran out immediately, got the second book, which is called The Jennifer Morgue, and it's a different kind of fantasy. Yeah, it's still great writing and it's still fun, but there's one of the main characters is a succubus. And Charles Strauss has decided.
Is this a bodice ripper?
It's way worse than a bodice ripper.
Oh, wow.
It's really there are hardcore scenes to the point where I would recommend before having read that second book.
Is this like the Suki Stackhouse?
No, the Suki Stackhouse books don't. Yeah,
yes,
it's kind of it's worse than that even.
Wow.
It's not the whole book. There's just moments because a succubus kills men by having sex with them, and it's really just unnecessarily. To
give a computer reference, she sucks their bus.
Yes, sure. There you go.
There you go. The light T joke there for you.
And so the Jennifer Morgue is the second book, and it's really kind of got me. I'm like, wow, I literally can't say, read this and then read this one, because this one's really kind of got me going, why did you have to go there? You really didn't have to. Oh, and then she seduces a businessman, brings her up to her room and kills him in some awful fashion. That's all you need.
Right.
You don't need to actually live through the actual act.
So like Dresden has 2 lovers die in a hearts exploding in the middle of love, but they don't really.
Right, exactly. And you can tell it's almost like in your face, like, you know what? And he's from England.
Yeah.
So you know what? And so now I'm not
Don't do it.
I'm not going to do the accent, but he's in your face, like, you know what? I could do that. I could do what everybody else does in fantasy and sci-fi and just have me have the sex scene fade to black, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to show you exactly what's happening. It's gritty. It's realism. I'm like, oh, it's creepy.
I got one more. I just realized.
Okay.
So speaking of only jokes that IT guys will get, Nicole and I went this weekend and saw Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Yeah, I saw that you saw that.
This is the best geek movie ever.
Now define geek. What definition of geek are you using?
So imagine someone said, what would real life be like if it were like a video game? That is this movie.
Really?
Yes. It is awesome. There's so many subtle, so many flagrant and yet subtle references to so many cool things. The writing's phenomenal. The acting's great. The over-the-top sort of crazy that they're constantly in a fighting game, basically.
Yeah.
So imagine the premise, which is in the advertisements, it's not a big deal, is he has a new girlfriend, but in order to date her, he's got to fight all of her exes. And there's this league of evil exes that her ex-boyfriends that he has to beat. And as he faces each one, it literally goes versus, and it's all of a sudden like Mortal Kombat. Basically, but for some inexplicable reason, he is an awesome fighter, and they're all awesome fighters, but no one ever really gets hurt because it's just part of the deal. It's really interesting, really funny, and you have to watch it. It's really well written.
Awesome.
So, highly recommend Scott Pilgrim.
There you go.
Versus the World. Any other achievements?
You got any other, Rafe?
Nope.
Nope.
All right. I guess that's it.
We're out. You're listening to the D6 generation.
Tired of pen and paper? Take your game to the next level with Army Builder and Hero Lab from Lone Wolf Development. Army Builder has been the standard for Army construction software for miniature gamers since 1998. And coming out in July 2009, Army Builder 3.2 includes PDF support, streamlined user interface, mobile device output, and lots more. And for RPG players, Hero Lab is the award-winning character creation and management software for players and GMs alike. Hero Lab supports all the major RPGs from D&D to World of Darkness. With Army Builder and Hero Lab, point-and-click simplicity lets you spend less time prepping and more time playing. Download a free demo from our website, www.wolflair.com. Discover for yourself why 100,000 gamers have chosen Lone Wolf Development.
And now, what's in the news? With the shout-out, Endgame in Oakland, California reports a thriving community of gamers that welcomes new members. Join the 40K Fight Club on Tuesdays, Leadership 2 for Fantasy on Thursdays, board gamers and role players of all types. Visit endgameoakland.com. That sounds pretty cool. And now the news. Let's see here. Excelis is offering a free trial. According to the folks over there at Bastion, they are pleased to announce, I guess popular demand, a lot of folks have been asking for this for a while, you can now get an Excelis 30-day free trial. You can try the whole system out, see how the software works. I guess you could use your own stand-in models or whatever to see how that all works. All you need is a temporary account. Head on over to Excelis.com. That's EX-ILLIS.com. And you can try it out. If you do try it, you get all the features. Your models will level up. And then at the end of the 30 days, as long as you register at least one miniature code, your stuff will become permanent. Sounds kind of cool. Great way to try out Excelis yourself and see if it's what all the hype's about and if it's worth something you want to get into. In other news, Castle Ravenloft is now in stores. So if you've been looking for that or excited about Castle Ravenloft and all the Gen Con hype about it, head on over to your friendly professional gaming store and check that out. In addition, on the new shelf there, you should also see Wardens of the West from Fantasy Flight Games, the expansion to Battles of Westeros. That's out. Also, speaking of Fantasy Flight Games, recently announced from about Westeros is the new Wardens of the North. This is the one reported by the D6G at Gen Con. They're showcasing it. This is going to be the House Stark expansion, Wardens of the West, that's already out now, is the House Lannister expansion. Now, both sets have the first expansion explained. It's going to give you greater versatility playing the Starks, of course. You're going to have more than 30 new plastic models in there, 30 new cards, and all kinds of other goodness. So if you're all about that. And there's even some new game mechanics, I guess, like Gambit, Defender tokens, and Marsh terrain. Ooh, who doesn't like a good marsh? Know what I mean? Another company we spoke about a bit at Gen Con is Mantic Games, and Mantic Games has just announced army deals. Let's see, there's Baldur's Armored Battalion, contains 100 Ironclad Dwarven Warriors, 40 Iron Watch, 2 War Machines, 10 Berserkers, and a free Dwarfs King's War Council. And I guess right now, or very soon, you get free shipping. Maybe it was this weekend, so that might be over by now, but you can check that out. They've also got another one for Lord Eldirin's Personal Guard. You're getting 40 Spearmen, 40 Bows, so lots and lots of guys here. And the price points, all of these sets, I just read all those models off to you. So the Dwarves had 100 Ironclads, 40 Watch. The Personal Guard had 40 Spearmen, 40 Bowmen, 20 Scouts, 20 Sea Guard, 10 Palace Guard, 5 Storm and Cav, 2 War Machines. And any one of these deals is about £99 or $179. Not a bad deal for all those models. That's a serious starter army. And it's a great way to play 8th edition with your friends with some different models from different companies. Look great. Or add to your existing force or bulk up. So check out Mantic Games. They're really a cost-effective alternative to some of the major manufacturers out there. And in other gaming news, Apple had a recent announcement this past week. The iPhone OS 4.1 coming out. Why does this have to do with gaming? Well, it's launching Apple's Game Center, which sounds like suspiciously like Steam for the PC or Xbox Live for the consoles. But this will be for your phone. So you can check that out. That's coming next week, or by the time you hear this, it's probably already out. And it's coming to the iPad in November. And that's... Wait, I have something to add. Wakeland, this is my segment. No, you have guest commentary. I want to come on as tech guy. Tech guy? Really? That's what you want? No, just let me in. Okay, and now a brief report from our tech correspondent, Russ Wakeland. Oh, thank you. Let me get that mic there. Oh, thank you very much there, news guy. So, anyway, I've been doing a little bit of research on how to add technology to your gaming experience. This is not to say that technology is better than rolling real dice or playing with real models or playing with board games. Heck knows that I am a huge video game person, but I still get together every Tuesday with my boys and play real paper pulp games. However, there are a lot of ways to enhance these things nowadays with all kinds of great technology. There's been a lot of people in the news or around the gaming industry talking about how great it is to have something like an iPad or these larger form factor iPhones with the bigger screens to read PDF documents. And wouldn't it be great if you could have all your gaming manuals on your PDF place in that one spot? But now, the question is, how do you get all those PDF documents on the device? Do you email them all to the device? Do you somehow plug it in your PC and sync it? No, actually, there's a very free and easy solution to do it called Dropbox. If you go to getdropbox.com, you can get a free copy of Dropbox. And the original design idea for Dropbox was to allow computers to sync up. So you could have a set of folders, you put your files in there, and then on your laptop and your PC and everywhere in your netbook, all the files are shared. Well, guess what? They now have an app for the iPhone, the iPad, and Android devices that'll sync these files up. And that app will also display a wide variety of media type files, from Word documents to PDF files to whatever you'd like. So if you create a bunch of really well-organized folders in your Dropbox folder on your PC, throw in all your Uncharted Seas quick reference rules, your board game PDF files, your role-playing game PDF versions of your docs, all in these nice organized folders, and then throw the Dropbox thing on your various phones or tablets or other devices you have, suddenly you'll have all your PDF files at your fingertips for easy viewing on any device you're on, and you'll never forget one. Just make sure you throw them in your Dropbox folder. And the absolute best part, Dropbox is totally free. That's right. You get 2 gigabytes of storage in the cloud for all your stuff for free. If you want more than that, then it gets a little more pricey. It goes to $10 a month for 50 gig, which is a lot of space. But 2 gigabytes should cover most of your needs for most gamers, if you don't mind taking things on and out when a game's offline for a little while. So check it out. Go on to getdropbox.com. Check out the apps on iTunes and the Android store. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised at how easy it is to organize your materials. All right, that's Tech Report from this week. Wow, Wakeland, that was surprisingly lucid for you there. Oh, yeah, that's cool. You got to check out Dropbox. All right. Anyway, I think we're done now. And that's what's in the news.
Are you having trouble fitting your whole army into one carrying case? Ever had your heavy centerpiece models break through the sides of their foam tray to scrape against their neighbors? You'll never have to worry about any of this again with Battle Foam. The trays from Battle Foam will hold over 30% more models than any standard tray, and they make foam to fit any box, including all manufacturers' carrying cases. What's more, they will custom cut your foam trays to fit any miniature. The boys at battlefoam.com can even personalize each tray by etching Army logos, personal text, or images right onto the foam. So go to battlefoam.com right now and pick up the best foam on the market. You've spent more time and money than anyone wants to think about on your models. Shouldn't they be as safe as you can make them? Battlefoam.com. Hooah!
Welcome back, and now we are very excited to get a chance to talk to one of our oldest friends, one of the first guys that talked to us on the D6 generation, back when nobody else knew who we were. Curt Covert from Smirk and Dagger Games. How you doing, Curt?
I'm doing great. Hey there, everybody. And of course, that's no longer true. You guys have a huge following now.
Well, thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Welcome to the show, Curt.
Thank you.
Great to have you on again.
Yeah, welcome back.
So I think the last time we talked was a bit after Gen Con. And I know that last year's Gen Con, and I know that last year's Gen Con you had some really cool stuff going on. So how was your Gen Con experience this year?
Well, I tell you what, it was a great experience. We had a lot of excitement once again at the booth, and quite honestly, we've been scratching our heads trying to figure out how we're going to man the booth next year, because it's we may be at that point where we need to go to the next size booth.
Oh wow! Awesome.
Yeah, it was jam tight nonstop throughout the con. We seated as many people and walked them through our games, and again, I seldom just like talk to people and like talk about the games. We like to give them a little slice of each game experience and really create something memorable at the booth.
Yeah.
So to do that and do it against all the products that we are likely to have next year, we may have to just go bigger. So
wow. That's
yeah.
That
That's
comes
exciting.
that comes under the heading of all of the problems you could have.
Yeah, not so bad. Exactly.
Right,
yeah.
very nice.
That's awesome. Now I know last year you were up till dark in the morning with very strangely scheduled tournaments. Did you do that to yourself again this year?
Yes, I did. And I don't know, maybe I'm getting old, but boy, I sure felt it this year.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically my day at Gen Con is, get out to the floor, set up in the morning, run the booth from 10 to 6. I don't leave the booth to eat. I don't usually don't even, go anywhere.
Got it.
And then quickly grab some dinner and back to the show to run events. And I usually run 2 every night, so I don't really go to bed till like 1 or 2 in the morning.
Wow, that is dedication there, folks.
That is certainly dedication.
Yes,
now,
indeed. And happily, I've got a bunch of great folks who work with me. The instigators, I'm sure you guys have met,
yes.
a number of them, and they are there with me every year, managing the hordes, because we overbooked every single event this year, to the tune of at least like 10 or 12 extra people, and luckily I brought enough games for almost everything other than Candyman, which continues to be our biggest turnout.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Now, Curt and I have a strange connection. Now, don't say anything yet, Curt, because we're going to see if Craig and Russ actually listen to the Hollywood Minute, or if I can catch them being guilty and speeding through it. So, do you guys know Curt and I's new connection?
I do.
Oh, Craig. Thank you, Craig.
Yeah. I know that Kurt's former dog had an owner before Curt owned it that was his cousin's roommate in college and knew your great-great-grandfather.
That's it.
I'm just kidding. Don't both your moms play bridge or something?
Yeah, so I found out when Curt was doing his late-night game, my mom emails me, and she's like, so, were you up late at night doing Curt Covert's really late-night game because we know his parents? And I'm like, what the heck? It's like George on Seinfeld. It was like two worlds colliding.
Yeah.
They're keeping tabs on your schedule.
I know.
And by the way, hi, Mom. We're both moms.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're probably listening to this. That's right. I forgot.
Don't you keep him up too late, Georgie.
Exactly. But yeah, so I get this email, and so I guess Kurt's mom was saying, "Oh, my son's at a convention," and my mom's like, "Oh, that's funny because my son's at a convention." And they're like, "Wait a minute, are they at the same convention?" So I thought that was funny.
There it was.
That is
funny.
It is a small world after all. A world of slaughter. Oh no, sorry, wrong
company. Move along.
Yeah.
Okay, moving along.
So now that we got standing plans to have a gaming night when we're both down in that area.
Right. I'm seeing my remember Russ, we've talked about having a retirement gaming community instead of a golfing community.
Yeah, we need to work on that.
Oh man, it's starting to all come together.
Right.
Wow. Now, Kurt. Last year you had the big, I think it was even a surprise to you. The big item of the con was little stuffed gingerbread men.
Yes, indeed.
And I saw on your website that those are still around. Are they a regular feature now?
Well, here's the thing. Like I mentioned last year, I don't actually produce those. Well, at least not at this point.
Yeah.
Shauna McCormick is a fan who had this idea. It must have been like 2 years ago, and came to me with a one-hand stitch one and said, "Oh my God, look how cool this is!" And it was all Velcroed limbs, so you can actually pull the whole gingerbread man apart and use it on either Run for Your Life Candyman or shooting ladders. It's got little, like stick pins, like voodoo doll things to actually track the damage. They're just hysterical and they're cute. So she actually has been working with a seamstress to put these things together every time we go to a big con.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this year she was all set to have like 400 of these things. However, both the postal system let her down, and then the seamstress who was helping her make them had fallen ill.
Oh dear.
She ended up only having 36, and they went in seconds.
Oh yeah,
the con opened.
I remember by the time we got there, they were long gone. I was like, "Oh man," because
it's like a Euro game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what we're doing is, again, we're letting people know, her email address, which you're going to ask me now, and I don't have it right in front of me. But yeah, if you go to my site, you can check out her email, and you can just order them right from her, because we don't sell them. They're something that she does.
That's great.
But it's a very cool addition to your game.
It is cool. I'm
glad to hear it's a good seller still too.
And I have to tell you, go ahead.
Yeah, surprisingly, but partly, it always shocks me, how into Candyman people get. Like that late night event that we have for our midnight game for Candyman. Again, we had 44 people show up, and I had to turn a couple people away.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It
for Candyman.
Yeah.
For Candyman. But understand, these people are hardcore.
Yeah.
And the same people show up every year and then add to their number.
Oh.
And it becomes the loudest, craziest event, I think, at the con. It's like people shouting, across the hall. This year, it started quiet. The first 15 minutes, I was like, I wonder if it's really going to work this year. Then all of a sudden, someone stands with the gingerbread men head in their hand. They hold it over their head, and they announce to everyone, "Behold, the head of my enemy!" 44 people all shout, "Hoo!"
Wow.
Oh, 300 in there? Nice.
Wow, that's awesome.
It was crazy. And right after that, every table started erupting, announcing different limbs that they were ripping off of each other. It was hysterical.
That is awesome. Now, to straighten the record, because I want this, Kurt, I want you to know what's going on, because Kurt was kind enough to send us quite a while ago a copy of Shooting Ladders. And It's not a case where we played it and didn't like it, so we didn't talk about it. It just hasn't made it to the table yet, but we're all eager to give it a shot. So,
okay.
Well, I do have to say this, though, because we went to our local gaming store has family game days once in a while. I took my two girls, Kurt, up there, and they're ages 8 and 6. And we had a blast, so much to playing Candyland that it is now
Candyman.
Candyman, yeah.
Slightly different.
They've now deemed it as it's going to be a fall tradition that every Christmas season, it's going to be a grisly affair. We're going to all bake gingerbread cookies and then play the game and just to devour them as they die. So they loved it and is very excited. And my wife loved it too. So it's a great family game, despite the theme being a little gory.
Yeah.
Now, I was
honestly,
never a
we found
fan.
that too.
I was never a fan in real life of Candied Land, but I was a fan in real life of Shoot and Ladders, the original game. So I am curious to see your version of Shoot and Ladders.
Yeah, well, we've got it. So as soon as you stop,
I do want to play it.
As soon as you stop playing Magic the Gathering, we'll give it a shot.
That's right. We'll try that out.
Okay,
Well,
sounds good.
I mean, just to give you the top line of the whole thing.
Yep.
Essentially, if you take a first-person shooter like Halo, and you drop it on the Shooting Ladders board with the gingerbread men from Run for Your Life Candyman, you've got the game. You are arming yourself with candy weaponry like the Gatling Gumdrop and M&M 16, and you're blowing the limbs off of cookies like never before.
All right, now listen, I'm going to crowdsource here because my mom can sew. Mom, can you make me a detachable gingerbread man?
I don't think that's really
and make one for Craig and Russ, too?
I don't think asking your mom is crowdsourcing.
Maybe Kurt's mom could jump in on that. That'd be great.
But okay, so enough of the oldies but the goodies. Let's get into we've got a couple new cool things coming out now, and of course the first one that everybody's excited about up here is Hex Hex XL. Why now, and what's it all about?
Well, Hex Hex was our very first game. I think I mentioned that when I was talking with you last time, and it had been out of stock for about a year.
Oof.
And it was I left it out of stock because I was trying to figure out whether had the time passed for the game, was it worth bringing back, and I finally started getting so many requests. I used to get 5 emails a week from people like, where is it? I can't find it. And I finally said, you know what? It's one that I can't let go out of stock. And but at the same time, I'm not sure, unlike Cutthroat Caverns where we really felt like, every expansion kind of built on the excitement.
Yeah.
It didn't really seem like a game that was going to really support a whole bunch of expansions.
Right.
That said, Hex Hex Next had a lot of really nice stuff in it, and I didn't want to lose it. So I decided what I would do is I'd recreate the core game as a much bigger set. So the first thing is I took the card set from both of those games, I merged them together, and I streamlined them. Anything from Hex Hex Next that was a little bit, that was slowing the game down, I removed those cards.
Okay.
I took the chance to improve certain other cards, like Detonate is now a better card and renamed Stun, which again, it fixed a timing issue that I always had with the game. And at the same time, I had these great new ideas for new variants, and it certainly wasn't going to support an expansion, but in this bigger, juicier game, a great way to add play variants to the game, and they really, honestly. I personally feel like they really enhanced the game, and what I've heard from other players who are both either new to the game or who are fans of the game, they can't imagine playing the game without them now.
Yeah.
And
Kurt, can I ask you a quick primer, like in 1 minute or less? I never played Hex Hex. I don't know what it is. I know you through, I think of you as Cutthroat Caverns. That was my first introduction. And so maybe for our listeners out there, what's the original Hex Hex? And then was it an expansion that was Hex Hex Next?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have set that up.
That's okay. That's what we're here for.
Yep. The first thing is that Hex Hex is essentially, when you boil it right down, it's a mean-spirited hot potato game.
And it's a card-based game.
It is a card-based game, and it's got these hexagonal tokens that are the hexes. At the beginning of any hand, you are passing that hex along by playing a card. Some of them are really simple. You're just moving it to the left, across the table, that sort of thing. But other hexes, other cards you play, will affect the hex. It'll multiply it. It will make it more lethal. So you can have like several different hexes moving around the table at the same time. Eventually, you're going to either run out of cards or run out of playable options. And when you can't move the hex away from you, it blows up in your face. You're hexed.
Oh, I see.
And it totally captures the theme, Kirk, because I played it for the first time. My first exposure to it was actually last night. Craig and I played, and we played Hex Hex XL. First of all, the game looks great. The components are wonderful. The thing really looks like a really wonderfully produced game. And when we started playing it, you instantly get into the theme, which is, basically you're basically a bunch of wizards sitting around, at poker night, but instead of playing poker, they're trying to zap each other with a hex and quickly deflecting it at their opponent, and the poor guy who isn't quick enough gets the hex in his face, and kind of loses points that round, kind of thing, right? So
exactly right.
And it quickly feels that way. All of a sudden, we're gesturing and we're going, "All right, back at you, pow!" Do the whole thing, and it's really fun, very, very fast, like very fast-paced game. Really, really fun little game.
It's a great game.
Yeah, it's a great filler game, or if if you just want to play like a hand or two, or because of the benefit of winning the game is you get to set a rule for the next game. So, for example, like I can make a rule that says, all right, touch the card to your chin before you play it, or, oh, you forgot? No, discard it and try again.
And it's got that feeling where you say it's a filler game, and it could easily play quickly, but because the components are so nice and it plays so quickly and it's so fun, it's very much like Hearts, where it's just one more hand. Oh, just one more hand. Just one more, and before you know it, it's been like 2 hours you're playing Hex Hex, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And because you're adding rules every time,
right, that
adds to the replay value as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is the rules edition in Hex Hex XL, or that's always been in the game?
No, that's always been in the game.
Okay.
And then that second product you were talking about was Hex Hex Next, and there it was a standalone game. You could play it, right out of the box, or you could add it to the core game, and it was just even more wacky things that would happen to that hex as you're passing it around.
Okay.
And
then so you were saying when I asked you, so Hex Hex XL takes deck 1 from the first game and deck 2, and you merge them together, but you made some new cards or something?
Well, then there are 2 whole new play variants, and I think these are really exciting. One adds a almost like a spoons mechanic.
Oh yes.
I remember that game.
Yep. We created these hexagonal wood rods that stay in the center of the table in a ring, and they're the hexon sticks. During play, just as a regular pass card, someone might now play a card called Grab, and they have to announce it out loud as they play it. And of course, everyone reaches for a stick as soon as it gets played. The trick is there's always one less stick than players, so someone's not getting one, and that's bad.
We actually had blood drawn last night.
I may or may not have injured my opponent. What you want to do is get your nail under his fingernail and twist slightly.
For legal purposes, Russ will not deny or
I cannot
confirm
divulge the exact
you will not
technique
admit or deny.
Right, but there may have been blood drawn at the table. Yes, that's an awesome element.
Yep, and then what happens is once everyone's grabbed a stick. And there are 2 different colors of them, a black and a tan. You draw a card, and it will tell you what happens if you don't have one, and potentially what good thing might happen if you're holding either a black or a tan that round. So it adds a nice kind of knee-jerk reaction element that really heightens the excitement around the table, I think.
Cool.
Really, it makes it much more interactive.
Well, what also is great about it is that, you're playing a card game, every once in a while, people just like to drift off and not pay attention. That and the other card where you have to raise your hands, the Hex card.
Hex
Hex card. Those 2 things keep you in the game. You know what I mean? You can't vary at all because you're constantly looking for trouble. It's really great.
Yep.
Keeps you on your toes.
Right.
And then the other wrinkle that we added was the Hex Hex Vexed variant. And just like the core game where you get to add a rule at the end of the game, and that's after a series of hands, we thought, well, wouldn't it be fun if, let's say you only want to play, a couple, like a single game, but you want lots of those rules to start happening. Well, now every hex that gets thrown is actually a hex that does something specific. So when it lands on people that round, they're going to play the next round under a Vex.
Oh, cool.
So
it is cool.
So things like, you can't laugh, and if you do, you're going to lose cards out of your hand.
Cool.
Nice. We didn't try that.
Like,
try that
if you don't pass to the right with your left hand and vice versa, you lose points.
Nice.
Crazy stuff like that only affect the people who actually got hexed last round. So people are watching to try to, try to catch them up and all that.
Nice.
So this sounds like it might work. Would this work at a party game? Like I've often said out here at Northampton, I don't really have I don't have Curt and my parents around. Apparently my parents are big gamers now. And would this work, Craig? Would this work, Curt?
Absolutely.
Would this work, Russ? You guys played it.
Oh yeah.
I think it definitely would.
This is a great bridge game between gamers and non-gamers. It's so simple.
I've used it as such several times with great success.
People don't get freaked out about grabbing the hex sticks.
No,
They're not intimidated.
Actually, when we started using them, we were using. Curt actually sent me his playtest version, and they were stones at that point before the production process turned them into sticks, and we played a couple times with John and Susan, Russ's brother and his wife. And then I was like, well, there's one other thing we could introduce if you guys like it. And they were like, no, this is already enough. It's okay. And I was like, well, let's just play one round with these stones. And we introduced the stones, and they wouldn't play without them after that.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And honestly, that's what I've been hearing. Again, you both from veteran players and from people who are just new to the game.
Yep.
The new variants seem to be now really part of the core game. And I even have a disclaimer which says, listen, don't play those two variants together. But because we know you will, just know that we're disclaiming it.
Yeah.
Right.
I love it.
I love it. Maybe more blood drawn.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Absolutely brutal. Now, speaking of the stones, can you talk a little bit about that production process? We know you had a little issue with Cutthroat Caverns before that went really, really big for you, with the colors and everything. Was there anything like that in producing Hex Hex? Or what happened with the stones, which were cool but very difficult to stack when you got that totem card, to these really cool rods now?
Well, honestly, it was a natural progression. I had first seen the stones and thought that they felt kind of suitably, mystical and magical.
Yeah.
And essentially, they looked like river rocks for those who didn't see them. But they were made out of recycled plastic, so they were light to ship, and they had a nice weight and feel. And I really liked them. Trying to find them and source them proved extremely difficult. And they were just. When I finally did find them, they were just really too expensive. It would have sent the cost of the game right through the roof.
Wow.
So I tried to find a whole bunch of other options, and in the end, I landed on creating these hexagonal wooden rods.
Yeah.
That the factory I was working with could make well within my budget, and they were just kind of a neat, they're just a neat item to hold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've never seen the stones. I've only seen the rods, and I couldn't imagine them any other way. I think they're perfect. The hex shape just matches perfectly and gives that mystical
really
feeling.
Does fit right into
the whole theme which really is awesome. Even the very simple stylized black and gold artwork on the cards and everything, really nice.
Yeah.
Well, and that was always the intent of the game. For those who haven't seen it, it was my very first game, and I wanted it to stand out. So one of the things that I did was I made the face of the cards completely black. So it didn't feel like a regular playing card.
No,
it doesn't.
And then I said, I was a big Magic fan at the time, as I know some of you guys are. And
don't use that plural.
So I said, well, it'd be great to have great, illustrations that, but of course I had no budget at all. Yeah,
right.
So I said, how can I really make this cool, fit with the theme, make it feel like you're actually doing something magical? And so I looked at the symbols from alchemy, and I ended up taking a lot of those and reimagining some of them for some of the cards that I had, adding pieces or, duplicating and flopping them, that kind of thing.
Yep.
And it created just a really elegant, stylish-looking card that felt arcane, and that's just what I wanted.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it looks great. We tweeted a picture of us playing last night, so if someone looks at our Twitter feed, they can see the awesome whole scene, and the game looks really mystical. It's very cool.
Mystical is exactly what I was looking for.
It's a magical mystery tour.
It is indeed. And how did the production process work for you this time? Was it smooth?
It was very smooth, yeah. I worked with Enbeli Pacific, who's a printer out in China, and they did a great job both on the prototyping, on getting me games in time for Gen Con, and all the games have just arrived at my warehouse as of yesterday, so they should be fully on shelves, I'd say, in a week and a half.
Great.
So I didn't realize it was out yet. It wasn't out yet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was going to be my next question.
That's awesome. So by the time people hear this, it'll be either on the shelves or very soon after.
Yeah.
Yes, very soon, yeah.
So,
and it's an awesome box with great components. What's the price point going to be, Curt?
I think it's on the shelf for $37.95.
Wow, that is an awesome price.
I believe that is what I found.
That is an
today.
awesome price for what you get. It's real nice.
It really is. I mean, with the wooden sticks.
You get components. You get plenty of great tokens. Those high gloss ones, like in Cutthroat, and
little glass bead. Yeah.
And again, that component quality you guys do, Curt, is great. I mean, everything you see, all your games are really high quality, and this is no exception.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you. And
Curt,
the other thing too.
Go ahead.
I was going to say the cost of the game is actually if you went out and bought the original Hex Hex and Hex Hex Next, it actually would have been more. It would have been $48 total, and now you actually get more in the box for less.
Yep.
So,
and it's been streamlined.
Right.
I have a quick question, if you know, on the Chinese distribution. It seems like at Gen Con, everybody is having their stuff, of course, shipped to China. Do you know if the China distribution or manufacturing centers, are they starting to specialize in just doing stuff for game companies? Or is this same distribution center, making a phone, making your game, and, I don't know, making something else?
It's a really good question, and I don't know the answer.
Okay, just wondered.
Yeah.
Not unlike the nature and origin of time.
Right.
Well, that's awesome, and good luck with Hex Hex, but I don't think you're going to need it, Hex Hex XL, because I think you've got another big hit on your hands.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's been great for us in the past, and it seems to be catching a lot of new excitement now, and I'm really excited to see it.
Oh, I can't tell you how much that the Hex and Sticks added to the play when we did it. In fact, I was teaching it last night. I didn't even bother to teach it without them. I just threw them right into
I didn't know
the
you.
deep end.
I didn't know you could play without them, and it didn't. It's not another level of difficulty. It's just something to watch out for. The other thing I think is great about them is it catches people when they're walking by and looking at it. Instead of, they're not just playing a card game, they're playing a card game with sticks, and there's little hexes in front of them, and and they're playing really quickly, and they're laughing at each other. What's going on? And everybody was really watching us and trying to figure out what we were doing.
I have to say that in the middle of a giant Magic tournament, everybody was watching us.
We were the cool card players.
We could tell you guys were having a blast.
We were the cool card players amongst all those Magic
people.
Absolutely.
And I think that may be partly why I'm actually on the map at all. As I mentioned, it was our first game, and when I created it, creating that visual moment and that emotional excitement was what I sought to make this game. That was the whole point of making it. So even things like the Hex Hex rule, where you throw your cards down and throw your hands up in the air, that was in the original game and continues to be, was all about creating that visual excitement. And so when we demo it at a con or wherever we play it, it always draws a crowd. And that's part of the game.
Absolutely. Mission accomplished on that.
Yeah.
And it definitely had that, it has that backstabbing feeling. And as I played it, I just thought, after playing so many games of Cutthroat Caverns and just getting it involved with Run for Your Life Candyman, I just thought this is a Smirk and Dagger game, And for me, it was the first time seeing it, but obviously it was the way you started your company. But it just really, you definitely have that feeling that when you play Smirk and Dagger, it's going to be laugh out loud moments. It's going to be, oh, you didn't do that to me moments, and it's just going to be you're going to be laughing and smiling the whole way through, and it just definitely captures that. So it's great.
It was
good
awesome.
fun.
Now, speaking of Cutthroat and backstabbing,
right?
The other big giant title that we've played over and over and love is Cutthroat Caverns. Now, Russ, are we all set?
Are we ready to? Do we need? Oh yes, I am firing up the Twitter.
We are firing up the Twitter
for an impromptu Twitter contest.
And so we have asked Curt to come up with a trivia question for our listeners, and we're going to tweet it right now. And then by the end of our chat with Curt, we're going to find a winner. And Curt, what are they? Actually, we're not going to tell them what they're winning right now. I came up with this, and I forgot all about my little details. Okay, right. So we're gonna tweet the question now, and then at the end, Curt, you can talk about what they'll be winning, and we'll actually award the person who won. So
Excellent.
Ready, Curt? Give us the question with no pressure at all. Go.
Okay, the question is this. If you know the Smirk and Dagger logo, there is a smirking caricature on our logo.
Yep.
Which we name Smirky.
Okay.
Smirky is a caricature of what or whom?
Smirky
Interesting.
is a
Caricature. You want it? You want that spelled? Is that what you're...
I'll spell it wrong. What
okay.
or whom? So here's the Twitter version of the contest. Contest, Smirk and Dagger logo. Smirky is a caricature of what or whom? Right?
That is
So
correct.
here we go.
Okay, ready? Send it out into the
Tweet is
ether.
going out, and we will continue our interview with you. And when we get an answer,
An answer.
or some answers, we will then we'll see what we get.
So okay.
I'm actually curious to see what comes up out of that.
Me too.
Me too.
All right.
I don't know the answer.
That sounds like one of the more difficult ones we've done for a Twitter.
It is
contest.
live, so here we go. So we'll see what happens. Okay, so let's talk about Cutthroat Caverns.
Okay, yes, Cutthroat. Now, when last we spoke, the Cutthroat Caverns expansions had finally all hit, and everything was starting to go well for you. How has that continued?
Extremely well. In fact, once again, we went out of stock well before I anticipated we would.
Oh.
So it was particularly a problem with the base game, which is currently on press and due to be back on shelves, I hope, within the month.
Oh, good. How long has it been out?
About 5 months, actually.
Oh, geez. Once
Yeah.
again, a victim of your own success.
Well, and I keep on printing more, but I keep on also printing conservatively.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to end up with a crazy warehouse, and I guess part of me is a little bit of a realist or a pessimist. But I keep on well undershooting the projected volume that I need. So hopefully this will do it.
Excellent.
Very cool.
So are they all out of print right now, or just the core set?
Core set is out right now, but everything else is low because this is one of those games where once people get a taste for it and they realize there's more to it, they end up coming back and they end up buying the rest of the set.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
Yeah.
This is my favorite game, yeah.
Yeah,
There's some
games where you say, maybe I don't really need the expansion. I like just what I have. I think, just it adds exponentially to itself.
Absolutely.
And people get a taste for it and they're like, yeah, you know what, whatever it is, put it on there because it really enhances the game.
Yeah, I think that's one of the key things that you've done is that every expansion adds such a cool new element that you really don't want to, again, kind of like the Hex and Sticks. You don't want to play the game without the expansions.
Right. Well, I know that it's kind of like dice for me because I don't really need more than 30, 8 dice. But and Cutthroat Caverns, you don't really need more than like 10 good monsters.
Yeah.
But I have a pile that I will never get through, but it's just awesome to have that many monsters to work through.
That's too true. Too true. Now, what is the talk?
Yes.
I feel like
that was kind of like my performance on the little quiz show before.
Yes, the rapid fire, right.
I feel like we're at the cantina now.
I know what's going on over
and
there.
I got a non-speaking role. Talk to us a little bit about the newest release that you've got coming out for Cutthroat Caverns.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is the long-awaited fresh meat expansion.
Excellent.
Yep, and this is one that we had on the books and in development even before Relics and Ruin and Tombs and Tomes. But I had placed it aside because I got so excited about the new event deck and the relics and the adventure book that I wanted to push those forward. But we have been, I don't know, if the game has gotten any criticism at all, it's the strongest one has been, I just want the characters to be unique and different from one another. And I built it with the characters being identical other than the art on purpose.
Right.
And actually stuck to my guns about it because to me it was really more about what I'm willing to do to other people, not, which character I'm playing at any given time.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
That said, here's what I wanted to avoid anyone saying, well, if I'm not the dwarf, I'm not playing, because that one is the powerful one, and I can win with that, but nothing else.
Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to avoid that.
Yeah.
But people have absolutely demanded and told me if they could change anything, it would be give me a character that's unique.
Okay.
So after much debate, I think we have figured out how to actually do this so that I'm just as happy as everyone else would be.
Oh, good.
And I think what we've devised is a character building system for the game.
Oh, cool. Now, is this sort of something you do on the side, or is it a pre-game game where you actually is a little game where you build your character before you play?
Well, it's not much a game, but it is. If you're familiar with booster drafts, and I know you are, it's going to be.
Where are your jokes now, Russ and Craig? Huh? You gonna bust on Curt?
No, he's obviously moved on and started his own company.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
He's already said he used to play Magic.
He used to play Magic.
Scathing remarks we got last night.
Dude, that game is so 1996.
Well,
okay.
happily I live in that year and will be.
There you go. Right.
But in any case, I think what we're planning to do is start each character with a base life point total, and it's probably going to be about 50 life points. And normally everyone comes in with 100.
Yeah.
So now you'll also have some build points, and you can spend those build points on more life or powerful abilities.
Oh, cool.
Oh, cool.
So if you want to go in, all Mac Daddied out with all kinds of crazy abilities, hoping you can get through with 50 life points, more power to you.
Oh, wow.
If you instead want to say, you know what, I don't need abilities, I'm just going to, have nothing but life, and then someone's going to do, varying levels of that. And all those abilities are going to be handed around the table as a draft-style draw based on initiative order.
Oh, cool.
So that's really cool. Now, let me ask you this. I don't want to spoil anything or anything, but so when you're getting your abilities, is there like a ability booklet, or is it you get a draw from a deck of possible abilities, or how does that work?
Oh, they're tweeting.
Oh,
Aliens.
The way we envision it right now, and I think we still have some room to tweak here and there, but right now we envision it as a deck of cards that you can add, one up to probably 3 cards onto your character, and so you'll select out of the total universe of those abilities 3 per person at the table.
Okay.
And that'll be the selection for this game. And you just hand them around and start drawing them.
Oh, I see.
Uh-huh.
Okay. That's cool. That sounds really interesting.
Yep. And of course, with that expansion, we're also going to be including more great encounters, more great events,
cool.
and relics.
That's awesome.
Can you give us any examples of those cool abilities? Maybe.
I think that I can.
Ooh, look at that.
So I know one, for example, is you can actually start the game with 2 relic cards in your possession, and they're heirlooms that you've come to the adventure with.
Yeah.
And another variation on that is instead of randomly drawing those, you can choose one out of the deck.
Oh, cool.
There are other things that mitigate damage. So I think one that we're looking at is you end up having kind of a toady by your side that has its own life point track. And as long as you manage your little familiar, you can manage your life total.
Oh,
but
cool.
if he dies, then you get a big impact.
Oh, nice.
I like that.
Kind of like a D&D familiar, when they die, you take damage. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Yeah. That's really creative stuff. That's awesome. It's going to make the game, it's going to add even more replayability to an infinitely replayable game, right? Because now your heroes are different every time, in addition to the adventure being different every time.
Oh, tweeting.
Yep. That is indeed the thought there.
Wow. Another must-buy expansion.
There you go. Now, what's the future for this expansion look like?
Oh, when is it going to release?
Yeah.
Here is my dream, is that it will be indeed ready for Gen Con, as I promised people.
Cool.
That said, there's a lot of work to do from between now and then. We are still playtesting it. I'm still trying to make sure that all the powers are balanced for cost.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine.
Certainly people are going to balance their own characters in one way, but I want to make sure all the costs make sense for the abilities that you're getting.
Gotcha. Yep.
Yeah, and unlike the one-use abilities that came in Deeper and Darker, these are going to be more enduring abilities.
Gotcha.
Very cool.
So, yeah, and there's things like the Unrelenting, where during an encounter in which you take lethal damage, you don't die, and you can continue fighting. If you score a kill this encounter, you gain 15 life points for each of the kills that you score.
Oh wow!
And if the encounter ends and you're still at 0 life points, well, then you're dead. So it's just you have the ability to score more life that keeps you alive.
So you're like a vampire.
I like that.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
That is awesome. Cool. Now, talk to us a little bit about the book we just got in the mail.
Well, the book is another one of our Cutthroat Caverns adventure modules. It's a double-sided module, just like we included in the Tombs and Tomes expansion, and this really adds another whole dimension to gameplay that overlays the mechanics of the game. So the way it works, it's much like one of those choose your own path style adventure books.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, there's an actual story. The narrative, really has decisions that you need to make that will affect the outcome of the adventure. There are often new winning and losing scenarios in it, so it might not be, just whoever has the highest prestige. There may be additional things. So, for example, in the Tombs and Tones adventure, there was the Lady of Mechtherium that you had to make sure escaped out of the caverns with her, and if she died, you all lost.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
Yep. So this has 2 all-new adventures in it, and it has also 2 exclusive encounter cards that come with the book. They feature a new encounter type, which is a boss-level encounter.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, what's kind of neat about the boss-level encounters is that if you encounter them in the regular game, just as encounter cards that you flip over, when they first flip over, and let's say you encounter the first one in round 3, it does something bad to the entire party.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well.
And then it disappears.
Oh.
It goes right to the bottom of the deck and forces you to encounter it as the last encounter.
Oh.
Ooh, nasty.
Oh.
And then you actually battle it and its full abilities. But first you get a little nasty taste, and then you know that it's waiting for you at the end.
Well, that's cool.
Like, what do you mean by it does something bad to the whole party? What kind of badness is going to ensue?
Well, let's see. With this big boss Gronk, his cleric friend injures everyone for 15 points before he goes away.
Oh, nice.
That is bad.
It's just nasty, honest to God,
That's okay. That's good. We should leave some mystery.
Right, a little mistake.
That's right.
No, it sounds
actually,
great.
I can't even talk about the Unholy Amalgam because, if people get this book, try as hard as you can not to read the Unholy Amalgam card because it does give away a little bit of the fun of the adventure story.
Right.
Because there's a big surprise ending that you don't want to get a little clue on yet.
Right.
Okay, that's good to know.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Now, how would gamers go about getting this book? And when is this going to hit the shelves, or is it going to hit the shelves, or is it going to be in an expansion?
I think that it is actually going to be a product. We had them available for Gen Con, and we only really printed enough for Gen Con right out of the gate.
Gotcha.
Yep. But I've talked with retailers and a couple of distributors, and it looks like it'll be actually a viable thing that retailers will want to stock.
Oh, cool.
So we're going to print a run and shrink wrap them with the cards in it. My guess is that's probably like a month and a half away before we get them on shelves.
Gotcha.
But definitely before the holidays hit.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, very nice.
Nice.
And what would the price point be for that?
That's one of the reasons why it's not printed yet, because
gotcha.
I'm trying to make
that makes
sure that it
sense.
comes in at a reasable amount.
Okay,
that makes
sense.
perfect sense.
But the ones I had at Gen Con, which obviously I could sell direct.
Yeah.
So I had them priced at 12.
Oh wow!
And I'm trying to keep it really,
Yep.
I'm trying to keep it reasonable.
Right.
So,
Right.
Absolutely. Well, it's a very actually a lot. I brought that to the game store last night too, and there are a lot of people drooling over that.
They're all asking about it. We're like, well, you have to watch Twitter tomorrow night.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because it's just a really neat way to play a different way to play Cutthroat Caverns that gives it a whole new.
That's
life.
a little more depth to it. It's good fun.
Yeah. Oh, there's another twit.
We got a lot of responses already.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, the other nice thing about the adventure modules is that it's not just 9 straight creatures that you deal with. There are things that happen in between those encounters. There are tricks and traps and riddles and things you have to figure out, as well as sometimes I take liberties with the creatures. So, for example, in one of the creatures, the Blood Mage that you discover in one of the adventure modules. And normally, Blood Mage will add a new encounter to the bottom of the encounter deck.
Yeah.
But when you encounter her in the book, she brings them into play right now.
Ooh.
And now you start dabbling these creatures in multiples.
Oh. Wow.
So it's one of those things I can take time to explain in the book.
Yeah.
But it just won't fit on a card.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's brutal.
Wow, that Twitter beep is very loud.
Sorry,
Isn't
but
it?
we're getting mad responses here from our Twitter crew. I will try to turn down the Twitter
tone down the
responsiveness.
twit, will
there
ya?
we go. We'll turn it down a bit. All right.
And so so we've got fresh meat hopefully coming in about a year. So I guess that would be the future of Cutthroat Caverns right now, huh?
Absolutely, it will be. Yeah, and the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to release some new adventures as downloads.
Oh, cool.
Just like little mini adventures. You start with 50 points, and there's a short story.
Yeah.
And we'll just offer those for free.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
I never. It's funny. I never felt that when I was playing the dwarf. I felt like the dwarf. It's funny when you say people complained that they were the same character. Boy, it didn't dawn on me in the slightest. But
is that right? That's funny. Yeah. I mean, because really, it's just the art and the little flavor text.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think some people do they can really kind of picture themselves in whatever role, and they definitely pick characters for the art because it really appeals to them. But yeah, it's something that people have definitely requested, and it
makes sense.
It remains one of the things that they always put as the one downfall of the game so far. So hopefully we can kind of fill that hole.
Now that you say it, I can see that, but I didn't see it on my own.
I think it's awesome, and I think also, Rafe, you've only played with the expansion that has defeats.
Right.
That's right. I've only gone as
play
far as
without
defeats.
defeats. There's even less differential, right?
Yeah. And I thought the feats did it fine.
Yeah, I thought the feats did a good job with that.
Yeah.
So.
I did too.
And honestly, I think that the relics themselves, when you encounter them in the deck, really, they're game changing abilities already.
Right.
So I was kind of satisfied with all that, but I think this is going to kind of scratch the itch, and I've got it to a point where I can feel good about it, and that was what was holding me back.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's how you can tell a great game designer, really.
Good stuff.
That's awesome. Now, the last time we talked,
I want to ask him. Can I ask him about the chalk?
Yes, you sure can.
Because my kids love this stuff.
Yep.
So, Curt, last time we spoke, you mentioned that you had designed the Crayola 3D chalk stuff. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
And my girls are huge fans. It we talked to you, and I'd never heard of this stuff, and all of a sudden it was everywhere, like Toys R Us and Walmart and Target, and it's every place. My girls love it. So, is that you got any other projects like that in the pipeline or anything going on like that?
Well, the answer is yes. Pretty much constantly, I'm thinking about various new ideas for toys and games. Both in my own line and things that I would consider, licensing out to big companies who can do it better than I can.
Right.
So yeah, I pitch things pretty regularly to Hasbro and Fundex and Buffalo Games, just a whole bunch. I've pitched to Mattel as well. So we've gotten pretty close on some of those products, but it just hasn't gotten past. Honestly, in some cases, down to we're going to do 5 games for this product line. Oh wait, no, we're only going to do 3. We're going to cut yours. That was one of the 5.
Oh man,
I see.
Yeah. So it's it's been very close in some cases, but just haven't hit it perfectly yet.
Yeah.
Well, good luck with that, because that was very exciting. I remember when I walked into local Walmart the first time and saw the chalk and those giant, huge end cap displays. I was like, hey, I know that guy.
Yeah, and they're all different flavors now too. There's like, I don't know, 30 or there's like, I don't know, it feels like 30 different varieties of the things now.
Is that doing well for you, Curt?
Well, it's doing extremely well. I know it's been a really strong product for Crayola, who didn't really expect it to be when it was first released. But it won Toy of the Year the year that it launched.
Oh wow!
Well, the outdoor Toy of the Year anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's been on the hot movers list for the 2-3 years it's been out.
Oh,
and
great.
they keep on expanding the line. This year they licensed it for the first time, so you saw Disney Fairies and was it Toy Story?
Yep.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah, my girls are huge Disney Fairies fans. That was immediate, had to buy for them thing.
Yeah.
No, that's great.
So,
that's great.
Yeah, and the product really works too. I mean, obviously it wouldn't sell, but it does create the 3D illusion. I don't know how you do that.
It's actually built into the lenses themselves, which, by the way, I cannot take credit for. But the guys who created them, really smart guys, and it doesn't work like regular 3D glasses. It's a whole new technology.
Oh wow!
That's very cool.
Yeah, you'll have to check it out, Craig.
I want to.
Get Reese on the.
Yeah, I'll get
the
Reese
chalk
on
that.
there.
Now, with that, Curt, have you been able to scale back? Are you still working your, quote, day job, end quote, and then your night job? Because when I last talked to you, I think you sleep 2 hours a night.
Well, in fact, I'm still at my day job right now.
Oh, geez.
Oh, there you go.
I'm tucked in my office right now.
Wow.
In fact, we got a big pitch tomorrow, so. I work as a creative guy at a marketing company. So I work on things like Dannon Yogurt and Jameson Irish Whiskey and a bunch of other brands.
Good
What
fun.
a breakfast.
Yeah.
Yogurt and whiskey. It's gonna be a good
Craig
day.
almost had Irish whiskey, but then he didn't.
Craig's had plenty of Irish whiskey, but he almost got more.
Right.
This is my gaming life is something that it's great. It's a great creative expression and an outlet for me. Right now, it's not something that I can live off of and put my kids through college with and all that kind of thing. It helps, and I've gotten to the point now where I'm definitely operating in the black,
Right.
and the business is continuing to grow, which is great. It's just not
Right.
the kind of thing where I can just retire tomorrow and
Well,
do
that's
games.
that's a very
based on your goals,
Right.
wanting to eat and support your family. and
not
all.
live in a camper and
Exactly. Yeah.
But I think that's an important and interesting lesson for listeners to learn. You see Smirk and Dagger stuff everywhere, and so there's no way to measure your company, Curt, but as a big success, and yet still just the way the market works, it's not that walking away money that all these gamers are like, ooh, I've got 3 cards with drawings on them that I did. I'm going to do a game and then I'm going to be a millionaire.
Right.
And it's just
Right.
reality. Sadly, it doesn't quite work that way.
Yeah, well, that's very true, and I've talked to a bunch of folks who have actually made the jump. Zev over at Z-Man Games, for example.
Yeah.
He tells the story that the reason that he's actually doing it full time is because at one point he no longer had his day job,
Yeah.
Right.
and there was nowhere for him to go immediately. And he said, "Well, let me dive in and see if I can make a go of it doing this." And he found the formula that worked for him, and he's doing great.
Yeah.
So
Necessity is the mother of gaming companies,
yeah,
right.
among other things.
There you go.
yeah. So there are people who are doing this full time, but just given where I live and what my family is going through right now, in terms of where they are and towards college and everything else,
Right.
it just doesn't make sense. XL.
Well, your son was very polite to us when we called your house, and he redirected us to your office. So good luck with him, because you've done a great job.
Right.
And now,
thank you.
Do you have 2 sons?
I do, and they're both fine young men.
I would believe nothing less. Okay,
I guess, as they say, don't quit your day job, right, Curt?
Yeah.
Well, it's the scenario that works for me, and
exactly.
and honestly, it's still a company that's all about the passion of making the game.
Yeah.
I'm not really making them because I want to make money at it per se. It'd be great if that happens, but I'm making them because I just love doing them.
Right. It's your
There you
passion.
go. And I think that really does come across in the games as well.
Very cool.
So it sounds to me like my obligatory anything cool coming up question falls right in a point in your company's growth spread where we just talked about everything you've got coming up.
You know what?
Yeah?
And yet there's something else.
Oh. And what would that be?
Well, here's a little scoop, and it's almost not worth talking about because I haven't officially figured out the entire design yet.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
But I am busy at work coming up with a women's roller derby game.
Oh,
We talk about like live action here, you know.
how can that go wrong?
Well, I mean, to me, I got inspired when I saw Whip It, the movie, with Drew Barrymore.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, hey, look, it's racing, it's combat, it's chicks.
Right.
This is going to be a seller.
Yeah.
That is a cool idea. That's a very cool
sure,
idea.
certainly.
Yeah, exactly.
So I can't even say too much about it yet because I'm still working through the details. But it will certainly have the crazy outfits on the different teams. They'll have themes. All the girls will have unique personalities and names with different little abilities. They'll be racing around a track, and as they do, they'll be smacking each other, trying to knock them down, and score points by passing the opponents.
Awesome.
I think that's to really end here on a high note. I have to say honestly, that's one of the things I enjoy so much about having gotten to know you and see your games is and maybe because you do have your day job, so you're able to really create what your mind comes up with. You know, I mean, you've come up with Candyman and shooting ladders, and I could just see you being like, you know what's fun? Rollerblades, combat, and chicks. Yeah, I'm going to make a game about that. Versus, oh, you know what's hot right now? Zombies. I'm going to make a zombie game. You know, which I'm sure you could do. So it's really cool to see what the heck you're going to come up with next, because it follows no pattern.
Now, Curt, in your vision, is this going to be like a miniature game, like a board game, or a card game?
Oh, I want minis.
Okay, well, I probably won't do minis per se, just because of the cost involved.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not Fantasy Flight.
Right.
However, that said, right now I'm working through it being a board game. There will be cards, and there may be a physical component to gameplay.
Nice. Ooh, like actually checking. See, I like this. Now you got to run around the table and knock someone over. Whip them around.
Coming from the guy that drew blood his first time.
That's right.
Hex,
I like
that
the physical contact in Smirk and Dagger games. More of that.
So, and it's interesting you mentioned, the zombies versus something bizarre that I just said. Ooh, that'd be cool. And honestly, that's it truly is one of the things that I like to do. It's one thing to go after something that's hot or a trend. You could even argue Cutthroat Caverns is something, how many dungeon games are there?
Right.
But every time I approach a game, I'm looking for the way to make it different than any other execution of that genre or game or, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for the standout stuff because I think that's what gets noticed, that's what gets people excited. And it gives them a whole new play experience they haven't had before.
Absolutely.
Well, all you got to do too, Curt, is make one of the roller derby teams zombies, one of them ninjas, and one of them pirates, and you're good to go. You got it all covered.
Covered all the bases.
Right.
Yeah. But see, that's just too easy.
That's right. It's got to be crazier than that.
There you go.
So we've got some.
Any aspiring miniature sculptors? Don't we know one? I can't think of his name right now.
It's not the
call up
sculpting,
Curt
dude.
and
It's
offer your miniatures for free.
Well, no. On the other hand, I'll be okay if somebody starts sewing them together and you get to rip their arms off.
Oh,
and
yeah.
see,
Rip
there
off
you
the little
go.
feet.
Yeah. I'll pay the extra.
So we've got lots of answers on the Twitter feed here. We probably should.
So we should probably say what the winner is going to get first of all.
Well, so what are we giving away?
What are we giving away, Curt?
Well, we are giving away a signed copy of the new adventure module with the 2 exclusive encounter cards in it.
Yeah, and you can't get it anywhere now, and you won't get it for at least another month and a half.
So right, so this is a pretty unique prize here.
It was awesome.
Very hard to get.
Thank you,
So,
Curt, for sending it.
Yeah, thank you for donating it. And let's see what our answers are here. Now, Curt, you are going to be our final judge, so I'll read them off here. We've got
And
about
what was the question?
dozen or so here, right? So, Curt, what was the question? One more time.
Smirky, the little smirking face in our logo, is a caricature of what or whom?
All right. So the first answer was an evil smiley playing card. Well, that was kind of weak, I think. Then we got the yellow smiley face dude.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's one answer saying that. The next one is an interesting answer: the Reservoir Dogs.
Interesting.
That's actually not a bad answer.
My
if you
website.
think. Yes. See?
On the website, it does have a picture that utilizes the smirky face in that way, but that is
not
quite right.
That's for the instigators, right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, see,
Now, the
somebody tried to cheat, and you failed.
Next responder who I can respect because he has the Stig as his avatar. Curt Covert, the owner, is one answer. So it's you. The next one, I'm not really sure where this comes from, but maybe it's correct. Bon Jovi.
You know, that's the one I was waiting to hear.
Oh, was it?
Oh, really?
Nice.
Now, it's not correct. But that Bon Jovi album cover looks very much like my logo and came out well after I launched my company.
Ooh. Smells like lawsuit.
Well, except, who's going to believe me?
Right. So, Stephen Lamson, you got a good answer there. No, but that's not necessarily the one he has. We'll keep going. The next one is just Cutthroat Caverns, which seems sort of, I don't know.
Hail Mary.
Should I be announcing whether someone has hit it?
You wait, and I'll go through the list. There's only a few more left here, and then Curt, you tell us which one you liked. Then we had another Smiley, another Curt Covert, another Curt Covert. His BGG username is also Smirky, and going to guess Curt Covert, and another Curt Covert, and another guess of Curt Covert. I got a Curt Covert guesses here. Mr. Yuck, another guess. Another Reservoir Dogs. So here's a new one: the Kool-Aid Man.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah.
And then another Curt Covert, and then another Bon Jovi. So that's all of them as of right now.
Okay, well,
So, Curt, did
we're
anybody
closing the contest line.
Right.
So you're closing contest line.
Yeah.
All the entrants have been heard of.
That's right.
Yep.
And the answer is, yes, that is a caricature that I've drawn of myself.
Oh, it is Curt Covert. Nice. So who was our first to say Curt Covert? Let's see. It was Greckle. Greckle is our big winner. So I'll
Good
get
on
Greckle.
you, Greckle.
So Greckle, please email us your address, and we'll send that out to you.
Now, do we not tell him right now?
I'm going to tell him right now.
Wait until, I was going to say, does he have to wait until the show comes out? Because that's kind of funny.
Our winner is Greckle.
Well, thank you very much, Curt, for playing along with that little game.
Not at all.
And for spending part of your obviously working evening with us.
My great pleasure. Always happy to talk with you guys, and again, a lot of congratulations on your show. It's always entertaining. It's always informative, and I know your listener group is just growing and growing. And I'm happy to be part of the show.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Curt. And we will keep track of you and talk to you again soon.
All right, guys.
All right.
Well, thanks so much.
Okay.
Thanks,
bye-bye, Curt.
Take care.
All right. Bye-bye now.
TheWarStore.com, bringing war to your door since 1999. The War Store offers the best prices on the net and features such products as Games Workshop, Privateer Press, Sable Designs, Flames of War, and many, many more. Order at TheWarStore.com, that's TheWarStore.com, or call 631-765-0047. That's 631-765-0047. TheWarStore.com.
I am Rafe Hollywood Granger, and this
is the Hollywood Minute. All right, welcome to another Hollywood Minute. This one is going to be very interesting, I think. But before we start, we need to do the shout-out for today, which I happen to find is very elegant. Way to go, Scormo. Here it is. Need a way to score your games on your iOS device? Try Scormo for 99 cents on the iTunes App Store. I got to check that out. All right, so for this Hollywood Minute, I'm going to wax another philosophical one. And also, I'm going to let you in on a little, behind the scenes again. You know how a lot of times you watch a movie or like on the Starship Enterprise, you never see anybody going to the bathroom or doing regular things? Well, this particular day, Father Nurgle seems to have thrown a plague upon my way. I don't know what happened. I was at a pool party yesterday, and last night I've suddenly got, the fever chills and feel like crud. So as I cast this Hollywood Minute, I just want you to know that here I sit in another hot New England day, and it's clammy, and I'm too lazy to get the fan. So with that, with everybody really excited to hear this Hollywood Minute, this is one of those that, if you can't tell already, you may just want to fast forward it. I don't know. Could be wrong. Could be my best one ever. But, I saw this quote on Google once that said, if some things were not meant to be skipped, life would not have created the fast forward button. I don't know. I just throw that out there. I could be totally wrong. But what's been on my mind and why I'm casting this, even though Papa Nurgle has visited me, is I've really been thinking for about a long time that I've wanted to podcast about this thing that I've been thinking about called the in-between space. And I've realized as I was thinking about this for the Hollywood Minute, it all started with me doing a yoga exercise involving the breath. Not the other thing with BR, but the breath. And it's the space that gets created. And then I realized, this space, this in-between space, exists in both the theoretical and the spiritual. I mean, we all know of a place between heaven and hell called purgatory. It's a place that's neither up nor down. I guess zero gravity might also be the in-between place that I'm talking about. I've been thinking about this place, this space, as the ultimate calm, the ultimate serenity, ultimate peace, or a meditative silence. So yogis can reach this in-between space, and, they're able to do that through their meditation. And a little trick that I use that's been pretty good is they talk about the breath. So a lot of times that's how they get us back into the present, which this will become relevant later on, by focusing on the breath. So here it is, an autonomous response, and then they want you to think about it because it doesn't take the mind to cause you to breathe. It happens automatically. And they talk about, if you can find this space in your mind, it's the space where you've done inhaling as far as you can go, and right before you start exhaling. That's the space that they and I are talking about. And I was having a debate with a friend of mine about a couple years ago, and I've always thought about this, a saying that's often used in motivational speeches. And that thing is, if you're not growing, you are dying. And I thought about that, and I thought, that's not always exactly true. I mean, what about the in-between space? What about if you're not growing and you're not dying? What if you're just hanging out somewhere in the middle, in stasis, like what the yogis are trying to teach us? I mean, the not growing, you're dying really falls into place with a pervasive modern American thinking, I think, which is get it done, hit it hard, hit it out of the park. You can sleep when you're dead. The early bird gets the worm. Time is money, etc. And I can remember thinking way back, I don't exactly agree with all of those sentiments. Sure, I've had my time believing in them and even trying them, but I never knew if I quite agreed. Maybe that's why I'm a gamer. Maybe that's why I find fun and, quote, wasting time in playing an Agricola farming game. Maybe other gamers feel the same way I do. I have no idea. The funny thing is I am a very driven guy. I work very studiously, but I also tend to let the world whiz on by me, and I don't take time to smell the roses, as they say. And I've been working on that. I've been thinking, what if I'm not a bird? And what if I don't want a worm? What if there is this third option at the top of the breath? What if you're not growing and you're not dying, you're just in the middle, in stasis? I even thought about it at a cellular level because I often look to science or the natural world to see how things occur there. And I was thinking, boy, I don't think there's a moment when my cells at a cellular level are either dying or growing. But you know what? Maybe there is. Maybe if I look at each cell, there's got to be a moment before it's either growing or dying. So I think it's because that moment is hard to capture, hard to think about, and is at least pervasive in the American social undercurrents that one hears out there with the sayings that I said up there, mother society. So just something I've been thinking about, finding that space during the breath. That's my word. Not the top, not the bottom. It just is during the breath. So that's it. That's what I've been thinking about. Hey, until next time, have a great week or two.
This is Total Fangirl. Regular Jane most days, total fangirl when the moment strikes. Han shot first. Starbuck is a guy. And Lestat, now there's a vampire. Hey everyone, this is Nicole, your Total Fangirl. You can follow me on Twitter at Nicole Wakelin or check out my blog, TotalFangirl.com, and you can even find me on Facebook. This week's shout out is to Kat, my beautiful fiance from Greg. Thank you for dealing with all my geeky ways. Also, Han Solo and Leia wedding toppers come to the dork side. Yeah, I think you should totally do it. I went to a wedding and they had that and it was awesome. Hey everyone, so I have a special guest with us here today. This is Natalie. Natalie, say hello.
Hello.
Natalie is a very cool geek mom that I've actually come to know through Twitter, and she's actually got some really cool stuff going on. She's not just a geek mom, as if that's not enough. She's also got this really cool she's a geekpreneur, I'd like to say. An entrepreneur, but she's a geek. So Natalie, I know we'll talk a bit about your business, but I also want to talk about you as a geek mom. What makes you a geek mom?
Well, I am a huge geek, and my daughters are insanely geeky. Like, my oldest is going to be 6 tomorrow, and when she was 3, she managed to pick the lock on the entertainment center and pull out the coveted all 6 Star Wars DVD set.
Uh-oh, did they survive?
She was like, Mom, I want to watch this. And I was like, yeah, no. I'm really proud, and that's great, but yeah, no, not for another couple of years. And she's like, well, why not? I said, well, because, a lot of the story is probably going to be too much for you, and there's like fighting and scary stuff. And she's like, well, if something happens that I don't understand, I'll ask you. And if it gets too scary, we can turn it off. So I was like, well, I can't argue with that.
I know. There's no comeback to that.
Right? So, and it was a total rainy Saturday morning, and we did not stop. We watched them back to back through the whole weekend.
And nothing scared her? She managed all 6?
She managed all 6. She's also a Han girl. She's
very good.
In love with Anakin and has not stopped watching them since.
Very cool. Now, I hear, was this the one who asked for the very cool birthday cake that you created a while back?
Yes, this is the one. Yeah, last year I had to make her a life-size Yoda cake for her birthday.
And if you could have seen this, really, I mean, I know Yoda's short, but he's still, he's tall for a cake. She made a whole cake, people, and it looked like Yoda.
It's like 2.013 feet, I think, is its exact measurement.
Where the heck did you find there's exact measurement? Well, I guess there'd have to be exact Yoda measurements. Wikipedia. I'm telling you, this could have been one of those things like that. What's the Food Network show? The challenge thing, where they're carrying on the plate, trying to move it from where it's completed, and then crash, it falls, but yours would have made it.
I was so scared too, because I had to get it from the top of the stove where I had assembled it to the table. And yeah, I watched like 2 episodes on YouTube of like Asa cakes, and in my head, I'm like, well, I took ceramics in college, and I can bake.
You can totally do that.
Yeah, I can totally make this. Yeah, it took a lot, and I was very proud of myself. He looks like he had maybe 1 too many hits from a hookah pipe, but I was still pretty impressed because you knew it was Yoda, and she was thrilled to death.
And that's really what counts, as long as she's happy and she thinks it looks like Yoda and she's a happy girl, then you did a perfect job.
Exactly. I could not eat a piece of it, though. I couldn't do it.
You couldn't cut into Yoda?
I couldn't.
Not even like his little cloak. I mean, I can understand not wanting to lop a piece of his head off, but not even like his cloak or something. No, or his little no.
I couldn't do it. Each one of the girls took an ear and an eye.
Kind of like eating a bunny rabbit. You break the ears off first and a chocolate rabbit.
Yep.
And you were telling me before we came on, your kids, what were you arguing with them about right before this? Because this is kind of funny. This goes to the geek crowd. What did they want to watch?
They wanted to watch Dawn of the Dead. I'm like, no, you can't. They're like, Mom, I'm like, because there's zombies in there. They're like, yeah, there's zombies in Scooby-Doo, Mom. I'm like, no, these are like flesh falling off the bone zombies. They eat people. There's blood. There's gore. There's scariness. They're like, so? I'm like, they eat a dog. Like, that is not right.
Did you actually talk them out of it, or did you just like invoke that parental, like, no, I have said no, you can't watch it?
Well, the dog comment deterred them. They're like, they really eat the dog? I'm like, oh, totally. And they're like, well, that's just not right. I'm like, and it's so sad. Can you imagine? A dog, somebody's dog. As soon as I knew that I had, like,
you went on that one.
I totally harped that thing. And I'm like, why don't we maybe just pick something else? And they were like, all right, fine, but we're gonna watch that one someday. I'm like, all right,
you're gonna have to be reminding them about that dog for the next 3 years. Remember the dog? There's a dog in that one, girl.
There's a dog.
Move on. Next movie.
It's like Old Yeller with zombies. You don't want
Old Yeller with zombies. Oh my God, I'm never gonna see that movie the same way now. That's what I'm gonna be thinking. Old Yeller with zombies. Now, you and your girls obviously have your geeky family, have a lot of fun. You have a crazy cool idea that you have come up with as a result of being the geek mob and having geek girls. You want to tell us about it?
I do. It's just the three of us, and we like to do all kinds of stuff, from science projects to art stuff. And like 2 years ago, I'm like, all right, they're old enough to like go and take classes other than just, making giant project messes in my house. Let's get out, meet some other little kids and little people and do some creative stuff. And so I started looking around, and there weren't a whole lot of even just regular art classes to take. And there's no science classes, and there just wasn't anything out there. And it started to get really frustrating. And so eventually it came to the point where I decided that maybe we needed to create a place that had classes for, art and science. And birthday parties are another thing. We're in Wisconsin, and come November, you can be frozen tundra till like March.
We're not a heck of a lot better in New Hampshire. The same thing happens.
So, it's like Chuck E. Slee's or maybe a bowling alley or a McDonald's Playland are like your only option parties. Or you can pay $400 for 8 girls to play dress up for an hour and get some cucumber sandwiches.
Yeah.
And it's just not fitting for my kids, and it's not fun, and it's super expensive. So I'm like, we could even do our own, like, build your own robot birthday parties.
That would be cool.
So. Right. So it started out as a classroom and kind of morphed into we could do these birthday parties, and then I'm pretty fond of coffee. So,
she is, people. She's always talking about her coffee.
I am. So I'm like, we should have coffee. And if we have coffee, we should have some, like, munchies and stuff. And, maybe we should just have, like, a game room, too, and people can come and game. And maybe we just need to put this all together into, like, one giant game room and classroom and cafe and just everything kind of geeky and nerdy and dorky in one. And I actually had somebody recently call it the first geek cultural community center.
I like that.
I know. I was like, that's great. Because, what I have in mind is like, it's huge on some level, but not really, because it's just adaptable, I think, is the best thing. Because instead of having, I'm actually going to use projectors for all the games.
Oh, very cool.
So there's giant wall space that they're going to be projected on. And then we can use one wall on a Sunday afternoon. I want to do like Sunday afternoon, like old school flicks with family, like, Short Circuit or Real Genius or even Goonies or even some even older. Like I got this AMC holiday box set that has Santa Claus Takes Down the Martian.
Oh, nice.
So where, the family can come in on a rainy Sunday and have some
hang out.
A movie.
Now, what are you now? The name of this place? Tell us the name, because the name is pretty cool. I love the name.
It is the Uberdork Cafe because my pseudonym, my handle, whatever you want to call it, is Uberdork Early. And it stemmed from an argument that I got with one of my best friends, and I've been called a geek my entire life, and nerd too, and I wear them proudly.
Yeah.
But he and I got an argument about being dorky, and I was like, I totally out-dork you. And he's like, well, I don't know. I'm like, I am beyond dorkier than you. And he's like, yeah, you're pretty uber dork. So
and it stuck.
It stuck. So on any given day, I'm a dork, I'm a nerd, I'm a dweeb, I'm a geek, I'm any of it. But yeah, uber dork just stuck. So
now, and the name, which I love, Uberdork Cafe. I think that's an awesome name. I would totally walk in if I was walking by, like, we have to go see what this is all about. Now, you've done some great stuff to raise funds for this cafe. Tell me about the one thing that recently fell through and why, because I think this is amazing, and I thought this was something that would be really interesting to people.
Well, we've done a Kickstarter project.
Yeah.
And so I had this huge backing, and after the Kickstarter ended to get the initial money, the next phase is doing some auctions, and we've had some really, really great people that have come forward with things for the auction. And I'm slowly announcing them on the site, but I will actually give you a really good one.
Yes.
Kind of a sneak preview.
Ooh.
But, one of the things that will be in the auction is a signed first issue of Spider-Man and Batgirl by Kevin Smith.
Wow.
Yeah, so
that's pretty darn cool.
Right? So, I mean, some really fun stuff. And we had the first auction is going to be on September 11th down in Florida, in Tampa.
Yeah.
And Carrie Smalls, who's known as Carrie So Very on Twitter, she is the celebrity auctioneer, and she actually plays football.
Okay.
She's absolutely gorgeous, and she's geeky, which you gotta love. So she's, like, normally you'd look at a woman like that and be like, oh, she's not one of us, but
right.
she is.
She is. Woohoo.
Well, and she's so sweet. So she's going to be the auctioneer, and then we're going to simultaneously, because I will actually be at Intervention Con in DC that weekend. So we're going to do a little something in DC with me actually there, and then the auction's going to be live online too for people that can't make it to either venue.
Very cool.
So yeah, it's great, and we've been doing all this hard work, and he had the person who's helping me organize it had all these sponsors lined up. Some of them rather huge.
Yeah.
And Tuesday nights we always meet and talk about what's going on, and just touch base and have like a little business meeting. And he's like, I had some really, really, really bad news. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, well, it's a little bump in the road. I'm like, oh my gosh, just tell me. So it turns out that he had 2 back-to-back of the biggest sponsors pull out.
And they pulled out why? Because this reason just boggles my mind.
Well, they pulled out because this is how the conversation went with the first one. And it pretty much repeated with the second one. They had been contacted initially, and when they were initially contacted, the Uberdork Cafe name was on, the initial contact. Right. And then from that point on, like most people, especially him who has a legal background, it just got shortened down to Cafe or UDC, and, and the negotiations continued. Well, it came down to having everything, time to have everything signed. He sent over the press kit. They opened the press kit, saw the logo, and went, dork. And they said, okay, well, here's the deal. We'll still do this, but only if she changes the name of the cafe. And he's like, what?
I just find this unbelievable. Go ahead. Just a floor.
Yeah, they're like, we don't like the name dork. And he was like, you, all right, look, you don't like the name dork? There's like, no, it has a negative connotation. We don't want to be attached to it. And he's like, so nerd or geek? And they're like, yeah, no, neither of those either. They're negative too. We don't want to be attached with that negativity. And he's like, but it's not a negative term. They're
right.
Like, well, it is. And so basically, yeah, they pulled They pulled out. They pulled their money because I refused to change the name.
Which amazes me because I don't think, like, I say I'm a geek all the time. I say I'm a dork. I say I'm a nerd, whatever. It made me think just, oh my gosh, the big corporations out there think, oh, we don't want to be associated with that because that's a negative thing, but they don't get to the right people. Totally a positive thing.
I think to all people, I don't think that there's anybody out there that is a dork, a nerd, a geek, whatever, that actually takes that negatively anymore.
No,
I think we're just like, yeah, that's what we are, and that we're cool with it, you know?
And it's surprising with how many things that, you know, the sort of geek-centric things that are coming out there that a company would have a chance to be associated with something that was so positive, like the cafe that has a name in there like dork, that they freak out. Like, oh no, we can't be associated with that's too new and scary for us. We can't handle that.
Well, and it kills me because especially one of them gets a huge amount of money from us techie people.
Yeah, I'm not going to say the name. We're not going to say the name of the company, but holy mackerel, this company! I can't believe the one that did it. I couldn't believe they did it. Of all the companies, I was like, no, you guys. So yeah, it was a company you would totally think will be right on board with it, and no, not so much.
You know, and the cafe, one of the major, I guess, missions and goals of the cafe is to every year offer 3 scholarships to inner city youth, and they have to be from the inner city. In this case, it's inner city Milwaukee.
Right.
And they have to either go on, and one is for video game design and development.
Yeah.
One is just any kind of science whatsoever, and then one is the Token Geek Girl Scholarship.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's the whole premise of this cafe is to build an environment where people like us and people like us with kids like us, or people that aren't like us but have kids like us and don't know what to do with them. My parents didn't know what to do with me. Can come here and hang out and just be themselves. I mean, we're starting to branch out in our social environments online.
Right.
And at cons. But this would be like an all year long con where you can go and, you know, and get that fix of hanging out with people that are like you and get you. And, you know, and again, you know, parents that have kids that are, you know, geeky and they just get it and don't know what to do with them will have a resource to help nurture that. And kids will have a place to go to meet other kids and to hang out that helps support them too.
It's just amazing. It shows, I guess it made me think of like the power of language, that such a positive idea that you have, something that really is going to do something for a lot of people, and it's going to be great for families, great for kids, going to be something really good for the community, and a company that just doesn't get it says, we're not going to help just because of the name. And it's like, but the name is half the point of the whole venture. That's what it's all about.
That's what I was thinking. And it's crazy because he actually knew all these crazy statistics that I don't know.
Yeah.
And it's in my press kit, and I should probably pull it up, but they're like literally like thousands of sites that have talked about the cafe, have, you know, blogged about it, have had, there's discussions. He's like, there's like a cookie site that's talking about it.
Oh my gosh.
You know, and it's not even about the Wookiee cookies that I'm selling on the site that they're talking about.
Oh, I have to interrupt. What are the Wookiee cookies? Tell people what the Wookiee cookies are, because it's the most amazing thing I've ever heard of. And you spelled Wookiee differently just to avoid any copyright.
I did. I put an extra O in Wookiee and it came up with the line so good they need the extra O. But really, I don't want to be sued by George Lucas. So that's why I stuck the extra O in there. But they're peanut butter and bacon.
And I've had these when I was at Gen Con. Okay, here's the deal. At Gen Con, they were supposed to come down with me for everybody to try, and they mostly didn't make it there because Russ, my husband, ate them for breakfast. He had the cookies for breakfast. Like, I walk in, I come back in, I'm like, what you eating? He's like, the cookies. I'm like, okay, well, I guess we won't be sharing those cookies then. They were really, really good, even for breakfast.
See, they've got peanut butter, they've got bacon, you're set.
Exactly. Breakfast food.
That's got to be a complete protein.
Absolutely. I'm sure it was really, really healthy for him. Helped his heart immensely.
But so all these people are talking about it, and, you know, and the bottom line was, and I put a blog post up on my personal blog.
Now, what is your blog so people can find it, Natalie?
It's lifeinmonkeyland.blogspot.com.
Okay, cool.
so long since I've actually used that rather than the Kickstarter page.
You had to think. I heard that.
I did. But I put my retort to the giant corporations, and pretty much, went old school from one of my favorite movies, and like ended it with "Damn the man, save the empire."
There we go.
Because it's just, you know what? You certainly don't owe me for $10,000, because that's a lot, but not enough to buy my soul.
Yeah, no kidding.
And my kids are so invested in this, they call business meetings. If I was to tell them somebody wanted to change the name of it, I'm fairly certain they would start cussing.
They probably would.
I'm not going to do it, and I'm fairly certain. And it would be I had so many people support me on this, not just the people that came forward with money and backed me in the Kickstarter project, but just spreading the word and talking about it and going, oh my gosh, when can we get one here?
Right.
Or, just the excitement, or the people that have, like, I've read so many blog posts where people are like, you know what, they call me an inspiration, which floors me. And they're like, I've got this dream to open this comic book shop or this game shop or this or that, and I'm going to go for this, and I'm going to do this now because I know it's possible, and I believe, and I believe in myself because, she taught me we can do this. So,
well, and I think that's part of one of the important things too, the cafe itself, but even that you would take this, it's not like you're this, people should know, it's not like, Natalie, you have these huge line of businesses in your background and you've opened things and done all this stuff. You're just a person. You're just a regular person like the rest of us who had a dream, and you're like, I'm going to make it happen, even in spite of having a big company be like, well, only if you do it our way. And you're like, no, I'm still going to make it happen, and I'm going to make it happen the way I want to. I think that's something for anybody who's thinking of doing something that's a little against the grain.
Well, and the whole point is that we as a community don't need the mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
We can support ourselves. We
Right.
get each other. We're good with that. It's not like we are shunning anyone or want to shut anybody out of our community, but at the same time, we can support each other and we can do all these really great things. And if you look at Geek Made, which I love, my friend Kylie, my friend Leslie got together. They're like, we do soap, I do soap. Let's not do the same soap. Let's team up. Oh,
Right.
we do geeky crafts, and these other people do geeky crafts. And so they just started pulling all these really great geeky people that hand make geeky things. And instead of being, against, or competing with on
Right.
things, we're all working together like a
Working
giant
together.
community.
Which is fantastic.
It is, and that's one of my favorite moments of Gen Con, when I was standing there at the Geek Make booth and Will Wheaton came up. And
Oh,
was like,
yes, that he came up to the booth, and I think you guys almost all passed out, but you held on to it.
Yeah. I seriously got all squealy. But but he sat there and I got so proud because I listened to him tell Leslie and Kylie how proud he was of them and of Geek Made, and just the sheer idea of the community coming together and supporting each other and and going on this venture. And he said it was such an original and pure and creative idea, and it was like, wow, other people get it, and it's so great. And that's kind of an extension of like the cafe. Like,
Right.
I actually I'm working on the technology to have a Geek Made kiosk there.
Oh, very cool.
So people can actually buy Geek Made stuff, like right at the cafe. If I don't have it in stock, they can just go to the kiosk and order it.
Very nice.
And then another kiosk that I'm working on too is just all web comics.
Oh my
Just-
gosh, people would go crazy.
Right, so they can just sit there and look at webcomic after webcomic because there's so many great ones out there. And, I know I've shared my like RSS feeds for, with people and said, oh, Reality Amok is great, read this, or this is great, read this. And, but I thought it'd be really cool, especially if there's people that are, newer and like even like younger kids, they might be into the game thing, but they didn't,
Right.
not really into webcomics, so they're not into this. And so it's just a new genre for them to be able to, to open up to and to get exposed
to investigate. Then, Ellie, if people want to check out more about the auctions, the cool auctions, and get their hands on that signed comic book and see some of the other stuff that you have been doing, where do they go online to find out more about Uberdork Cafe?
www.uberdorkcafe.com.
That's an easy one. Well, Natalie,
Yep.
thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me. It's exciting. I can't wait to see what happens. I can't wait to hear the grand opening. Woohoo!
Yeah, and I'm going to have a giant sign up front with that corporate person.
We hate corporate person. We won't say yet.
I'll be sticking my tongue out and I'm going, I did it without you.
Neener. Okay, thanks, Natalie. Take care.
Need to add a big unit to your current force and don't feel like painting that many grunts? Or maybe you want to start a new army and really don't have time to paint it up. That's where paintedfigs.com can help. For over 4 years, their staff with over 20 years of experience in the industry have been providing gamers with high-quality, affordable paint jobs on miniatures for their most popular games, including Flames of War, Warhammer 40,000, Fantasy, War Machine, Hordes, and even a variety of board game pieces. Their full-service packages include the cost of the models themselves at wholesale prices, assembling, painting, and basing. And they now offer a super affordable dipping service starting as low as 99 cents per figure. Because they are able to get the models wholesale, you end up with a package appearing on your doorstep full of ready-to-play models at only a fraction over the retail price. That's why PaintedFigs.com is the official painting service of the D6 generation. Their name says what they do. PaintedFigs.com. High-quality miniature painting at the lowest rates on Earth. Even with shipping. Be sure to let them know the D6 generation sent you.
Hi, and welcome to episode 1 of Nutshell with me, Ian. I plan on this being an irregular section which focuses a spotlight on some of the games, miniature lines, companies, or other areas of the hobby that don't usually get the attention. This section is not going to be a review, but it is designed to talk to those gamers who are looking for something a little bit different, but don't really know what's out there beyond the regular and the more mainstream games. But this will be limited only to tabletop miniature wargames, and something appearing in Nutshell doesn't necessarily mean that the guys over at the D6 generation won't cover it themselves in far more detail a bit later on. I'm a fairly typical UK wargamer, getting started with first editions of 40k, Adeptus Titanicus and Epic, or Space Marine as it was called then, and Space Hulk, but I moved away from Games Workshop's core lines quickly, and this left me looking at their specialist lines and a variety of games from other companies. Until today, when I run the Tactical Command forums, I've had a hand in a variety of fan-based support projects and developments, and I write extensively both rules and background for Dark Realm miniatures. I'm not setting myself up as any kind of an expert here, I'm just someone who enjoys buying and reading wargames rules. So with that out of the way, I wanted to tackle my first focus, and that's 5150 from 2 Hour Wargames. This is probably one of the most mainstream games that I'm going to look at through this series. 5150 is a 28mm science fiction rule set. However, 2 Hour Wargames produce a variety of games, all using the same underlying rules engine, so most of the things that I'm about to say also apply to the other games in the range, from FNG in Vietnam all the way through to all things zombie. This works because the game is essentially heavily reliant on tables, so changing these while keeping the basic rules engine unchanged allows 2 Hour Wargames to tailor a game to a specific setting while keeping it in line with other rule sets. The game is designed for a relatively small collection of figures on each side, a couple of squads works best, but it does scale fairly well to larger games. There's no miniature range produced for these rules, but the core rules do include background, stats and rules for several ranges currently available from other companies, such as the Hydricians from Alpha Forge and the Scrunts from Ollie's Armies. There's also a subsection of rules to deal with types of creatures such as tunneling bugs and things like that. Each trooper on the table is defined mostly by one single stat, yep, just one, and that's called reputation. This gives a general idea of how effective the model is in the game, and it ranges from 7 as an elite all the way down to 1 as something like a child. In addition, each figure has a set of weapons and an armour type. The basic rules run across 11 pages, and they revolve around the use of 2 6-sided dice. At the start of the turn, each player rolls 1 dice. If a double is rolled, no combat happens, but both players can perform non-combat action, such as reloading or picking things up. Otherwise, the higher dice roll determines which player can activate first that turn, and they activate all models on his force, but each player can only activate models with a reputation equal to or higher than the dice rolls, and they're activated in reputation order. Each squad or group is activated in turn, and each model can either move and fire, and it can fire at any point along its move, or it can remain stationary and fire, or it can charge into close combat. To shoot, each weapon has a target value, giving the number of dice to be rolled, and the firer's reputation is added to each dice. An 8 is the minimum result needed to hit an infantry model, and the table includes modifier built in. So an 8 will hit a trooper standing in the open, but it won't hit a trooper in cover. For each hit, a roll is made on a second table, and generally a 2 or more means a kill. To strike in close combat, each model rolls 2d6 and compares it to their modified reputation score. Most tests in 5150 and in most 2-hour wargames rule sets revolve around rolling 2d6 and attempting to roll under a reputation score or another target number. It's unusual in that this is the number of successes that is important here, and not necessarily by how much each roll is passed. In general, passing on both dice is a success, passing on one dice is a partial success, and no passing dice rolls means a failure. The advanced rules deal with vehicles, which treat a tank as a group of individuals activating together, and encounters or scenarios. There is also a section which slightly changes the game for your heroes, and into more of a role-play format, adding specialist attributes such as agile or staggering drunk, followed by a sample battle report and the section on the various miniature ranges catered for, and some backgrounds on the races involved. The rules do use a lot of tables, and this may put some people off, but the tables and some of the more random areas of the rules also mean that the set can be good for solo play. The 5150 range consists of the core rules, there are 2 scenario books, and there's a source book of alien races. In addition, there's a very active and helpful Yahoo group for information about the new releases, and this is where questions can be answered by the authors and some very dedicated players. So there's obviously a lot more to this game, but that is 5150 in a nutshell. I hope this was useful to at least some of you out there, and until next time, good hunting.
Greetings from Myriad Games, your friendly professional game store. We offer a wide variety of family fun for everyone. With our Anytime Open Play program, you can try out hundreds of different games from our massive game library right here in store. And coming this year, our new Game Share program, which works a lot like Netflix, but for all your favorite unplugged games. Our MVPs will have an opportunity to participate in an alpha test of Game Share. So if you're interested in trying it out, sign up today. We've expanded our MVP program, offering steel, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and titanium MVP memberships. MVPs receive a wide variety of benefits, including bonus Myriad money, access to our new achievements program, complimentary open play passes, free shipping, and much more. The higher your level, the more bonuses you'll receive. For more details, visit myriadgames.com/MVP. Thanks for shopping Myriad Games, your friendly professional game store.
And hello again! Now we're going to do our back-to-back Fast and Furious review of two mini reviews of 2 great card games that just recently came out or are about to come out.
Magic the Gathering and Warhammer Invasion.
Already did Warhammer Invasion and not going to do Magic the Gathering.
Oh, okay.
There you go. So first, we're going to actually do Hex Hex XL, which you've already heard Curt Covert,
which stands for extra large.
Extra large.
Does it stand for extra large?
Does. So I think everything needs to have an X in it.
It should be.
Okay, so this is all going to sound very familiar to you because it's actually a very, very quick, very basic, simple game, elegant in its simplicity, which listeners will know it gets big points from me. And
it's not a new game. It's just a reboot of a game he previously published with the previous expansions thrown in plus some newness also added in.
Exactly.
In a great-looking box and some awesome shininess
absolutely.
and bling.
So, quick overview. This is how I sold it last night, and I think it's the best way to do it. I want you to think Harry Dresden's type style wizards hanging out and zapping each other in a card game a la Hot Potato.
Right, this is what the White Council will do when they're killing time.
Exactly.
They're sitting around in a circle,
like little mischievous hexes shooting across the poker table. Okay.
Yeah, I got some questions, but I'm going to wait.
Yep, please do. A hex is cast from one person in the circle to another. So you've got this little token, and it's going to just zip around. And your hand size starts small. It starts 5, and it's just going to keep getting smaller as you spend your cards trying to defend yourself. And as that happens, also the hex multiplies and gets stronger until eventually it lands in front of somebody who can't defend it, and bam!
Goes off.
It goes off. It costs you voice or reputation, basically
just
your
your
points.
scorecard,
It's your
right.
scorecard.
Your victory points.
And you gain points if you're the guy who sent it to the guy who couldn't defend himself.
Right.
It plays with 3 to 6 players, and it plays great anywhere from 3 to 6.
And when it goes off, that's just the end of a round. So think of a very, very fast-playing card game where the scoreboard, kind of each person has their own mini cribbage board that's scoring between each round.
Exactly.
So that's all they're doing.
Absolutely. So you're watching like individual games, but each round is just part of the overall game.
Right.
A little history to get specific with what Curt was talking about. In 2003, the first game released, and it was the first game. I think it was the second game. I think his Chaos Poker was the first game.
Yes, I think you're right.
I think he said that
the first
at one
time.
point.
Yeah.
But it's his first game because Chaos Poker is actually geared towards poker players who are looking like, between real games to have a kind of a cool, wacky game.
Right.
So Hex Hex released in 2003, followed in 2005 by Hex Hex Next, which was a stand exactly like he said. You could play Hex Hex Next, or you could mix it all together, and it just basically added wackier cards and weirder stuff that could happen. Hex Hex XL is to be released actually next week or the week after, so you're talking early September now.
Right.
2010, and it's going to retail at $37.99.
That is a bargain. And you think about this, we're saying it's a card game, and it is a card game, but it
comes in a box the size of the Battles of Westeros.
Yeah, about a Dominion-sized box with the box control plastic in there, right? And the cards are in there. You got, and Craig will go into the details, but there's sticks in there. There's all kinds of stuff. So don't think of it as like a $37 card game. No. Think of it as a $37 really fun multiplayer,
absolutely
full gaming experience.
Yep. In fact, it contains everything, the whole Hex Hex experience. So you're not going to need to get Hex Hex or Hex Hex Next. In fact, this supersedes all of those now.
That's good to know. I meant to ask that, and I forgot.
This is the only Hex Hex you'll ever need.
Exactly.
Until there's an expansion, which
I don't even know if they can. I don't know what
maybe
you
not.
would
It's
do.
pretty full.
It's.
But it's Curt. He can think of anything. He'll come up with something.
He absolutely can. It'll take okay. So, I already talked about the development. So, what comes with the game? How do you set it up? It's very quick to set up. It comes with 150 Hex Hex cards, which we'll talk about in a little bit.
Shiny.
The voice tracking cards, which is how you track your score with little glass beads, just like Cutthroat Caverns.
Yep.
The Hexen Sticks and Hexen cards, which I'll get into in a little bit. They're optional, but I do not know why you would play this game without them.
You gotta play with the sticks. They're awesome.
And then it comes with a whole bunch of tokens, the Hex tokens, and then a bunch of condition tokens that track like which Hex has rot on it, which Hex is doubled,
which is important because the Hexes change as it goes, and without that, it would be very hard to follow.
It'd be hard to track.
So those little components are actually useful and nice.
And they multiply.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And then the classic Smirk and Dagger, really shiny, glossy, nice quality components. These aren't like some afterthought thrown in with a card game. These are high-end board game quality stuff.
Yep. And
he says he's not Fantasy Flight, but
he's close to it as far as his cards games go.
Yeah, he really is.
Okay. The sticks go in the center, and you get the number of players minus 1 sticks, and they're probably about 4 or 5 inches long.
Right.
They're about the width of a quarter. They're hexagonal shaped to continue with the theme.
Yep, right.
Mm-hmm.
And they just kind of get put in the center. The sticks cards get sent to one side. Again, more on that later. And then the major deck goes in a central location where people can discard and then get a card if they need to.
Right.
Each player then receives 5 cards at the start of each round. You have to discard at the end of each round. Unless you've got a special card that allows you to. The first player is determined however you want. They get a token for tracking who they are because of the end of the game. That depends on, basically the game's going to last the number of players plus 1.
Right.
So you need to know who started, you need to remember who started the game so you know when the last round is occurring. And then whoever's the first player casts the hex, the little hex token, at anybody in the circle that they want, and the game is off.
So already, there's definitely a little bit of screw your neighbor and try to get political because
very political.
Basically, I can throw this hex at anybody, and it's a hot potato. You don't want the hex.
Yeah.
So right off the bat, I'm going to make an enemy by throwing it at somebody.
Exactly. And it's always brutal to watch the social interplay of who sends the hex in what direction.
Because you can argue once you get the hex, where you send it may be dependent on your hand, but the first throw, that's anybody. So
now, and this is the hex that's a plastic, or is this carved wood
No, it's
too?
all no. It's
just a little token,
cardboard
token.
It's a
cardboard token.
No, yeah, it's a board game level cardboard token.
Yeah, the only wood is the 4
5
rods,
4
or 5 rods,
depending on who's playing.
Okay.
pulling your player count.
Yeah. Okay. So very quickly to make the rest of this make sense, defining our terms. If the hex is landing in front of you, you're called the intended, because there's certain cards that you can only use when you're the intended, when you're the target. Hexed means you're the intended and you have no defense, so it's going to go off, because there's cards that you can
You've been hexed.
only go off when you've been hexed. And like we described, a round equals 1 hand of play. Everybody gets their 5 cards. You play until all the hexes have gone off.
Right.
And then it's the end of the game. You discard all remaining cards at the end of each round. And then a game is number of rounds equal to number of players plus 1. So you're going along, and everybody gets the chance to choose who's going to get hexed once. And then the last round is kind of like a catch-up round for the person who's in the back. And the last person, the lowest voice person, gets to choose who gets hexed at the last round.
It sounds more complicated than it is, because really all that happens is, right, everybody gets a hand of cards, the hex gets thrown out there, and then who's ever got the hex in front of them immediately plays a card, which moves the hex in some direction, very simply based on the card they play.
Yeah.
It goes to the next person. They play a card, which tries to move the hex away, and it goes around until someone can't move the hex anymore. It blows up in that person's face. They take some negative points. Whoever hexed them gets positive points. You reshuffle your cards, another round to play. That's
Exactly.
it.
And that's
really all there's to it.
Hit points or something, and then when you're
Everybody starts at 5, but the cards go down to like negative 15.
It's not an elimination game. To go with theme, remember, it's just wizards playing around having fun. So you're not killing anybody. All you're doing is you've got a victory point tracker for how many times you've been the victim of the hex.
Yeah, exactly.
And you get
It's
bonus
basically-
points if you're the cause of the person getting hexed.
You're basically tracking your reputation in this little circle for that evening.
So imagine wizards sitting around with a cribbage board going, I got you, Craig. I score 3.
Yeah.
You lose 2.
My cantrip just turned your hair
And now
pink.
your left ear is very large, and that kind of thing. It's
theme does Curt put in there? You're a bunch of wizards sitting
No.
around a table, or are you
No.
Russ saying that's what the theme is?
No, that it does say that you're throwing hexes around.
And
but,
you're wizards.
Yeah, it's basically.
And you heard in the interview, he said he wanted to be mystical, like wizards are casting spells. So
exactly.
it's that theme.
It reminds me a little bit about that. I can't remember what that movie was called, but it's got those teenage girls who are all witches.
Oh yeah,
Remember that?
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
they're
I
kind of
remember
like throwing little spiteful spells at each other.
that. Oh yeah.
It's kind
Or
of
Harry
like,
Potter when they're
or
going
Harry
little,
Potter is
like,
the same thing. Yeah.
Can hex each
Yeah.
other.
No excruciatus curses in the deck.
Right.
Okay.
So what kind of card? So basically, that's the whole game. But
that's the whole game.
Part of the fun is the cards you're going to play.
Exactly. It revolves around all these different hex cards. First, you've got your basic deflections, which Russ described. Turn aside left or turn aside right makes the hex go from you to the person on your
so
left.
if the hex
to
gets in
person
front of
on your
me
right.
and I play a right card, it moves to my right. Now, if Jeremy's on my right, he gets the hex.
Exactly.
Now
What
he's
was that part where I saw you guys putting your hands up and looking like moose?
Oh, we'll get there.
well, there's more cards for
We'll
that.
get there.
Oh, you'll get there.
Yeah. There's deflect across, which is particularly interesting when you're playing with
Odd players.
an odd number of players, because there's nobody exactly directly across from you in odd players, so you get to choose one of the two people directly across from you.
Which again sets up more politics, because now it's do I hex
exactly
Tim or Pete? And do I have to
there's
set
lots
them?
of stuff that you get to choose.
Right.
Then there's one card that seems simple but is actually much more complicated, which is duck, which is if somebody sends the hex at you, you play the duck card, and it continues going in whatever direction it was going when it was going to hit you. But it counts as still be like if Russ, Rafe, and I are all sitting around, and Russ sends it at me, and I duck, and it hits Rafe, it counts as Russ hitting Rafe.
Right.
So my duck means I'm eliminated from that
You didn't
whole
pass, right.
I just went.
And you
Woo!
want to be the guy that does the hitting because you get bonus points for getting the
Exactly.
hit. So that's one kind. And
So
then
there's basic deflection. Go ahead.
But then when you get to deflect it, also being the wizard, you can also enhance the hex as it goes by, basically, right?
Yeah.
So the
that's cool.
The enhanced deflections are like boost, which means normally when the hex detonates, you lose 1 point, right? One voice they
Yeah.
call it, and your opponent gains 1 or 2.
One. Yeah.
But if you enhance the hex, so if it goes by me and I enhance it, and it might say I enhance it and pass it right or pass it across or whatever I do. And when I do that, we take an extra token out and put it on top of the hex to remind everybody now it causes double damage, right? Or initial point of damage.
Yeah.
And then it moves on. So you can kind of make the threat worse. Twain, I remember, splits the hex into 2.
Yeah.
So that's the reason the hex is cardboard and not a fancy piece of wood, because If I twain the hex, now we get another hex token out, and now there's 2 hexes on the table at a time, and I can send them both. Some of them, I think Twain sends one to my left and one to my right.
I think so.
And then those players must lock their cards at the same time to see where they split. And there's other cards, they could twain it again. And we had one where it's like 4 or 5 hexes flying around the table. It was crazy.
And the thing is, when you use twain, it duplicates it. So if you've got a boosted one coming at you and you twain it, they both are boosted.
Right.
Oh, that's cool. That sounds fun.
And they could both blow up at the same guy if you're not careful, too.
Yeah.
And then there's like rot, which makes it so that when the hex passes you, even if you do deflect it, it does do a point. You lose a point of voice. So there's some that damage you as to go by.
That's a point of voice?
That's what they call score. It's your voice.
Your score is your voice.
Yeah,
it's like your victory points.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just a term. And then there's, what did double and thrice do?
Double and thrice, I believe you lose 2, you gain 2 points and you lose.
Right, just affects how much it scores.
It affects score again, yeah.
So that's really interesting. But then there's some interesting other cards. So Craig, how do those work?
Well, there's counter hexes that you can use to actually screw with other people. That are like, it's not my turn, I'm not the intended, but I'm going to throw a card down, for instance, null.
Yep.
If I see Russ doing something particularly brutal, I can and it's not to me, it could be at me, it could be not at me, it could be winning in the game. I throw null down, and remember, you only start with 5 cards in your hand. I throw null down, his card gets nullified, and he has to play a new card if he can against the hex or it blows up.
That sounds fun.
So if he was about to like double it and send it at me, I could nullify it, but I could also do that he was doing it to Craig, be like, hey, let's go back, Craig, or whatever.
Dismiss, actually, just like you can, when I picture dismiss, you raise your wand and the hex is coming at you and it just goes poof and disappears. And you're like, ha-ha! Stun is a particularly...
So you just get your hand of cards, Craig, and then you don't get any more?
No, there's other cards
Some cards say, like, for example, deflect it and you get a card.
Draw fire allows you to throw it across the table and draw a card.
But there's no mechanics.
At some point, these hands of cards is a resource that you have to monitor.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
And the hand either will end because someone runs out of cards and the hex hits them and finally detonates and it's the last hex on the table and now the round's over, or they just don't have the right card to get rid of it. Because there are other hexes that are like, I don't think you have it here, but it's like forces it to go right all the time. What's it called?
Maddening Compulsion.
Maddening Compulsion. So when Maddening Compulsion gets played, it's put a special icon on the hex, and the hex must always be passed to the right. And if you don't have a card that moves it to the right, you can't play that card against the hex.
Yeah.
So there's ways to make it really, really difficult to get rid of the hex once you get it.
Right.
So it's a very interesting game, and it really, but you're right. The cards are a resource, and the only way to get more is if you have a card that gives you more.
And it's particularly brutal when you see when you're playing around and somebody exhausts their hand. I think this happened to Jeremy last night, and there's still like 3 hexes around. And nobody wants to take a chance, so they all just send him at Jeremy. Poor Jeremy is just like,
right.
So you're not once your hand is depleted and you don't have any cards left. You're not out. You're still in the game. You just have no defense
for that round, right?
So for that round, so then you can imagine like you're dazed and just like bam, 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 like 3 hexes in a row hit him in the forehead.
For card players out there, this is like in Hearts when you are suddenly realize you were going to shoot the moon, but now you can't, and now you're getting forced, all the hearts get forced on you, and you're stuck with them all. It's like that. You suddenly realize, I'm going to take all the points as hand. But it's only one hand.
The game's not over until all the cards are exhausted.
Well, no, the game's not over until all the hexes are off the table. And then you play another round. That's not the end of the game. That's the end of the round. That's why I keep bringing up Hearts.
End of the round, I meant.
Because it may be a bad scoring round for you, but that's not the game. That's just one round. So you have another round.
And there's one card I had right off the bat, which is Binding, which is awesome. You get to keep your cards instead of discarding them at the end of each round, which is awesome until somebody who shall remain nameless hits you with a curse that costs you a number of voice equal to the number of cards in your hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes.
Which I had 7. So I went from 5 to -2 and spent the rest of the game in the basement.
Yeah. And it's interesting too because there is so much of that backstabbing going on, and then you get these sort of vindictive things going on in the game. It's really fun.
So
we should say too that these cards are really cool looking. I think we mentioned in the interview, but
the artwork is
they're
beautiful.
like they're black on the face that faces you is black with like that really nice shiny penmanship. Is it gold or silver?
Yeah, it's gold.
Of scroll work. It's really, really nice. Definitely
really
gets you into the zone.
esoteric, magical looking designs.
Yep.
The stun card is awesome. You choose to stun a person, and basically you pull 2 cards at random out of their hand.
Right.
And they get them back as soon as they're done, but they have to deal with the hex without those 2 cards first. So it's like you've temporarily stunned them and then they get their cards back. Play only when hexed are cards that sometimes they're good, but usually they're not good. Spite is one where you lose voice as normal. Russ actually used this to Who'd you crush? Pete. You crushed Pete.
Yes.
You lose voice as normal. Then you can sacrifice as much voice as you want and cost any other target player double the cost that you. So you can say like, well, let's see, you're ahead of me by 2, so I'm going to lose 2, and you lose 4, so now I'm ahead of you by 2.
Right.
So does that make sense, Rafe?
Yeah. I followed it.
It's really, but it's simple, and again, it's all in the cards. There's not a lot to learn, which is
all
the
on
next
the
thing.
cards.
There's
right?
not a lot of
That's one of
text.
Russ's keys right there.
Yeah, exactly. What the heck's up with that is a card where all the other players lose voice and you gain as many voices they lost.
Right.
Curse is a bad one that you get a lot, and that's you suffer loss of 2 additional voice. Play when dealt or standing effect cards were huge last night when we were playing.
And those are ones that just as soon as you get them, you must play them, and they have a permanent effect on the table.
Exactly. Marked man, you get to draw 3 cards and then you're done. Deception is awesome because if you get the deception card, you play every card for that round face down, and you just tell everybody what it is.
This is awesome. I like this one.
And so either they trust you and they're like, oh, okay, or they call your bluff. And if they call your bluff and they're wrong, they lose voice. If they call your bluff and you were bluffing, then you lose voice. So
nice. I like stuff like that.
Again, it's all very simple. It's right there on the card.
And those are some things that break the game up, like that one. And then some of the ones like the Hex Hex card and the grab sticks card. So let's talk about the grabbing sticks. That makes the game to the whole new level.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I want to hear about these sticks.
Well, the Hex and Sticks cards are awesome because most of those will either say rearrange the sticks. So you have to actually like pile them in a different way, or take one stick, and if anybody plays a grab card this round, you automatically count as having a stick. Or there's the grab card.
Right.
And a grab card is you have to put it down and say grab, and then you grab a stick. And it's musical chairs. There's not enough for everybody. So if you have one of the black sticks, you're called an ebon.
It's suddenly a dexterity game. So everybody grabs a stick, and whoever misses a stick is the guy with none. Right.
He's the knot.
So there's a card that's going to describe who gets what based on what they grab.
Then you go to the hex and sticks cards, and they tell you what effect that grab had. And it might say not lose 2. If you were the guy that didn't get a stick, you lose 2 voice. If you had the white card, if you had one of the white sticks, gain a card. Stuff like that.
Right. So there's advantages. So you're getting so that's really interesting.
Is it random, or are you always trying to grab the black stick?
No, it's totally random. Totally random to the point where sometimes it's good to be the guy that didn't get a stick.
Right. You don't always know.
Really, you never know what's going to happen.
But most of the time you want the stick.
Yeah.
And it does make it a game where you got to pay attention all of a sudden, because first of all, the game is fast paced anyway. There's not a lot of thinking to deflect the hex. It's really just go.
I mean, think about it. You've only generally got about 5 cards or less. And you know, like when it's coming at you, you're going to have to, oh crap, or it's a maddening compulsion. I have to send it to the right or to the left.
But if you're not paying attention and someone throws down grab, and you're too slow, you're going to be out on the stick. And every time we saw it, knot was bad.
Yeah,
so most of the knots are bad.
That makes sense.
But then it was random whether it was white or black was better to have.
And then speaking of paying attention, the last card, the card that gives the game its name, is the Hex Hex card, which basically is a wizard deciding, you know what, game's over, I want to stop it right now. And at any time you can play this, even when you're not the intended. You just sort of put it down, put your cards down, and put your hands up.
Right.
You don't say anything. The last person to put their cards down, put their hands up, gets cursed.
Right.
Huh.
So it's kind of like the
round ends.
The round ends.
Right. So it's kind of like
wait, you need a card to trigger that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Hex Hex card.
There's 150 cards in the game and only one Hex Hex.
We saw it once, and I played it last night.
Yeah.
And it was cool because Craig was like, so by the way, in case anybody sees the Hex Hex card, here's how it works. And I'm looking at it going, who fun. And so I put it down, I put my hands up, and everybody grabbed a stick. It was hilarious. I had my hands up sitting there, and everybody's grabbing sticks, and I was like, wait a minute. and then
we all got our hands up, and then Tim was like, what? And
he's holding the stick.
Tim's holding the stick, and he's like, no way! And then he swore a lot. But
it was funny.
So what happens when you're cursed?
You get 3. You lose 3 voice.
You lose a lot of points. Yeah. So it's bad to be cursed.
You don't want to. I mean, I'm just. It's not really a technical term in the game. Basically, you lose 3 voice.
Right.
And the round ends, and that's the game. That's the whole game. That's everything there is to it. Okay. Each player gets to opening hex once, and then the last one. If you're losing, you get to cast the hex kind of like as a, kind of as a parting shot.
So what happened if Russ throws the Hex Hex card down?
Yep.
And Tim is last, and Rafe has a hex, Jeremy has a hex.
Doesn't matter. All the hexes get dispelled.
Yeah.
It just ends the round.
That card is a special text on, explains all that.
Yeah.
So boom.
That's the only card that's got a lot of text on.
So one of the things about the game is it is random. Like there's cards in there that it's like everybody pass their hand of cards to the right, or pass their hands of cards left, or pass it across. And so that part of the game, you can't take the game too seriously because no matter how much hand management
like
you do, that
Smirk
can come
and
up.
Dagger games.
Right. So you got to look at it as it's really relaxed and fun and fast and sort of screw your neighbor but like Cutthroat Caverns, you can't take it too seriously.
Yeah, exactly. And then what Curt was talking about in the interview, where you get to make up a law. If you play multiple games of Hex Hex in a night, technically what the rules state is if you win a game, not a round, but a whole game, you get to make up a law that stands for the rest of the night. And that could be anyone who points a finger loses a voice. These are some of the examples. You do not have to stick with the examples in the rule book.
You can do whatever you want.
You can do whatever you want. Remove any one card from the game permanently. Anywhere the word left appears, it actually means right and vice versa.
I do things like whenever one person drinks, everybody has to drink, and the last guy, loses his voice or whatever. Okay. All kinds of crazy rules. It'd be fun.
Yeah,
it'd be a great party evening game with friends. It's really that kind of game. It's really that kind of game.
It does actually play in about a half hour to 45 minutes.
Fast.
It's not one of those games where it says that and then it goes for an hour or two.
No, it's fast.
It's really fast. Multiple games are usually the rule. When you've decided to play it, just like Russ was saying in the interview, it's going to be like, oh, let's just play one more time.
Right.
It's not like you just spent 2 hours and let's do it again. It's like a half hour went by.
Right.
Or you could have 3 or 4 of your rounds go really quickly. Somebody could have the Hex card, so you want to get in there again. And the making up the rules is fun too.
Can you, is it open-ended? Like there was one game, I forget what it was, but it's like Kingmaker or something. Like, could I be like, when I say Russ has to get me a drink, he has to get me a drink, or they're like try to discourage that kind of stuff?
No, there's no discouragement, but I think the law that you decide to put up is basically controlled by your actual social status within the game group that you're playing in.
Right.
If you have the personality to force Russ to go get you a drink, then go ahead, make that rule.
Okay.
But if you're like Johnny Come Lately, little wimpy boy, and you're like, I'm going to make a rule where the wrestlers all have to bow down to me when I walk out of the room. Yeah, good luck.
I think you're better off keeping the rules within terms of the game.
Which is fun game rules.
One other favorite of mine is always, with these games is, put your finger on the nose and ask the person the finger on their nose is the point. That kind of crazy stuff.
Yeah. That's the intention of the rule. And then the other variant that he talked a little bit about, in the interview is the Hex Hex Vexed variant, which means when you get hexed, you actually suffer a specific curse. There's a deck of cards, the Vexed cards, and you flip them over, and everybody who got hexed that round suffers whatever the card says. So instead of making up rules, basically there's a weird rule every round. And the rules are things like you can't use the word you, and you have to discard a card if you do. Double dealer, each time the Vexed player gains or loses voice, they gain or lose 2. Nice. You can't laugh out loud. If you laugh out loud, you have to discard a random card. And so it's kind of a neat way to keep things different and varied as you go. And there's more of a cost to getting hexed than just losing voice.
Nice.
And that's it. So that's the whole game. Like I said, it was a little bit of a retread because Curt pretty much covered it. It's a very, very elegant, simple game. And now it's time for our final thoughts. But before we reach our final thoughts, Rafe, in the idiom of a wicked witch, explain the D6 generation rating system.
I will get you, my pretties. The D6G rating system for all munchkins is the best you could get is a 2+ with a reroll. And there's lots of little stupid things you flying monkeys can do about rerolls. I don't want to hear about it. 2+ with a reroll is the best. And basically, a 6+ is not so good. It's like when a house falls on you. And that is my rating system.
Awesome.
Right.
Don't listen to Glenda.
Right.
Way to rise to the challenge.
That's your sister
awesome.
doing. Right. Excellent.
All right. Russ, what did you think?
I like it. I think it's fun. I like the speed. I like how I was immediately into the theme. I don't know, maybe I'm just weird that way, but I totally got into the whole idea of like deflecting spells cast at me, and the components are beautiful. The shininess is just awesome, and it's light enough where you don't mind the randomness. I think there is some randomness to the game. But but I think that's part of the whole experience.
Yeah.
I love the components. Love playing. It's fast. I would this is definitely a great filler game, and I think it's going to go in my collection. I think I have to have a copy of this. It's a really nice game.
Awesome.
So I would give it. I have a new rating methodology. I am no longer going to split my roll. My rating. I'm going to apply modifiers.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Modifiers.
So here's what I'm saying. I would say the average gamer and the general gaming populace would enjoy this game on
no such thing.
On a 3+.
Okay.
Because it's that much fun.
Yeah.
However, if you are a gamer who really does not enjoy randomness in your games and wants to have more card control, I would give that a -2 to your roll.
Ooh.
All right.
Modifier.
See how that works. So now I don't need to make multiple ratings. It's 3+, but if you don't like randomness, it's a -2.
-2, huh?
-2. That's harsh.
That makes it effectively a 5+. If you don't like randomness, it's a random game. I mean, that's always
true.
Cutthroat Cabin is the same thing. But otherwise, it's a 3+. And if you like crazy, silly, wacky party games, it's a +1.
Ooh, really?
Making it a 2+.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
That's
Look
my
at
rating
you.
system.
You just slipped in 3 ratings with your new system.
And that was thanks to a listener. A listener had an idea for that, so I like that.
Oh, very nice. All right.
That was elegant. I like it.
Rafe, rating as a Rafe, what would you rate the system? The game,
well, this is my desire to play it as Rafe.
Yes.
2+ with a reroll.
Oh, nice. Excellent. So you'll be in on the next time we break it out.
Game. And it sounds like it's more playable beyond just the gaming group.
Oh, it absolutely is. And I would start my final thoughts there. It's a great game to bring your non-gamer friends into a game night. It's just a blast. Russ got into the theme. I love getting into the theme. You do not at all have to get into the theme. It's at its core, it's a really elegant, great card game.
It's a great hot potato card game.
Exactly.
Yep.
And so Russ's sister-in-law Susan is the last person who's going to get in on a theme of wizards and fireballs but she loved this game and the hex and sticks in particular really because you add that element of dexterity and attention to detail where you've really got to pay attention to what everybody's doing and it's so fast you're not like exhausted. It's not like you're tensely watching everybody at every moment. It's like, each one of these rounds is going to last maybe 5 minutes. And so then you're like, you got to depressurize, you get your new cards, you go again. I just think I have never played this game with anybody who disliked it. And it's always been talked about again, like, bring that game out. Karen was desperate to try to figure out how you could make a 2-player game out of it. You can't. There's really no way with the way the game works. But it's so much fun that she wishes that we could just play it when it's just the two of us. And it's just a great game. I'm going to say 3+ with a reroll.
Nice. I like it.
I think there's actually fundamentally something probably wrong with you if you play this game and you can't at least loosen up, even if you don't like random stuff, because last night you saw random stuff being used strategically.
Oh yeah.
You saw like Jeremy it was very funny. Actually, Jeremy traded hands with me. And I had my huge monster hand, and I had some awesome stuff set up. And then Russ plays this, everybody pass your hand to the left. And poor Jeremy's like, oh, great, now I don't have my cards anymore.
Right.
And so, it's random, but it's so fun it doesn't bother you that much. And and
the rounds are short enough where it
exactly. The rounds are short
that
even if you get screwed that one round, next round, everything resets.
It is silly. It's fun.
It's fun and silly, and I love it.
Like it.
I like it a lot.
Can't wait till it comes out.
All right.
Okay.
So that's
luckily we have a copy.
Right. So that's Hex Hex.
That's Hex Hex.
Pulpgamer.com. We've come a long way since Monopoly.
But now we want to talk about our next review game.
Let's go into the dark future.
Death Angel. But I need a little backup on this one, guys.
Of the 41st.
Are you ready?
Yes.
I need some acapella backup. Ready? Here we go.
Yeah.
All right. A little musical interlude. Here we go.
Yeah.
Death Angel, Death Angel, will you cover my back? Death Angel, Death Angel, the Gene Stealers are back. My Stormbolter's jammed, our psychic is dead. Look out, my brother, there's one above your head. Death Angel. All right, so we started singing that the other way. We were playing Death Angel. We just had to put it into the show. Hopefully that was bearable.
Right. That's right, with no real preparation,
with no rehearsal whatsoever, which you could clearly tell. So, Death Angel.
For those of you who are looking for a definition of not too horrible, that was probably it.
I don't know if it made it even past not too horrible. We'll see.
It probably did.
So we have to make our tagline current at all times.
That's right.
So, Death Angel is the new Space Hulk themed card game from Fantasy Flight Games, just released at Gen Con 2010.
Yep.
So, of course, it is Fantasy Flight. It's a pure co-op game for 1 to 6 players. That's right. You can play it solo also.
Oh, wow.
It is part of the Fantasy Flight Games Silver line of games, which means it comes in one of their small boxes and is priced at $25.
Wow, that's really good.
Yeah.
I'm going to get you ramped up and excited here, Russ.
All right, ready? Here we go.
So, at Gen Con, Death Angel, everybody's talking about it. I had zero interest. Walked by the booths, couldn't care.
Right.
I somehow had the misinterpretation that it was a Space Marine themed living card game with maybe slightly different mechanics that you play 2-on-2. But then when I saw you guys playing it last night,
That's
and I'm
funny.
like,
You just
oh,
made
this
that
is
up.
a cooperative game? And I heard you guys talking about, like, I knew it was Gene Stealers, but anyway, I had a totally misinformed view of the game, and so I'm only saying that so people might go, oh, it's a Fantasy Flight living card game. No, it's just something
No, it's
different,
not.
right?
Yeah.
It is a totally in-the-box contained card game. So think like Race for the Galaxy or Dominion or whatever. It's a very
Or
it's
Hex
small.
Hex.
Or Hex Hex. But it's small, and it's a small deck of cards, and it's got a few little board game components in there because it is Fantasy Flight.
Yeah.
And it's designed by one of my favorite designers, Corey Knizia.
Hey,
So
Corey.
Corey does some great games you might have known, such as StarCraft and Battlestar Galactica and the new, what else is he doing? All kinds of weird stuff.
Didn't you do the Middle-earth Quest?
Yes, Middle-earth Quest, a bunch of great games. And Corey is the master of not only elegant Rune Wars, straightforward games, but also really getting the theme in there.
He's actually the board game guy now.
He really is.
Officially.
And what's interesting is, I went to Gen Con similar to you, Rafe. I was like, okay, well, it's Space Hulk in a card game mode. But after I played the demo, I was like, this is great. And in some ways, I like it more than Space Hulk, but more about that in a bit. So it is Space Hulk in a card game, but for those listeners who somehow missed our Space Hulk episode and have no idea when we say Space Hulk what that is, Craig, very briefly,
briefly.
give a quick overview of what a Space Hulk game would be.
Okay. Space Hulk is a game where genetically engineered superhumans in massive suits of armor,
Space Marines,
are infiltrating a floating wreck of a spaceship that has been somehow infested with this alien life form called Gene Stealers.
Aliens.
And there's a variety of reasons you, as a Space Marine Terminator, may need to get into a Space Hulk. You may need to blow it up. You may need to go look for an artifact. There's all kinds of different missions that you might need to go and do. And basically, you're going to be playing the role of these Space Marines in massive Terminator armor with a huge arsenal of unbelievable weapons and psychic abilities, and try to fight your way through these mobs of
endless hordes
of Gene Stealers, crazy aliens to try to achieve your objective.
Excellent. Great. And again, the objective in the card game is similar to the board game. It's to survive until the mission is completed.
Yeah.
Now, in the board game, you might remember that it's a versus game with one player typically playing the Marines, and the other player playing the bugs, the Gene Stealers.
Yep.
But this game is purely co-op. Everybody's playing Marines. The bugs are controlled by the game. All right. So what comes in the tiny box? Well, it is a card game, and so what you get the full color.
Wait! I bet there are cards.
There are cards.
Yay!
Yes.
And when you open up a tiny Silverline box, it goes.
Okay. And it does have a full color rule booklet, thanks to Fantasy Flight. Nice little rule booklet there.
Very nice.
And there's even some fluff and some great artwork in there, too.
Cool.
So it's,
well, you wouldn't really be able to do a game like this without a little bit of fluff.
But it's not like some card games you just stick in a white paper
true.
with black text. You do get 128 cards. These are the full-sized, nice playing card, size cards.
Wow, Corey's branching out here.
Great artwork on a double-sided artwork on
finally
both sides.
expanded his budget, I see.
Well, I guess when you have a game only with cards, you really can't.
Good point.
But the cards are divided into multiple decks, and what's interesting about this game is, even though it's a card game, you're not really managing a hand of cards at all. So basically, there's a deck of Gene Stealer cards. And these cards have one side of basically a giant picture of a Gene Stealer in various poses, and the other side looks like a blip, which for those who don't know is basically a radar signature on a scanner. Okay, so in the Space Hulk board game, the blips are a huge part of the game.
2 meters. There can't be 2 meters. That'd be inside the room.
Right. So these cards are like your blip cards. More about them in a minute. So you get a deck of those. You got some action cards. Each player is going to get 3 action cards, which dictate what he can do each turn. Each player gets 6 of those, 3 for each player. 3 for each player for 6 players, so do the math. Yeah. 30 event cards, which are sort of like things that happen to the poor Marines. They venture through the Space Hulk. 22 location cards, which dictate which room the Space Marines are in. And then you get your 12 Space Marine cards. Each player, up to 6, is going to control 2 Space Marines. So there are 12 different Marines involved in the game. And there are 8 terrain cards, which work in conjunction with the Marines to show what kind of terrain features they're walking by in the corridor and might be places where the bugs can jump out. In addition to all
things
those
like vents
and corridors and doorways and things. In addition to those cards, you also get some little board game components. There's 12 of these really cool-looking Storm Bolter cardboard tokens, which Storm Bolters are basically fancy guns. And these are called support tokens in the game. You also get 6 combat team markers, and these are basically little round discs of cardboard that have different weapon logos on them, which indicate the different combat teams. So each player, when they pick their combat team, is going to get this token in front of them to remind them which team you're playing. So
you basically get 1 Stormbolter guy and 1 special guy for each team.
Right. So there might be a librarian team, which has the librarian and his guard. You might have the Thunderhammer team, which is the guy with a Thunderhammer, Storm Shield, and his guard. You have the Assault Cannon team, which is the guy with the big, giant, huge chain gun. You have the librarian team. You have the Power Sword team, the Heavy Flamer team, all the different teams to choose from. What's interesting is, depending on the teams you get, will dictate who's available. So
they're dealt out to you randomly?
No. How that's supposed to work is each player, starting with 1 player randomly, will choose the team they want to play, and you go around the table clockwise. So it's up to the players what weapons you have available in your journey. And you must choose wisely, because certain weapons are awesome at killing a large number of bugs, while other weapons are really, really effective at killing a short number of bugs, and if you have the wrong mix, you might be in trouble.
Now, I wanted to pause here just for non-GW fluff people. So when Russ is saying bugs, we're referring to the aliens, because these aren't aliens with big Martian globe heads. These are aliens like in the movie Alien with Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah.
And we're saying bugs because they come from a Tyranid. They're an offshoot of a Tyranid, and we call Tyranids bugs.
They're very insectoid looking, right? And the last thing, it wouldn't be Space Hulk without a 6-sided die.
No.
Bright red 6-sided die, but it wouldn't be a Fantasy Flight die if it didn't do multiple things. So it has the numbers 0 through 5 printed on it.
There's lots of multitasking in this game, as in most fantasy.
And in addition to the numbers 0 through 5, some of the sides, in addition to the number, also have a skull. More about how those work later. All right. So now there's setup. Game sets up pretty quick. All you do is you shuffle up your Gene Stealer blip pile deck into one deck, and you shuffle your events deck into another deck. And we're going to determine where we're going to be starting in the Space Hulk. All the missions start in the Void Lock, which is the 40K term for airlock. However, the Void Lock you're going to choose is going to depend on your player count. So depending on the number of players in the game, you're going to choose the appropriate starting location. And this is how the game basically scales. So for less players, the location you build is going to be based on that card you pick. So if the card says this is for a 2-player game, it'll indicate how to build the location deck differently than if the card is for a 6-player game. And all it says on it is it's basically your normal starting location card, more about that in a bit, but it also has little numbers on it like 1C-2-3-4. And what that means is the location deck is broken down on the backs by these numbers 1C or 1A or 1B and then 2, 3, and 4. And how that works is there's a bunch of 4 cards. You shuffle through them and take the 4 card for your thing, put that on the bottom. Then you put the 3 card on there, the 2 card on top of that, and the 1C card on top of that. So what that's done is those are the 4 locations your team's going to move through in the Space Hulk. But because they're kind of pulled randomly, they're going to make sense in order of progression, but you might get a different final room every time. So you won't, or different times.
Very
you
cool.
You won't always be stuck on the same mission, basically.
Lots of replayability.
Exactly. So after we've built that deck, we're going to choose our combat teams. And it's described that, so everybody goes around the table and picks which 2-man team they want to lead.
Now, do you pick or is it random?
It's pick.
Okay.
So the first player picks one, and then everybody else picks one in clockwise order.
Yeah.
which I think is important. You want to build a good team. If you pick wrong, we didn't have a heavy flamer, and it kind of hurt us last
We did.
night. Oh, did we?
Oh, yeah, and it didn't help.
Oh, yeah, the salt can. I thought we did have a heavy flamer, too?
I think we had both. Yeah, because if you roll a 4, it kills 4.
Oh, yeah, that's right. All right. Then here's the problem, though. Marching order is randomly determined. So how this game works is, in Space Hulk, the board game, the Space Marines spend a lot of times in very narrow corridors. And remember, these Space Marines are in these very heavy, huge tactical suits of dreadnought armor, which are very wide. So the idea, and most of the time in Space Hulk, you can only fit one Marine abreast in a corridor. This game takes place entirely in these corridors, the theme is. So
and they're Marines in Terminator armor
yes,
now.
Yes,
Okay.
they're in Space Hulk, they're always in Terminator armor. So you're going to have a single file line of Marines, but the marching order is determined randomly. So if Craig picked the red team of Marines, we'll get his 2 red Marines. Yeah. And each Marine's card on it has a cool piece of artwork for his Marine, and it has a little blurb about the range of their weapon, and then it has a bunch of fluff text. Okay, and there's also an arrow indicating his facing. Yeah. So he's got 2 Marines. They've each got their names on there. So let's say if Craig played the librarian, he'd have one Marine that was the librarian, and then there'll be another blue Marine that was sort of his guard. Yeah. And then you do that for your whole deck of Marines. You shuffle them all up, and you deal them randomly down in marching order. Okay, so think of a straight line of Marine cards. The first 4 Marines are facing to the left, and the second 4 Marines are facing to the right, and that's easy to determine because there's this big arrow on the card, either left or right, and the cards are reversible, double-sided, so that you just flip them over to the arrow points the way you want them to point. Right. Okay, that sets the marching order. At the top of the marching order is the location card, so you kind of see where they're walking toward. And then you're going to set up the blip piles and the terrain. So how this works is on the location card that's face up, the very first room you're in, the void in the beginning, there are 2 little numbers inside of a blip logo. And there might be like a 6 and a 5. And one's on the left side of the card, one's on the right side of the card. That means there's a deck of 6 blips on the left and 5 blips on the right. So you put a pile face down of 5 Genestealer blips on the right and 6 blips on the left. The fluff here is your Marines are walking down the corridor, they're looking at their scanner, and they've got 5 blips on the right and 6 blips on the left. That means there's bugs on both sides of us, right? That's how many potentially could come after us on both those sides. Then you got to put down your terrain, which is also shown on that location card. There's little icons for different terrain types, might be a vent, and it shows the symbol of the vent, and then it shows a number like 3 down. And that means you count 3 Marines down, and next to the 3rd Marine from the top, you take the vent card from this deck of cards that says this is the vent, and you put it next to that Marine. So that means that the 3rd Marine down is standing next to a vent. And on that vent card, there might be some special abilities, there might not be some special abilities, but there's also a little color logo. More about that later. So you put all these locations down. So there might be a vent to your left, then 2 more Marines down, there might be a tunnel. Then on the other side of the column, there might be another location that's like an L corridor, and another location that is like a door, okay? And so those are all dictated by the location card that's face up. And that's all there's to it. So now you've set everything up. So basically your Marines are walking down a corridor. Some of them have things next to them. The thing to understand about the things that are next to the Marines, that's where the bugs are going to come out of. That's where the Genestealers are going to come out of. So that's where the danger spots are. Okay? And you want to make sure your Marines are facing in those directions. But in the beginning, you can't control that.
And with the right weapons.
Right. So that's it. We're set up. We've got the terrain set up. The last thing you can do before you start playing is you got to start your initial spawn of bugs. That's where the event pile comes in. So this is event deck, right? In the beginning spawn, all you're going to do is turn the first event card over. You're going to ignore any text on the card. You're just going to look at the spawning stuff. How spawning works is there's a little color icon that matches one of the location cards that's down on the board. So let's say the door has 2 yellow bars in the corner. You might see on the spawning card on the event card that there's 2 little yellow bars and a white triangle. That means you've got a small spawn of Genestealer showing up where the location with the yellow dots is, right? So that would be the door, would get a certain number of Genestealers on it, and your overall starting location tells how many bugs come in for a white triangle, okay? So it's sounding more complicated than it is, but basically the starting location has a white triangle on it with a 1. That means 1 bug comes there. So you take 1 blip from that side of the blip pile, and you put it next to the door. So if the door was on the right side, you pull from the right blip pile. If the door was on the left side, you pull from the left blip pile, okay? So we pull that over. 2 locations are going to spawn. Sometimes you'll see a red triangle. That's bad. That's more bugs. And that usually spawns to 3 bugs, and that's at that location. So it's kind of like, if you remember the Space Hulk board game, the blips, when they get flipped over, some blips are worth 1, some blips are worth 3, and some blips are worth 2, I think, in the board game also. Yeah. In this game, there's a similar situation. You can get a bunch in one spot, or you can just get 1 in one spot, okay? So you set up the bugs. So now your Marines are in a row. There's some terrain around them, and some of the terrain has bugs in it. Genestealer's in it already. Now we're ready to rock, brothers. We're ready to start.
Who are you, Hulk Hogan?
Now, you're going to be... This is...
Battle Brothers.
That's right, brothers.
That's rock, brother.
brother. Kill some bugs.
Get that flamer up front, brother.
Right. So
it could be Jesse Ventura. Ain't got time to bleed.
The turn is actually easier to describe as setting up, because all that happens is the following. Each player has a hand of only 3 cards, and these cards are fixed, okay? Because each team has their own matching color-coded cards. All 3 cards have the same action choices, right? So each player has a card that says attack in the middle of it. Each player has a card that says move and activate, and each player has a card that says support. And what we're going to do is each player is going to secretly choose which card he wants to put face down and lock it in face down in front of him. So I might choose to attack.
Secretly, not cooperatively.
Well, it says secretly, but then it's a little fuzzy on that. So it depends on your play group how secretly you want to make this.
Okay.
We've been playing, because the game's pretty hard, that you can kind of talk it up. The rules specifically state you can't show the card to anybody. But you can. We've talked it up. But I think if you wanted to get really hardcore, you could play You Can't Talk at All on this part.
So let's get that Shadows over Camelot thing to it.
Yeah, so you're going to lock in. Well, there's no traitor, but you're going to lock in your move.
I meant that part where you can't say, I have the...
Right, yeah.
Yes,
blah, blah, blah.
that's right, yes. So we're all locking our moves. Craig might choose to move, you might choose to support, I might choose to attack. Okay, so we lock our cards in. We then flip our cards over, and in the upper left-hand corner of each of our cards is a number. That's just the initiative number. So we look around the table. Who's got the lowest number in the left-hand corner of their card? Oh, Craig does. So, Craig, you do your action first.
Mm-hmm.
And here are the actions. Very simple. There's the move and activate action. All moving basically does is you can move your Marine up. You can swap his position with a Marine next to him up or down 1 space, right? So remember, the Marine's in a line. So Craig could choose to move his Marine up 1 and swap his place with my Marine, for example, or move his Marine down 1 and swap the space with a Marine behind him. So basically you shift 1 place. When you move, you can also choose to change your Marine's facing. Facing is important because remember, the Marines are facing left or right. And remember, there's locations on your left or right, and there's bugs in those locations on your left or right, and you can only attack the direction you are facing. So you want to make sure your Marines are facing the proper direction. It's also bad to have bugs behind you. More on that in combat in a second. Okay, so that's all movement is. You move. Now the other part of that is activate. Some locations will say activate on them, and if you activate them, special things happen. For example, the door has an activate on it. If you spend an activation on the door, you can have advantages when you next move into a new area. If you see a location that says plasma container, you can spend an activation to blow the plasma container up and kill a bunch of bugs that are near the plasma container, that kind of thing. So that's what move and activate does. Or you could choose to attack. Attacking is really simple. All you do is you all your Marines that you control, which is 2 of them, may attack. The basic attack is really straightforward. You simply make sure you have range, make sure you have facing, and you do your attack roll. Facing is your arrow point on your Marine pointing the side with the bugs on it, left or right. Yes, I can attack him. Range is if the bugs are where you are, you're at range 0. If the bugs are 1 Marine away from you, it's range 1. If they're 2 Marines away from you, range 2, etc. Most Marines have their range right in the top, and as you can imagine, the Marines with the lightning claws and the thunder hammers are range 0. The Marines with the bolters are usually range 2, and the Marines with the assault cannons are longer range, range 3. All right. So all you do to attack a bug is really, really simple. You roll a d6. If any result with a skull comes up, 1 bug dies. And you target their brood. So you say, that brood over there, I'm going to shoot at them. I rolled a skull. I kill 1 bug.
What's a brood?
A brood is any location with more than 1 bug on it, or even 1 bug. Yeah. So that's basically a spot with more than 1 gene stealer in it. Now, in addition, that's a basic attack. But then on your card you played, in addition to the word attack, which everybody has, there's special text for your card. So Craig's attack card might say something different on it than mine. So our Stormbolter Marines work the same, but if I've got the Assault Cannon Marine, mine will say, when brother so-and-so attacks, which is the guy carrying the Assault Cannon, he rolls 3 attack dice instead of 1. Mm-hmm. He gets 3 different attacks. Yep. So that's the Assault Cannon going, daka, 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 right? So I can roll 3 times, potentially kill 3 bugs. Yep. The Librarian, when he attacks, he can roll, and if he rolls a skull and kills a bug, he can attack again and keep going, because he basically got like chain lightning or something going on, right? So he can keep rolling and rolling and rolling until he misses.
Yep.
So that's really huge. The heavy flamer guy, I think if he rolls above a certain number, he kills the whole, like 4 bugs in one
4
shot.
bugs,
So,
I think, yeah.
So, and then the lightning claw guy does this cool Wolverine spin and kills a bunch of them. So there's some really interesting
and
attacks.
And then can die.
But it's not complicated because the basic attack is just roll 1 die. If you get a skull, you kill a bug.
Yep.
And if you're specialist on the cards, you just follow the card's rules. So there's move and activate. There's attack, which is just as simple. And then there's support. Now, support is really also very simple. If you play a support card, all that means is you pick up one of those cool Stormbolter tokens called the support token, and you may place it on any Marine in the formation, not just your own, anybody. Support tokens are awesome because basically they are a reroll. If your Marine has a support token on him and you roll a die and you don't like the result, you may discard your support token and roll it again. So if you're attacking a bug and you don't roll a skull and you have a support token, you can discard it and roll it again. If you're defending, more about that in a minute, and you don't like the result, you can discard it and roll again. Okay? And there's also some special rules about support tokens on some of the cards. Like one of the groups has an Overwatch card. When they play support, they also get Overwatch, and they can discard their support token and fire it out of phase, basically, which is kind of neat. But that's, again, all on the card and all covered there. So support is neat, and this is the part where the co-op comes in, because people will be saying, hey, Craig, if you give me that support token you just played, that's good for me because my Thunderhammer gives me the ability to be hard to kill, and I'm facing 10 bugs right now or whatever.
Oh, okay.
That's part of the game, too. Now, here's a big note. That's all the actions there is. That's all you can do. But here's the big deal. You can't play the same action card twice in a row.
Right.
So if I play my attack card, next turn, my attack card is out of my hand, and I got to play a different card until the following turn. So you can't attack back-to-back. So Marines want to fight in staggered formation. You don't all want to attack all the time because you have a turn without attacking at all, which is kind of tricky. Okay? And and his little tip we use is those little markers. Remember there's those team markers that have the picture of your guys on your weapon on it? Those are kind of extraneous, but I use them to put them on the card to mark I've used the card and keep it out of the, so I put it back in my hand by mistake. So that's resolving the action phase. Boom, done. So basically we locked our cards in, we flipped them over, the guy with the lowest number of his card goes first, he's either going to move a Marine, he's going to attack with his Marines, or he's going to put some support tokens down, and that's it. That's the phase. So once all the Marine players have resolved their action card in the order of initiative, we're done. Now it's the Bug's turn. The Bug's turn is really simple also. Just start with the top of the column and work your way down. And every place there's a brood, which again is a spot where there's one or more Gene Stealers, the Gene Stealers will attack the Marine that's next to them. So the Marine player who's being attacked is going to roll that red die. And here's the tricky bit. He needs to roll a number that is higher than the number of Gene Stealers he is facing. So if there are 2 Gene Stealers next to him, he has to roll that D6 with the numbers 0 to 5 on it and roll a 3 or better. If he rolls a 2 or less, he is dead.
No save.
Bad. All right? So the more bugs you are facing, and remember, if there's 5 or more bugs, you have no chance.
Unless you
have a special rule, because there's some rules, like some of the Marines with a Thunder Shield, his one is if he rolls any skulls, he survives.
Oh, wow.
And then there's a Psychic Power. One of Craig's support cards it puts a barrier up so the bugs can attack that turn. There's all kinds of cool actions going on here, but basically it's all in the cards. So basically, what you need to do then is if they when they attack, you got to roll higher than that number. Now again, the support token lets you re-roll that die unless they're behind you. If the bugs are behind you, you may not spend a support token to re-roll. So what you'll see a lot of is like, okay, my Marines are going to attack. Who can lend me support? I can't kill them all. Oh, I can give you support, Craig, and I'll put my support token on Craig. So when the bugs attack him, he'll have that re-roll. Yeah. Or he can use the re-roll when he attacks, depending on the order of initiative when things come down. Okay, so all the Marines have activated. The bugs have attacked. Now it's the event phase. Now the event phase is sort of common in your co-op card games, right? Co-op games. Event phase is like the bad thing happening. Happens in Camelot, happens in Battlestar Galactica, right? There's that card you pull, and you're like, this is where bad things happen. Yeah. So the player who had the lowest initiative card that turn will then pull an event phase card. There are really 3 sections to the event card, very similar to the Battlestar Galactica design. You can tell Corey was involved with both games. In the middle, there's event text. If the event text says instinct on it, the player who pulled the card must read it and decide the course of action based on the card without consulting any other players. They might say things like, remove 1 support token from 1 Marine. Bad guess or something as a fluff. And now the Marine, you got to do that, but you can't consult anybody. You got to hope you make the right choice and don't get yelled at by your fellow players. Or it could be a public thing, because it's not an instinct thing, and it might say, Marines choose to do something or whatever. It may be good, it may be bad. It's not always bad or always good. It's just different. After that, though, then you got to spawn new bugs. And again, just like when we spawned in the start of the game, you look at the bottom of the card, there's 2 different location colors that match location on the board, and there's 2 different triangles with numbers with a color code that matches your starting location for the number of bugs that spawn. And you put that many bugs in those locations, right? And the thing to remember again when you're spawning is you pull from the blip piles that match the side of the formation the bugs are spawning on. So they're spawning on the right, you pull from the right blip pile, and you're spawning from the left, you pull from the left blip pile. And that's important for traveling, which is coming next. But that, basically what I've described right there, is the whole game, except for the last thing on the event card is the bug move icon. This thing is a little symbol, and it's different Tyranid logos. It's like some of them look like heads, some look like tentacles, some look like claw marks. And basically, you look at that symbol, and if any bugs in any brood have that symbol, they move or flank, depending on the logo on the card. If it's a flank, they jump behind the Marine they're currently fighting, and if it's a move, they either move up or down the formation depending on arrows on the Marines that are next to. So basically, what happens then is bugs can not only spawn, but they can move around the formation, spread out, and cause all kinds of trouble. And the problem with them moving is they will then mob up with other bugs. Because if any bug in their group has that logo on it, all the bugs in that group move. All the bugs in that group. So as they group up, they go from like one bug, he moves where there's the 2 bugs, now there's a group of 3. And now when that group moves, they move where there's 2 more bugs, now there's a group of 5. And they start mobbing up quick. So you really got to pick them off when they're singletons, because once they mob up, as you heard from how attacking works, once there's more than like 3 or 4, you've got a really good chance of dying when you're facing them. And when Marines die, it's very, very bad because that's one of your action locations, right? That's one of your guys that are out. So it's a huge blow, just like it is in Space Hulk, the board game. Now, the meat of the game, that's the whole game. That's it. You play event cards, more bugs spawn, you keep fighting them. But then what you're trying to do fluff-wise is, so your Marines are in this corridor, there's different location things around you, there's bugs moving in, but there's blips on both sides of you, left and right. Once one of the blip piles goes to 0 on either your left or your right, the fluff basically is you've cleared enough bugs to move to the next area. Okay? So what you're trying to do, the metagame is, try to clear one of those blip piles first without facing as many bugs as you can in the other blip pile. That's sort of how you do it. You have some limited control over that with some special abilities, but it's not a lot. You just kind of hope everything works out. So at the end of any phase, usually it's the event phase, where a blip pile goes to 0, you're going to do what's called traveling. What happens when you travel is you're basically going to flip the next event card over, or the next location card over on top. So you were in the void lock, you finally cleared one of the sides off of blips, you pull the next location over, and it might say,
Generatorium.
Thank you, the Generatorium, right? And what you do then is you remove all the current location cards. Remember the doors and the corridors. You remove all those off from around your Marines, and this new location's got new things to place around your Marines. The door might move. Now it's 3 spaces up. The corridor might be a corridor somewhere else. There might now be a control panel to activate. There might be something else you can do. So those locations pop in based on that. But the bugs that were currently fighting you stay with you. That's the bad news.
That is bad.
So if you don't kill them, they kind of keep following you and attacking you while you're moving to the new locations. So that's pretty much the next location card, and then you build a new blip pile. So what happens is the new location guard's got 2 new numbers on the left and right for blip piles. It might say 7 and 7 or 8 and 3 or whatever it says, and you put the blips out there accordingly for the new group of bugs you got to fight through. What's also interesting is some of the location cards have special rules, like when revealed, immediately spawn 3 gene stealers or something. So you got to watch for those. Some of them are good, some of them are not so good. Like some of them, if there's a control panel in the room, there'll be special rules in the card. Like one of the ones we were in with a Genatorium, right, or whatever it was, where if we activated the control panel, we could kill 4 gene stealers anywhere and fighting us. So you're trying to fight your way to the control panel, activate it, and get that special rule out, that kind of thing.
That didn't end so well.
No, it didn't. So that's basically traveling, and then what you're going to do is you're going to work your way through the location deck, right? Every time you travel, a new location reveals, and what you're trying to do is get through the entire location deck to the last location, the location that was numbered 4. And that location will have a final result thing on it that if you accomplish this goal, whatever it is, you win. Mm-hmm. It might be purge the current room of gene stealers. It might be spend 3 activations doing something, turning on some missile system or whatever, and that's how you win the game. You lose the game if you're all wiped out, and you wipe out a lot.
You do.
So that's the whole game, really, Rafe. You still following along?
Yeah, but I have a bunch of questions. So
right.
It sounds like there's probably easier said than explained, but there's this sort of method, or it sounds kind of complex to me, to get the bugs into the Space Hulk. I got the part where we have the 2 teams, but when are you making choices to fight the bugs? Is that drawn from a deck?
No.
Do I get to say I'm going to do my flamer first and then I roll that die?
Well, we said, remember, you get 3. You have a hand of 3 action cards, and they're always the same.
Yeah.
They are. You have attack.
You say they're always the same. My action cards are the same as Craig's.
They're
a different team.
They're color coded to each team, right?
Yep.
In the center of each card, the core actions are the same. Everybody's got a card that says attack.
Okay, even though they're color coded,
yes,
they're all the same.
But the bonus text is different.
The bonus text.
So we all have an attack card, we all have a move card, and we all have a support card. But the bonus text below that is different for us.
Oh, okay.
So when mine says attack means all my Marines fight, and your attack card means all your Marines fight. But if you've got the Lightning Call Marine, his attack says that if he would like to, he can kill 3 bugs automatically, but he's got to roll a 6, and a dice. If he rolls a 0, he dies.
Okay.
But he kills 3 bugs automatically. My assault cannon guy will say when he attacks, you get to roll 3 attacks instead of just 1.
What if it's just a regular attack?
A regular attack rolls 1d6. If you get a skull, you kill a bug.
Okay.
That's the core mechanic for attacking.
And then the turn passes to Craig, or do you vote who goes next?
You go in order of the initiative in the corner of those action cards, as we discussed earlier.
Okay.
So what happens, remember, Rafe, is we all lock in our action cards, right? Put them face down in front of us, and then we all flip over our actions. Yours might say attack, Craig's might say move, mine might say support. In the corner of our cards are numbers. The lowest number goes first, right? And then we go around that way. And then once we've done that, we the bugs attack. Then we do an event card, and then we repeat that process.
Okay.
But when we repeat that process, the trick is you can't play the same action card you just played last time.
Can't play it twice. Okay.
So you can't play your attack card twice in a row. It's now locked out. Now you got to play move or support.
Now
right?
I get it.
That's what happens. So that's a good question because I want to make sure I don't lose anybody. But basically, that's the whole game. And there's some other cool stuff in there, like there's some Brood Lords that can come in there, but that's based on location cards, so it's no big deal. There's
what's a Brood Lord?
A Brood Lord is a really, really big bad bug.
And how do you kill them?
When he shows up, he does some interesting things. First of all, he's got a -1 to the die roll logo on him. Ooh. So whenever you're defending against the Brood Lord, your die roll is -1. Ooh. And remember, you got to roll higher than the number of guys. Also, he's the last guy to die. So if he's in a mob, a brood of more than one bug, you got to kill him last.
Yeah.
Plus, his icon on the thing is multiples, so his brood's more likely to move when that happens. So he's nasty. There's some really cool terrain like plasma barrels. Like I mentioned, you can activate them and detonate them and kill a bunch of bugs. There's and there's very, very nice, clear rules about shifting and how it happens when Marines die. It's very, very clear. I know it sounds complicated, but it's really not. And it really captures the feeling of you're totally surrounded by bugs and you got to move to get beyond it.
Yeah.
So does that make sense now to you, Rafe? You with me?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. So that's it, really. That's the whole thing. I hope it was easy to follow. It's really not a complicated game. I think it really, really does expertly capture the Space Hulk feeling. And I love the cooperative. And it's really actually a very hard game to win, but not impossible. I think it's around pandemic level, okay? I think the more you play, the better you get. And the strategy is going to change depending on the teams you pick and the terrain that comes up.
Yeah.
Really fun. I love the terrain and special rules. It's very fast. It's a very affordable game. It's a great filler game. We played in about an hour, I think.
Yep.
And if you know what you're doing, it's even faster.
Yep.
And I don't think it's hard to learn. Did you think it was hard to learn?
No,
Craig?
it wasn't hard to learn.
It's probably harder to explain than it is to play.
It's much harder to explain. We could whip it out and play right now, but I don't think we could whip it out and I could run it right now.
Right.
There's the you're going to need one person who's read the book,
right,
or the booklet, because of all because there's so many components that are multitasking as you go.
Right.
But as far as the basic mechanics go, no, it was very, very easy to pick up.
So I'm going to give this here's my rating. I'm going to give it if you are I'm going to give it a 3+.
Okay.
For general gamerage.
Yep.
If you're a fan of 40K and space, I'm going to know what that is. I'm going to give it a +1.
Oh.
If you are not a fan of 40K and have no desire about bugs or gene stealers or you find that all too weird, I'm going to give it a -1.
Aha. Okay. Did you notice now how he's been able to grow his thing so he's giving 3 every time?
It's simpler, so I can give it 3.
You know what, though? You know what I like about it is it's 100% more elegant. He was able to give it, explain it, and be done in like 60 seconds.
Yeah.
So what do you think,
I want
Craig?
you to go next, Craig, because I want to know what you rate it before I pick it.
I thought it was great. I liked it a lot. I thought what it was setting out to do, it did perfectly. I think it really does capture the sort of desperate feel of Space Hulk. You feel like slowly the pressure is building as you go, and as you get deeper into the Space Hulk, things get more and more desperate because you're always trailing a couple bugs behind you into the new location, so it's always going to be more stuff that you're trying to kill. As far as like your average gamer, I think that I would say for an average gamer, I would say a 4+.
Okay.
Because I think that as far as like, if you're not invested in the 40K thing and you're not, or conversely, if you're not invested in like, I want a cool, like, invading the alien territory. Like, I mean, if you are a fan of the alien movies, then you're probably going to like this too.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if you're at all inclined theme-wise, then I think you're probably going to be better than a 4+, like a 3+, or maybe even a 2+. But I think your average gamer is going to look at it, and if he's got no investment in it, he'll, take it or leave it. If he takes it, I think he'll enjoy it. But on first impulse, I think it'd be a 4+. That makes
I
sense.
think that's what I'm going to rate it with my desire to play is because I did walk right by it at Gen Con. Maybe because I'm like, Space Hulk's a board game. What's it like in a card game? But seeing it displayed there with closer, the artwork looked really cool.
Yeah.
And I would like to try this. Talk about you guys. You certainly weren't whooping it up and laughing as much as Hex Hex. Everybody looked pretty intense.
Oh, it's a totally different game.
Yeah, well,
I know.
What I like about it is I love the theme of Space Hulk, but Space Hulk's kind of challenging to set up. It takes more time, and what I like about it is it's multiplayer co-op, so it's gone from a 2-player adversarial game to up to 6-player
inverted
up to 6-player co-op game, and it perfectly captures the theme where more is more fun. And I think it's great as a filler game, but you're right, it's a very focused theme. If that's not your thing,
that's my only concern. I loved it. I would play it again in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I think it's fast. It's not as fast as Hex Hex, but like we said, it's a totally different game. It's a totally different feel. But yeah, I would like it. I don't know if I would buy it simply because I don't know who I would play it with other than like Russ or maybe one of the other guys who's already got it. That would be the only thing stopping me. If nobody else owned it, I would probably eventually pick it up, especially at $25.
Yeah.
All right. Any other thoughts?
That's my rating. Yeah.
All right.
No.
All right. Well, there you go.
Okay.
There you have it.
Space Hulk.
They're all around us.
Beep, beep. This edition of Jever Notice is brought to you by Adon. Did you ever notice that some gamers seem to have all the luck? Some gamers have wives or husbands that are not gamers, but who support their gamer activities. One gamer, we'll call him Adon, has a non-gamer wife, we'll call her Kim, who used her crafting skills to make Adon a full set of tokens for Warhammer Fantasy. Adon may roll ones all the time, but he's still one lucky gamer. Indeed, Adon. Indeed. Did you ever notice how when you're not there and your opinions were given by your friends, but you didn't get to put in your 2 cents, that it can gnaw on you? Well, at Gen Con, after Russ's big play-by-mob RPG game, the guys and Cole took some questions from the mob, for lack of a better term. It was fun to listen to, fun to interact with the fans for them, but I would have liked my own thoughts or opinions, many of which have been voiced often enough for Russ and Rafe to remember them, to have entered into the discussions a little bit, but, well, that's neither here nor there. So I decided today to indulge myself, take matters into my own hands, and issue my own thoughts on the 16 some odd questions that were asked, or at least the ones that in particular I wanted to elaborate on. So, let's begin, shall we? What was the first question? Yes? The question was, how much interaction do we generally do with our listeners? Russ responded that we try to get back to everyone. Rafe admitted that he doesn't. Well, as for me, I read every email with the solid gold intention of responding, unless it addresses something completely foreign to me, like Xbox or something like that. I really do read every email. It's just a poor running joke that I don't. Unfortunately, what happens when I read an email but I don't have time to immediately respond is that I flag it, put a little star on it, then I go on with whatever it was I was doing, usually not on the computer, and oftentimes I then forget all about it. I'm trying to get better at that, and many listeners have heard from me several times. But if I don't write you back, it's not because, like some podcasters that will remain nameless, I found your email unworthy. It's just that I've set it aside for more serious response, and then I forgot. So don't feel bad about poking me for a response. I know this about myself, and I never get angry when people try to make a reasonable attempt to get me to respond to something. Of course, everyone's interpretation of reasonable is open to debate. Another question? Oh, yes. How many hours do we work? Well, what I think Russ and Rafe missed was that the intent of the question, how many hours do we record? We actually record pretty much exactly what you hear. We don't rehearse or do multiple takes unless someone really screws up, but that's only happened a handful of times, and almost always it was me. As for preparation time, I can't speak for Rafe with the Hollywood Minute, and Russ pretty much told you how much time he puts into the show. For me, the most pre-show effort usually goes into rapid fire, which can take anywhere from 1 to 3 hours to write, depending on the muse of any given day, and then obviously it only takes the 5 minutes to record. Did you ever notice, again, varies greatly. Usually never less than an hour, but seldom more than 3, usually about 1.5 again, all told, for both writing and recording. And, of course, what Russ neglected to mention, probably out of modesty, since he does a great deal of this work, is that when you're in charge of a major segment, the prep time goes way up. Well, I guess depending on who you are, right? For myself, if I'm going to do an interview, I have to put at least a modest amount of time into researching the person themselves, so I know, where they're coming from, avoid any ignorant questions, like for instance on TV, if somebody asks the newest member of a band how the band started up, it's pretty embarrassing. Then, of course, you got to research what they want to talk about so you can direct the interview without railroading the subject. For whatever reason, although we've all directed interviews, I seem to direct more than the other two. I don't know why, but that's just the way it worked out. I hope so far we've done a pretty good job. If you're in the driver's seat for a review, again, subject to who you are, you usually, for Russ and I anyway, and Russ does the majority of these, as you all know, you end up spending the better time of a day, off and on, going through the rule books and supplements and doing background research online so you can clearly and coherently put together an educated review and explain how the game plays, but also where the game is coming from. Almost nothing that happens on our show, in other words, happens by accident. At least as far as the meat, the content goes. Obviously, we're not scripted at all, except for these little minor pieces. I mean, who could possibly come up with half the stuff that comes out of Rafe's mouth on the fly? Another question. Yes, the no-hate policy. Well, I have to say, this is the first question where I disagree with what Rafe said. It didn't just happen, and the three of us didn't just stumble upon it. I mean, we aren't really hateful people, so it's kind of natural anyway, and it would have probably come across that way, but I believe it was Russ from the outset that established that we should try to avoid spewing negativity and then worked the hardest to get focused on that goal. I think it's a great goal. There's a lot of podcasters out there that spew hate or swears or negativity of some kind or another, and we've almost always seen it come back at them at some point, whereas although we've had listeners disagree with us since the very beginning, with one shining exemption, it has always been respectful and reasoned argument rather than name-calling and ideologuing and whatnot. Which is ironic when you reflect on Russ's constant passive-aggressive stance towards a particular gaming company that we nameless. Which is another thing I wanted to respond to when the guys were answering their questions. If you listened to them, you'd have thought we were trashing GW the whole time. Well, I don't remember it that way. I remember that one of the three of us was trying to be objective and praise praiseworthy actions, even if you didn't particularly like a company's game. Meanwhile, calling a company on bad practices, even if you did like that company's game, which then, of course, throws off the seeming balance, I guess, when the other two won't give one particular company the benefit of a single doubt while the other company can do no wrong. But, whatever. It is what it is. That's just how I remember it. Another question. Rapid fire. Well, much like I think Russ didn't get the credit for the no-hate policy, I think I deserve most of the credit for rapid fire. We were brainstorming, so it's hard to tell, but it was from day one supposed to be a quick, joking way to open the show and was patterned, obviously, more on actually the Saturday Night Live parody of the McLaughlin Group rather than the McLaughlin Group itself. So a funny, hopefully, quick little skit that would make fun of what we were going to talk about in that episode of the show. Sometimes I think it works great, sometimes not so much. Likewise, sometimes it almost writes itself, and other times it's like pulling teeth. Regardless, it's almost always under 5 minutes. Next, how far do we plan our shows in advance? The guys answered this one ably, except that Rafe makes it sound like warehouses full of free games that we get sent every day. I'd say other than the Black Library books, which are their own unique animal due in large part to Vincent, the Black Library marketing guru for the U.S., being a listener of the show and a guy who appreciates not too horrible humor and maybe a little bit what we can do for his company, we get maybe like a game a month for review in the mail. More often we get offers for stuff from young up-and-coming publishers, but more on that later. I just didn't want you guys to think that we've got like stacks of games building a secret bunker somewhere, because we haven't quite reached that state yet. Our local gaming group, again, ably handled by the lads on the spot, and now you know why Dave and Shifty come up so often in the show, because they put themselves there. Next, how do we find the time to game? You know what? I think I'm going to leave this one alone for now, all considered. Except to say that, did you ever notice how sometimes you get stuck inside a joke and that becomes other people's observable reality of you? Well, I feel like that's what happened to Russ during this question. He was trying to say that he is very seldom games on the weekend because that's his time with the girls. Apparently, Nicole was making faces. I don't know why, because duh, I wasn't there. But that's entirely true, to the point where it's an inside joke with our gaming group. You can send out an invitation on our Google group email thread. We got a pair. Thank you, Mr. Russell, no dog in the race, Wakeland. For people who want a game on a Saturday, let's say, or what have you, and you'll get 3 or 4 sarcastic responses in a row, none from Russ, saying, weekend time is family time. And then you'll get Russ's response, which is usually just like a little, it is. And he's a great dad, and no joke should obscure that fact. He always lives time. The weekends are almost always for his kids. Which brings us to kids in podcasting. A little early for me to comment on that one. Coolest thing at the con. Again, thanks for rubbing it in. Perhaps you'd like to rub lemon juice in all the little cuts and abrasions I have on my elbows and from yesterday's Spartan race. Although I would like to say a very hearty thank you to Sam for Lord Chompy Bits, and ask just briefly how the heck anyone could get Seamus out of Sam. Next, did we ever think be where we are? Well, I think, again, Russ is being modest. I think he did, or he hoped we would. Just like I think in the silence of his evil overlord's soul, he has a plan for us to end up dominating the world one day. But that's just a guess. No. I figured we'd do it for a little while. Rafe would then quit. Russ and I would try to make it go for a little bit longer, maybe bring in another friend. But slowly it wouldn't pay off and it would just fade away. But then almost immediately there were emails, listeners, positive feedback right from the beginning, and help from some very key people early on, including Yak Dakadaka, who jumped up to give us our own discussion forum. Things like that really helped. And although we've got some great sponsors now, and we know lots of bigwigs, as you say, in the industry, it's really because of the emails and the attaboys we get at cons and stuff when we meet you guys, the listeners, that keep us going. And then there were a couple technology questions. I have no idea. Although someday it would be really cool if we had a studio that was totally enclosed in glass where fans could show up and come and watch us record, and we talk into our hanging mics, and Russ is all mixing sound effects on this huge professional mixing board. But dare to dream, right? The next was the question about interviews not working out. I don't think it would be really politic to answer that question, would you? You don't want to upset people, right? And then they won't talk to you anymore. Clearly, I think Russ agreed with me, and clearly Rafe did not. However, in his response, Rafe was rambling about a bunch of different things, and he was talking about wanting to talk to Matt Wilson about his video game, which then, of course, the guys did. And one thing I would like to comment on regarding that, how could you, neither of you, the computer geek nerd friends of mine, not once ask Matt Wilson what form the game was going to take? Like, are you going to play Sigmar? Can you only play Striker? Will there be a mode where you can play head-to-head with any faction and any caster? I mean, how could you not have asked that? Matt sort of indicated on his own that the story will revolve around Signar, but still, when your interviewee goes in the direction, you got to seize that. Like I said earlier, the key to a good interview is twofold. Firstly, you have to have an idea of where you want the interview to go ahead of time. You have to do your research and know what you're going to ask. You can't go in all gushy and just wing it. Secondly, and perhaps even more importantly, you can't be tied to your preparation. If your interviewee suddenly says something way more interesting than what you prepared, you have got to go there by instinct. You can't interview a person like a freight train going through the depot and just car after car, question after question, ding, 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 through with no regard to what's actually in them. You can, for instance, go here. So how long have you been a gamer? I'm not a gamer. Cool. So what was your gateway game? I mean, you hear that kind of mistake on podcasts a lot, and even sometimes on radio and television, as people who really aren't people try to do interviews. Moving on. Obviously, the guys did an awesome job. That was not intended to be a snide comment on them. It was just a, Wow, this is going way longer than anticipated. Moving on. Yes, Firestorm Armada being dead. Well, let this be a lesson to you all. If Russ disagrees with you, hope he never has a forum in which to comment on that topic and you're not there. To recap, I clearly stated when I declared Firestorm Armada dead that I was talking about dead as the primary game of our group, the game that could sustain a campaign, go on for weeks of constant play that would justify all the time and effort, not only painting one fleet went, or two for some of us, but all the time and effort a couple of us put into a whole bunch of terrain as well. Now, ask Russ how many games in a row he's played since I made that announcement. The answer, I believe, is 1, if, indeed, the statement 1 in a row makes any sense at all. Just saying. Like we mentioned in achievements, we both still love Firestorm Armada and Uncharted Seas. Heck, I just dropped a whole bunch of money on more ships for Uncharted Seas. Unlike the 3 weeks after Firestorm Armada first came out, when you could get multiple games in a night, and no one, who was playing at all anyway, was trying to squeeze in a single game of Uncharted Seas or Firestorm Armada in between other board games, or God forbid Magic. And that's not the reality now. Do we still play? Of course we do every now and then. But it is a big focus, or even a focus where you could really sink your teeth into a game, plan out strategies, play a couple times this week, and then expect to be able to put what you learned this week into practice next week? No, it's not. So there. Negative blowback. Not really. But then keep in mind, we don't review games we don't like. So we've never really trashed anyone on the air. I mean, I think we have suffered blowback from other podcasts. For instance, we almost got a huge interview, and I'm not going to say who because hope springs eternal in the hearts of fools. But this person had a bad taste in their mouth over a couple things that other podcasts had recently done, and so we lost. But have we had a lot of blowback? I don't think so. And finally, there was a question about small companies sending us requests to review their games. Actually, yeah, that does happen. If you think about it, a small game company would be foolish not to try to get as many game reviews out there as possible. It should be their standard practice. They should get anyone to review a game that's willing to do it. We get a whole ton of emails that say things like, recently I heard about your podcast, and it sounds great. Want to review my game? We also get lots of legitimate listeners who are now game designers, and they want to send us stuff too. We get lots of stuff, like look at our PDF stuff. But here's the final word on that, unfortunately, I think. We don't do this for a living. We actually have to do other things for a living. And like the earlier question about where we have the time to do all this, we don't have a lot of extra time, if you get my meaning. So we don't really have the time to cull through hundreds of PDFs and games in development looking for the next great hotness. There are folks out there that do that, but that's not really what we do. We're all about what's already caught our attention, and we run with that. Which isn't to say that it never happens. I mean, we've all three of us at one time or another played games at conventions or whatnot that were in development, and we loved them and we talked them up. But as for going through a 50-page rule book in PDF form because it might be cool, I'm afraid none of us have the stamina for that. Not now, anyway. And that's about all I've got time for here. We're really, really over time, in fact. For those of you who are curious, that was about an hour and a half to write this. And now that I've recorded it, as I am recording it, I've been working on the whole thing for just about 2 hours. Whew, that's a lot of work. Well, anyway, that's it for now. Thanks for listening, and good night.
Achievement unlocked! You've made it to the end of another D6 Generation episode, the podcast whose humor has universally been acclaimed as not too horrible. Please let us know what you thought of the show by either emailing us at info@thed6generation.com or by posting in our official D6G episode thread at the top of the DACA discussions forum on DACA.com. If for some inexplicable reason you actually enjoyed this show, you can help others find out about it by leaving positive reviews on iTunes. See you in 2 weeks. Thanks for listening, and happy gaming.
The theme from Total Fangirl comes from the soundtrack of The Last Night on Earth, the zombie game, courtesy of Flying Frog Productions, and is a composition of Mary Beth Magalanes.
Special thanks to listener Ian for this not too horrible submission.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William Shatner. Went to my friendly local game store over time, Nottingham. And the dice will fly high as a kite by then. Oh, pre-measuring is in. I'll need more troops. 8th edition brings much change. I'll have to jump through hoops. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till my budget brings me back around to find I no longer have the army that I thought I did. 'Cause it's Rocket Hammer. Rocket Hammer. 8th edition burns like Sigmar's flame. Army comp is back to math I can't do in my head. And all these shiny templates don't make much sense. How do my armies change with all these rules? It's just a game I play 5 days a week. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till my budget brings me back around to find I no longer have the army that I thought I did. Oh, no, no, no. 'Cause it's Rocket Hammer. Rocket Hammer. 8th edition burns like Signar's flame. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till my budget brings me back around to find I no longer have the army that I thought I did. Oh, no, 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 'cause it's Rocket Hammer. Rocket Hammer. 8th edition burns like Signar's flame. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Mr. Tambourine Man!